billion in financial turnaround, money saved and debt paid, setting people free to live and give like no one else. You don't have to be a money expert or even be debt-free yourself to lead FPU. In fact, you can start working the baby steps right along with your first class. It's easier than you think. Our team will set up everything for you that you need to lead with confidence. Start making a difference as an FPU coordinator by going to fpu.com/lead today. That's fpu.com/lead.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It is 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. The federal government will shut down at midnight unless enough U.S. Senate Democrats vote in support of a GOP spending measure this hour. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the news center to explain.
Democrats want an extension of Affordable Care Act premiums to be included in the funding measure, but Republicans call that a non-starter. Arizona U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego tells CNN he doesn't believe Republicans will negotiate in good faith if they try to pass a law protecting health care outside of the funding measure.
Starting November 1st, that's when open enrollment starts. This is going to affect 24 million Americans. So we now essentially have less than 30 days to negotiate, and even less than that when it comes to legislative days. So if they're serious, then you get going.
President Trump told reporters earlier today he may fire a lot of federal workers if the government shuts down. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
As Congress tries to come together to avoid a potential government shutdown, one question remains. What federal budget issues do a majority of Americans agree on? Well, the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation released a report evaluating that very question. Vice President Dr. Lauren Smith joined Arizona's Morning News.
We all want the same basic things, to feel safe in our neighborhoods, to be financially secure, and to be able to afford our homes and feed our families.
Dr. Smith added that when people from different backgrounds and different political beliefs come together and listen to each other, it becomes clear we have far more in common than what divides us. Hundreds of generals and commanders in the military were called to the Air Force Base in Quantico, Virginia by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth to hear about what he called a new direction for service members. One of the highlights included a new directive of physical standards that he says would be mandatory regardless of gender. President Trump also spoke and said that generals should quell what he called an invasion in American cities like Portland, Oregon.
President Trump, in remarks to high-ranking military leaders, made clear he sees their job as not only protecting the U.S. from threats abroad, but also what he repeatedly referred to as a domestic enemy in American cities. He declared there's a, quote, war from within.
This is going to be a big thing for the people in this room because it's the enemy from within, and we have to handle it before it gets out of control. It won't get out of control.
The president said he has directed Secretary Hegseth to use what he called dangerous cities, which he says are run by, quote, radical left Democrats, as training grounds for the National Guard. Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
Another candidate has entered the 2026 governor's race. U.S. Representative David Schweikert confirms his plans to run. Schweikert tells Arizona's Morning News what sets him apart.
I'll put my resume up against anyone, but also I think the willingness to do things better, faster, cheaper, and in many ways, I would argue, more moral.
Opponent Karen Taylor Robeson says she welcomes him to the race. By running, his congressional seat would be left vacant and could impact majority rule in the House. The Arizona Cardinals are moving their training facility out of Tempe. After 30 years, the team has decided to build a new facility in North Phoenix. It will be built on the land that the Coyotes were eyeing before they left the valley. Cardinals owner Michael Bidwell says they decided to move because they needed more space. And it's the end of the road for a once popular internet service.
It's a sound that went hand in hand with getting online in the 90s and 2000s, and now AOL is pulling the plug on its dial-up internet service. At its peak, about 20 million people used America Online, as it was once known, but those numbers dropped off significantly as broadband internet proliferated. Even still, data from the U.S. Census Bureau finds as many as 163,000 people still use dial-up, mainly in rural areas. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
All right, let's check those roads now. From the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center, not a lot of problems at the moment, thank goodness. There is a crash at Dobson and Ray in Chandler, but otherwise not any major issues to slow you down around the valley right now. Taking a look at our forecast, we're looking for 96 for the high temp today, 74 overnight with clear skies, and then climbing little by little. Do I see 100 in the forecast again by Friday? Possibly. Right now it's 94 in Chandler. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Thank you so much for making us a part of your afternoon. As always, a pleasure for us to spend time with you. I got to tell you, it is my favorite 2 hours of the day. Hands down, no question about it. Today, it's even a little bit better because today, not only is it a fun 2 hours with my favorite people in the world, but also I made $4. You're going to find out why coming up here at 2:30. I made $4 today during this 2 hours.
You made 4 hours during this.
Made $4.
Or cheated.
What are you going to do with all that?
Listen, look, how did I cheat?
Yeah, how did you?
I can't wait until you explain your way out of that paper sack. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
Becky Lynn, don't pay attention.
Oh, I just want to know what you're going to do with all your riches. $4. Wow.
Probably buy lotto tickets.
I am just, man, the things you can't do. Wow.
That looks like $8.
That looks like more than $4.
It does.
Because it was a bet.
Huh.
And so
you made.
I had to put my $4 down, and then Joe had to put his $4 down.
Oh, he won it from you.
Yeah.
Again.
Oh, you didn't say that part.
Becky Lynn.
Oh, yeah.
He cheated $4.
Okay. $2.30. I can't wait to hear the whole story.
I got $4.
Doesn't he sound kind of braggadocious about it, Becky Lynn?
I got $4.
Don't I sound a little sour about it?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, $2.30.
I got $4.
You feeling a little hot in here? No.
Did we turn up the thermostat?
I don't think we did, but I think it's been turned up upon us.
Oh, my.
What's it say over there?
74.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Yes.
Just
Turn
dropped
that.
down
I could see it from
just
here.
dropped down to 73.
Ugh.
I think the air finally kicked on.
Man.
The thing is that the thermostat is not calibrated correctly.
Huh.
Because 76 in the newsroom is cooler than 70 in the studio.
Who do we blame for that?
Is this one of those deals where APS turns it up because it's a smart thermostat? They only did that to me, I think, once or twice this whole summer.
I know I had it at least twice.
Yeah.
But last year, during the record year,
Yeah.
I don't think it ever happened.
Oh, mine did last year.
Yeah.
I did have it last
I know
year.
I had two this year. It's always fun when I already set my house to subtropical, as you know.
Right, 84.
And then I get home and I find out, 87 today because you're going to bump me up a few.
So here's the deal. If you have, I don't know if SRP has this. I know APS does. If you have APS, then you can get either a discounted thermostat or you can get a free thermostat, a smart thermostat. But in order to get that, it's like a voucher, like you go through their website, right?
Yeah, it's like a rebate kind of deal.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And in order to get that, you have to agree that they can adjust your thermostat up to 4 degrees on high demand days.
Is it 4 degrees or 3 degrees?
I thought it was 4.
Okay, I thought it was 3.
I don't want to argue over a degree, Joe. Good Lord. It's going to be like this, Joe.
It's going to be like this
Is it
today.
going to be like this today?
All day.
Is this how it's going to be? Listen, Rain Man, it doesn't matter.
They can
turn it up a little bit. Okay. The whole thing, though, is that they have control over your thermostat on those high demand days. So usually it's when we're at 115 degrees and everybody's air conditioner is running at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, right?
Yes.
You know what blows my mind about that is I would call that, and you tell me, I would call that peak demand days. Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And somehow APS knows when peak demand is, and they know who's using that power on peak demand days.
Interesting.
And yet when they've been asked about who is using the most power during peak demand, APS says We don't really keep track of that. That's an interesting twist, isn't it?
Sure is.
According to 12 News, Joe Dana, who was reporting on this, the most common metric that power companies use when making their case to raise rates is peak demand. But only one of Arizona's 3 largest utilities provided data reflecting how much customer class contributes to peak demand records. In other words, we know that they have peak demand. This is when the most power is being used, but it seems that only SRP knows who's using the power. Only SRP knows this because APS and Tucson Electric, they said, we don't keep track of that stuff. Joe,
Chris,
do you believe them?
That's funny. I don't believe them on much of anything, and I do not believe them on this.
Why?
I do not believe them because, to me, they are the big bad power company that profited over $600 million last year. I believe.
Well, that's less than $1 billion.
I believe over $500 million the year before that.
That's less than $750 million.
So when you add up those 2 years, it is over $1 billion. And if you are
that's less than $5 billion.
A multi-million-dollar company.
Yes.
Essentially a regulated monopoly.
Yes.
And you are pulling all this money in, you have to have that data in order to know how much you're going to ask for when it comes to seeking out rate hikes. And they want this information so that they can figure out just how much they should, in the future, stick it to Chris and Pablo and Becky Lynn and Joe.
So the reason 12 News asked is that we have a proliferation of data centers going in, and the data centers are power hogs, right? And so they were doing an investigation and trying to figure out just how much power is going to these data centers during peak demand. In other words, 115 degrees, our air conditioners are cranking. How much is the grid being taxed in addition to everything that we as residents are using in order to cool the servers of the massive data centers that don't employ very many people?
Yeah, and if you take the energy use pie, how much are residents using? How much are small businesses using? How much are the data centers and the semiconductors, the TSMCs of the world, how much are they using? Because, as you mentioned, they're energy hogs, and they gobble up the water, too.
And as we find out from SRP, it's a little over 5% of the total power usage that is going just to data centers. Now,
but it also grew at an astounding rate over the last few years.
It's over 4 times what it was in the last 6 years. So it's more than, it's doubled and then doubled again. However, here's what I want to point out, though. When we talk about 5% of the total use, I want you to think about what that data center contributes as far as the total economy, the total jobs creation, the total footprint on the valley.
Okay.
It's actually very small. Data centers, one of the big things that you hear about data centers is all the jobs that they create. Well, they do for construction. But then beyond that, data centers actually employ very few people.
Yeah.
A couple dozen tops, right? For a massive data center.
I always picture it like a huge warehouse with a ton of computers.
Yes.
Not a whole lot of people.
No, because the computers are doing all the work. That's the whole idea.
Yeah, the people who build it have to come in and do it, like you said, construction.
Yeah, right.
But then they're on to the next job.
So then I think about, what about all those plants that are also that size? Because we have a lot of large manufacturing, places for distributions. Right. So, I mean, if you take a look at, for instance, the Amazon warehouses that have been built up around the East and West Valley, and those are massive buildings, right?
Intel.
They're going to use a lot of power. But do they use as much as the data centers? No. They're employing more people. The footprint is about the same size as the data center. So one of the concerns I think that we as residents have to have, and I think the data centers have to have this concern too, is how much of our resources are being used up and then what are we getting in return? Now, far be it from me to say data centers aren't a good thing. They are. Data centers are a good thing, and I'm glad that we have them in the Valley. They are popping up in states all over the country. We hear about how Arizona is a great target for these data centers simply because we have very few natural disasters. So you're building a data center, you're going to put it in Florida, or you're going to put it here? Okay, well, Florida is going to get wiped out every 3 years by a hurricane. Here, you're going to have a monsoon that's going to make things dusty. That's it, right? You're not going to have any other deals. But my concern is, as we're taxing the grid and 5% of the total power is going to these largely empty buildings, is that beneficial to us?
Beneficial, but not at the rate that matches the energy consumption.
And I don't care as long as I'm not paying for it.
That's the rub right there.
That's the rub.
And it gets worse, too, because we also know that the valleys are a very desirable place for the data centers to be, and that there will be more of them, a lot more of them in the next few years.
But are we going to pay for it? That's what the question is. Okay, so we know that they're using the power. We know that there's going to have to be new power production. Who is going to pay for that new power? I think that's kind of the answer to our why today. Why isn't APS more forthcoming in disclosing these data center impacts? We will talk with the investigative journalist from Channel 12. Joe Dana joins us next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
First, here's Becky Lynn with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:15. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Will we or won't we? The countdown is on toward a possible federal government shutdown at midnight. President Trump says one is probably likely. On Capitol Hill, Democratic Congressman Jimmy Gomez accuses the president of holding Americans hostage.
We're just trying to extend the ACA subsidies that are going to help millions of Americans, especially in red states, to keep their health insurance.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Weather-wise, 96 today, 74 tonight, and 97 tomorrow. No rain in our forecast, and we're just going to keep ticking up, maybe up to 100 again by the end of the week. Right now, it's 94 in Queen Creek. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
On air, online, and on the KTAR News app. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Pleasure being with you. So SRP is the only of the state's 3 major power suppliers that is willing to disclose just how much of their peak demand goes to the data centers. APS says, we really don't keep track of data like that. Tucson Electric says, what? What data? What?
And usually they're pretty forthcoming and good about giving up the information.
Yeah. Joe Dana is our 12 News reporter who joins us right now. He did the story on this. And Joe, I found your story to be fascinating, especially when we were talking about the ins and outs. And it almost felt like APS was talking out of both sides of their mouths, where they could quote, right down to just exactly how much of their power was used during peak demand and who got that power. But then when he said how much is being used by the data centers, they didn't know. Did you feel like they were talking in circles?
Well, we were surprised they didn't have the exact answers for the dates we were asking for, because we've heard it every summer, right? Utilities say, hey, we've broken another peak demand record during this hour on August 5th of this year. It was that hot. And it's a big deal. And utilities use that information when they make their case to raise everyone's rates. And so we asked the 3 utilities, the largest in Arizona, for, okay, what's the breakdown of peak demand of 2025, 2022, and 2019? We wanted to see trends, right? So we were surprised that APS and Tucson Electric, they're the 2 for-profit publicly traded companies. Both of them said, well, we don't regularly keep that data. Very surprising. And advocates for consumers told us that they just don't believe it, or they said they're bad at business, in their words. SRP, which is a not-for-profit community utility, they did provide us the info, and it did show that data centers have contributed. The contribution of data centers to peak demand has grown 425% since 2019, and that's about what we've heard. APS, they only gave us a peak demand number for data centers, like an estimate for this summer, which they said was 350 megawatts. And not to get too much in the weeds, but we can't compare that to previous years because, again, they didn't answer the question. But there's another strange story here, which is that we keep hearing about data centers and the immense demand they're going to place on our power grid and how this is a huge problem for utilities. That 350 megawatt number, according to some people we spoke to, that actually seems low. So they're wondering, is something else going on here? Did the APS over forecast the impact of data centers? We do know that they have a long line of data centers that wanted to get on the grid. But why it matters for every consumer out there, whether you're SRP or APS, SRP, you guys have rates going up next month, an average of about, I believe, 3% for homeowners, a little over 5% for solar homeowners. That's the first rate increase since 2019. So understanding sort of the contribution of homeowners versus data centers versus other businesses to the peak demand, it's important. It empowers you as a consumer. APS, they got an 8% rate increase last year. They're asking for another average 16% rate increase for homeowners into next year. And they're also, again, asking for a 45 or 47% increase for those data centers. So while they're asking for this big rate increase, we want to see, okay, what's the data over previous years? What are the trends? And that's why we did this story.
Love the work that you've done on this, Joe. Joe Dana, 12 News reporter. You mentioned in your piece that APS CEO Ted Geisler says the company has learned how to ensure, quote, growth paths for growth, so that the Chris Merrills and Joe Huizingas and Joe Danas of the world don't pay for needs of data centers. But did he reveal what any of those growth paths for growth were, so that we're not on the hook for the data centers?
Yeah, that is the concern. And one of the problems is that utilities enjoy secret contracts with the data centers. So there's an element of this we aren't privy to, and we can't fully know. And so there are a lot of consumer advocates pushing right now for the 5 elected corporation commissioners as they consider this next rate increase for APS to restructure how data centers do business and demand transparency, because this is happening nationwide. We know there are experts all over the country who are saying it's impossible homeowners haven't already paid some kind of price for the demand that data centers are adding to grids, and they certainly risk in the future of that happening. So there are demands for transparency. And yes, a large part of this is sort of relying on the word of utility executives or relying on the word of corporation commissioners when they say, no, we think up to this point, there hasn't been that, quote, cost shift, that shift of costs from what the data centers demand to homeowners' electricity bills. But it's an important question because keep in mind, if APS gets the request they're asking for homeowners, their rates, the cost of their electricity could be as much as 30 to 40% more than the neighbor SRP.
Wow.
And again, APS is a for-profit utility. Historically, it's been about 20 to 25% more than SRP. And so consumers demand to know, are there unnecessary profits being made here for Wall Street? Is Arizona being used for unnecessary profits? Or is it possible data centers are getting a little bit of a discount on their participation in this, in our state to be on the grid that homeowners have to pay for?
Which would be us subsidizing the data center's power usage then.
That's the concern. Yes, yeah. Absolutely.
Joe Dana, 12 News reporter who's done the investigation here into how much power the data centers are using, but got the runaround instead. In fact, the story went from being how much power is the data center using to why aren't they being more forthcoming? We asked the question why. We always do a why at the time, Joe. And, I mean, we asked that question. For me, it feels like we're following the money here because either we're subsidizing the data centers or APS is going to get a rate hike that's going to, stick it to us, and is that going to be for corporate profits? What was your impression? Yeah. I know you always try to be neutral because you're a good reporter, but what was your impression coming away from things? And I know you talked to people on both sides of this argument.
Yeah, and we try to be neutral. I won't apologize, though, for pushing hard on behalf of customers because customers and the nonprofits that work for them have a minuscule amount of money and resources compared to the utilities. So we do try to give them a platform. Diane Brown of PERG, which is a prominent nonprofit here, she says, quote, APS historically has provided data when it suits their narrative and has refrained or avoided providing data that is often not in the ratepayer's interest. So that's one of the concerns they have, is that APS is sort of choosing, what they want to show and how forthright they want to be. And people should also know who are homeowners in APS territory. Historically, homeowners are not driving up what's known as peak demand. In fact, for many years, because we had these energy efficiency policies in place, average electricity use of homeowners was just barely budging up, sometimes dropping, budging up, dropping for many years. And it's not until the last 4 or 5 or 6 where we've seen peak demand start to push up more. the theory is data centers are the primary cause. Even APS said a couple of years ago data centers would make up 93 to 9%, 94% of new energy demands in the future. So they've said it openly.
Yeah.
So homeowners deserve to ensure that they are protected and their rates aren't going to unnecessarily go up even more. I can tell you there are major concerns among advocacy groups and the agency that represents consumers, RUCO, that these 5 current commissioners are very pro-utility. They are pro-business, pro-Wall Street.
Yeah.
That can be very good for a community in many ways if you're pro-business. But they've raised concerns that the decisions of the past year or two have overwhelmingly been in favor of the utilities and Wall Street and not in the favor of the average everyday consumer.
Joe, we appreciate you working hard to get this information, just how much the data centers are using when it comes to peak demand. Joe Dana, 12 News reporter, we know you'll stay on it. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you. We have all our reporting on this at Power and Influence. It's on our YouTube channel on 12 News, or you can find me on socials. Thanks, guys.
Love that plug. Thanks, Joe. All right, Power and Influence on the 12 News. I bookmarked that.
Did you smash it?
I smashed that subscribe button.
There you go.
I did. You know what I was thinking? We all got those smart meters on our homes, the APS smart meters.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, APS knows how long you're drying your hair. Not you, but, people with hair. They know how long you're running your air conditioner. They know when you're running your dishwasher. They know how long you're running your microwave. Oh, is he doing a meal for 1 or is he making a microwave dinner for 7?
Because, again, it benefits them when they want to jack up the rates.
So, but they've got all these smart meters that can tell you exactly how much power is being used. Not only is it residential, but where in the house is the power being used. And yet when it comes to how much is the data center using, they're like, we couldn't possibly know that.
And they probably even charge you a fee so that they can monitor it without sending someone out there to get the data.
Why what?
Why monitor what part of the house you're using the electricity in?
Data. So they can figure out
why one part's
what's
more?
being used. Yeah, and you may have appliance companies that are interested in that. Like if we can show that by installing our new energy efficient GE refrigerator, you're saving $70 a year on your power, then that may offset. That might be something that they can say.
I'm just gonna do like my mom used to do. I'm just gonna run a power cord from the neighbor.
Yeah, that's smart. That's the way to do it.
Put a power strip on there. See how you like me now?
That's right.
APS. Where am I getting the power from? All from one plug.
The gubernatorial race is shaken as one of Arizona's longest-serving reps tosses his hat in the ring. What we don't know is if it's a good thing or a bad thing for the Republican ticket or if Hobbs is sweating it. You'll also find out why this prediction made me $4. Or you can work through it with us next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
See the guy in the valley who saw 2 women, carried them out of the water. Their cars got stuck in it. Gave these women like a piggyback ride out of the danger. He's up to his knees in water.
Yes. And by the way, he basically carried them so that their socks didn't get wet.
Do you know what it's like to walk around with wet socks and shoes?
I actually do. And it is it's horrible.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. This afternoon, 4 to 7. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. That's where General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are kicking off a fall savings push with deals you've got to hear about. Get a low 0%, yes, 0% APR financing rate now on select 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 trucks and Hummer all-electric SUV and pickup models with approved credit. And don't forget, there's still time to take advantage of the $7,500 EV federal tax credit. But hurry, when September ends, so does this offer. So stop in and take a look at their huge inventory of award-winning Buick and GMC models and experience their no-bull way of doing business that's made Earnhardt a trusted name in automotive for over 74 years. All this and more at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 9/30/25.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Gleason Roofing. Don't wait until mold shows up to find out if your roof survived the monsoon. Get a free roof audit from Gleason Roofing now. This is Jim Sharp. Family-owned Gleason Roofing fixed my roof. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. And this GAF Master Elite contractor has been in business for 25 years. For a limited time, if Gleason finds something that needs fixing, you get 10% off. Visit GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Low T, start for free. For a limited time, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, you'll sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. For a limited time, redmountainweightloss.com or dial #250 on your smartphone. Keyword Red Mountain.
Your phone controls your lights. Your vacuum has a mind of its own. And you're still yanking on a cord to open your shades? Really? Friend, it's 2025. Smarten up. Southwest Blinds and Shutters. Motorized shades are automated, sleek, and ridiculously cool. Schedule them, control them with your phone, or tell your smart speaker to handle it. Local, family-owned with over 30,000 homes served. Go to southwestblinds.com. Smarten up, Arizona, with Southwest Blinds and Shutters. Seriously, even the vacuum is judging you.
Hi, Jamie West here with Jerry, one of the amazing Life Plan residents at Beatitudes campus. And Jerry, what do you love about the Life Plan at Beatitudes?
Number one, we should be moving. Beatitudes Life Plan includes 28 acres where you can walk. We have lots of opportunities to be social. You can live independently but have some help through Beatitudes at home. It's all here.
Learn more about the Life Plan community by visiting beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:32. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. It appears Democrats are willing to let the federal government shut down in an effort to protect health care premiums. Arizona U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego tells CNN this is their last chance to extend premium subsidies before they almost double on November 1st.
What we've seen continuously from Republicans is that they don't care about the health care of Americans. This is the same group of people that just cut Medicaid that's going to end up closing rural hospitals.
Democrats also working to repeal Medicaid cuts passed as part of H.R. 1 in July. KTAR Eyes on the Economy. Homeowners know it's not just your mortgage you have to budget for each month. You've got utilities, insurance, and yes, those pesky HOA fees. If you live in Arizona, you're more likely to pay into an HOA than almost anywhere else in the country.
Almost half of Arizona's homeowners and condo owners had to pay an HOA fee last year, behind only Nevada for the highest rate in the nation, according to new U.S. Census data. Even though more Arizonans are on the hook for these fees than the U.S. average, the cost is lower. People here typically pay around $100 a month compared to $135 around the rest of the country, and in some places, it's much more expensive. Nearly 500 big ones in Hawaii and D.C., and almost $740 in New York. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
Eyes on Education.
A new criminal justice facility at Williamsfield High School in Gilbert is helping students pursue their dream careers. The setup includes a blood spatter room, firearms simulator, and more. Cohen Crowder's a senior in the program and says he's looking forward to the mock teen court.
That'll be the most exciting part to me, the opportunity to both prosecute and defend and help give students a fair trial and sort of give ourselves the ability to properly assess the corrections needed.
Crowder says he wants to take what he's learned and improve technology for law enforcement. Time to check on traffic now, so let's go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the left shoulder on the State Route 51 northbound near Northern Ave. Tempe with debris spotted on the highway. Loop 101 Pima northbound near the US 60 Superstition transition. And a quick look at our surface street, Scottsdale with a crash on Scottsdale Road and Shea Boulevard. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Climbing a little bit each day. 96 should be our high today, 97 tomorrow, and maybe we could see 100 again by Friday. Right now, though, in Surprise, it's 95 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Happy Tuesday, and germs are everywhere, but there are a few places you probably shouldn't touch without gloves and a stack of wet wipes. Hey, let's freak Gatos out together. Today at 4 on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Look at that. Look at them dollars.
That looks like the $4 you stole from me.
That's right, it is.
Uh-huh. See, you admitted it.
Remember when you get to... Yes?
Tell the story. I can't.
I have to read my promo first.
Oh, I'm
yes,
sorry.
Please read for me.
When you get to the office or home, you can still catch KTAR on your TV. Just bring up KTAR News on YouTube and don't miss a moment of exclusive interviews with the biggest newsmakers in Arizona, as well as our breaking news coverage. And you can interact with the show right there on YouTube, always on 92.3 FM and the app. Mm-hmm. I'm making it rain.
You want to... and now you're all out of dollars. Good job.
Grab them while you can there, Joe. You said
you know he was
stole
gonna
them
do that.
from
Well,
you.
I am not one to steal them back, Becky Lynn.
So-
one of your stolen dollars.
Joe, would you like to explain why I'm $4 richer?
Yeah, I can. It's you got $1 on the floor over here too. You want me to get that one for you? Here, hold
I'll
on.
get it.
Okay, it's way over here.
Yeah. Pick up my money.
Yeah, here you go. So Becky Lynn.
Okay.
So this was what, Chris? About 3 weeks ago.
A little long. I think I'm going to give it 2
when
months.
David Schweikert's name first popped up, that he could run for governor, Chris and I...
Did it even pop up, or did we just kick it around?
It popped up.
Was it a news?
We saw a story from,
Yeah,
I want to
it
say
did.
it was Axios.
I think you're right.
Okay.
That it popped up that he was considering throwing his name in the hat. And I said, there is no way he runs for governor. And you said, you know what? I bet he does. And then here's where things get sneaky.
I only
Becky
had $4
Lynn.
in my wallet.
Last week, Chris says, that's not looking good for me.
I said, man, where's Schweikert? This is
not
getting
looking
late.
good for me. I haven't heard anything from Schweikert. And then yesterday, Chris again says, you know, I really need to I need to start throwing out David Schweikert's name on the show for governor.
That's right.
To drum up a chance that he runs.
So y'all had already put the money down at this point. Okay.
And so,
All right.
Becky Lynn, I'm just going to say, seems mighty convenient that today, after Chris just mentions, like, oh, this isn't looking good for me, I think he might have put a word into Schweikert and said, hey, I've got some dollars for you, Mr. Schweikert, if you decide to run for governor. And now, again, he cheated. I think he reached out to David Schweikert, took my money, and is going to probably give Schweikert at least 1 or 2 of those dollars since he won the bet.
Wow, that's wrong.
That's how kickbacks work.
It is wrong, Pablo.
I don't even
It
think
is
Schweiker
wrong.
knew he was going to announce today.
Yeah, it is wrong.
Not only that, but I heard
Very
you talking
wrong.
with Broomhead about this, and you said it was bad for Hobbs. Or no, you said it was good for Hobbs.
Oh, it's great for
You said
Katie
it was good
Hobbs.
for Hobbs.
It's great for Katie Hobbs. Why would she not want more challengers to fight it out in the primary, spending more money in a contentious primary so that he then gets to face them in a general
Are
election?
you off your rocker?
You are looking at me
She's
like I
terrified
just
right now.
ate
This is the
tapioca
worst
pudding.
news.
No,
the
this is
best
great
news for her. The best news for her was when Biggs got involved, and it was going to mess up the whole MAGA vote.
No.
Now you've got a traditional conservative running against a half MAGA and Karen Taylor Robeson, and a full MAGA and Andy Biggs. And Karen Taylor Robeson is leading in the polls right now, the latest polls, right? And now you've got Schweikert who's going to come in there, and he's going to split from. He's not going to take votes from Andy Biggs. He's going to take votes from Karen Taylor Robeson.
But again, I think it's good for Hobbs because I think this helps Biggs, and I think she would do the best in a general election against Andy Biggs.
She would do the worst in a general election against Schweikert.
But I think she's going to end up facing Biggs.
No.
Because with Schweikert in
She
this
will not.
race, Schweikert and Robeson will split some of the vote, thus helping Biggs.
I see another point right here. Just to lay that money back down.
Becky Lynn?
Just put it down there and cover it up.
There
and
is
we'll
too
see.
many ways Chris could cheat it out of me. I am not willing to wager money. I will wager hair.
Look, Karen Taylor Robeson is pulling some of the MAGA vote. In fact, the latest polling numbers that came out in August, I believe, showed her leading in people that were Trump over party. You've got two different categories were asked: party over Trump, or excuse me, party first or Trump first.
Okay.
She led in party first by a lot. Right?
Yeah.
Which
you know
is
what I think
your
of
more
the polls,
traditional.
though, too.
Hold on, it's your more traditional Republicans, right? She also led in the Trump first voters over Andy Biggs.
Yeah.
All right.
According to a poll.
Which means that everything we're doing is speculation based on the only data that we have. So what, are you just going to say
I'm
no,
not even
polling numbers don't
speculating
even
on
count?
data. I'm speculating on my own logic.
Yeah.
Which I trust a lot
How'd
more.
that work out for you?
Good. I trust it a lot more.
Made you poor.
I trust a lot more than a poll.
This is what Joe's logic
Because
does.
you know what people do in these polls? They lie.
Okay. So here's the deal.
It's also like just an of the moment poll. You're not held to it.
You are so wrong on the Schweikert thing to begin with, but now you're going to double down?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Normally, our opinions are unimpeachable. But when Joe and I disagree, we have to call in the experts, true authorities on the matters, in order to act as the final arbiters. Find out why they agree that Joe is completely wrong next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead for Creative Environments. Perfect weather is right around the corner. Enjoy being outside, entertaining for the games, the barbecues, and all that time spent outside, even that coffee in the morning or a drink in the evening. You can do it, and Creative Environments can create that perfect space. If you have an outdoor space that needs some sprucing up or remodeling, they'll take care of that as well. They're the best in the industry. Take my word for it and make an appointment at creativeenvironments.com. Do it right now. creativeenvironments.com.
Hi, I'm Shane Orlando, owner of Orlando Auto Body. For over 35 years, our family has proudly served the Valley with certified collision repairs you can trust. We're manufacturer certified, offer expert color matching, and back every repair with a lifetime warranty. We work with all major insurance companies and even offer deductible assistance with locations in Tempe, Phoenix, Mesa, Scottsdale, and Gilbert. Quality collision repair is never too far. Visit OrlandoAutobody.com for a location near you.
0% is a thing of the past, right? Nope, that is right now during the summer blowout sale at Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Yep, cool off with a brand new AC system and get 0% financing for 36 months. It's Day and Night summer blowout sale, and it means 3 years of comfort, interest-free. So if your AC system is struggling to keep up, it's time to upgrade, especially when we can get a brand new AC system with 0% financing for 36 months. And let me tell you, just a couple of years ago, we bought brand new AC from Day and Night. And first off, the new technology, so much more efficient. We have saved so much more money on our summer AC bills. One of the best decisions we've ever made at Casa Galvisi. In fact, do what we did. Book your free estimate at dayandnightair.com or call 480-344-0082. Conditions apply. 480-344-0082. But hurry, the summer blowout sale is a limited time offer at dayandnightair.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:43. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. The government will shut down in less than 24 hours if a funding bill can't pass both the House and the Senate. Democratic Congressman Greg Stanton tells Arizona's Morning News what would happen if a shutdown occurs.
Meet again and again and again until we reach resolution. We're here in Washington, D.C. right now, hoping to have those good faith negotiations so that we can reach an appropriate resolution.
He says Democrats want Republicans to reverse their Medicare cuts. The Senate needs 60 votes to pass, meaning Republicans need 7 Democrats to vote yes. Voting is underway at this hour. All of our top stories only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com. Brought to you by Y-Refi. 96 for our high, 74 overnight, and we are climbing about a degree each day. Could see 100 by Friday. Right now, it's 95 degrees in Avondale. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SAIL now. Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SAIL now.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com, and I want to buy your house. If you're considering selling your home for any reason, do yourself a favor and let us show you how we can give you more. With no agent fees, no commissions, no repairs, and no showings, you can get a straightforward cash deal that you can close on in as little as 3 days. Other buyers may try to make you an offer without ever seeing your home. They may try to lower that offer or even cancel the deal after inspecting it. I will never do that. Our team will come out to your house and make you a fair as-is cash offer on the spot and will never cancel after the deal is signed for any reason. That's the Doug Hopkins difference. See for yourself why more people trust the Doug Hopkins team. Visit us today at DougHopkins.com or
call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SAIL now. Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SAIL now.
More and more these days, people who are in pain are taking control of their health and looking beyond the traditional medicine. That's why QC Kinetics is so successful. People with chronic joint pain are learning that there are other options besides steroids, meds, and surgery. Patients fighting pain are getting lasting relief using advanced cellular-level treatments. It's QC Kinetics regenerative medicine that can revitalize your joints using growth factors from your own body. It's a simple injection, not a hospital stay. It's fast and all-natural, no downtime. If your back or knees or shoulder hurt all the time, you need to explore all your options. Call QC Kinetics and get a free consultation. Look beyond the same old solutions. Find a better life with QC Kinetics' amazing regenerative treatments. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
It's Gatos, and we've got a brand new dating trend. It's called Shrekking, where Gen Z women are intentionally dating ugly men. We're going to talk about it. Outspoken. Bruce and Gatos, we started for.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, and on the KTAR News app. As we discussed in the last segment, Joe is completely wrong about his analysis of David Schweikert joining the governor's race. Not only does he not know what he's talking about, it's actually started to cost him money already because he lost the bet. I said Schweikert would get in. Joe said no, that cost him $4. I say that Schweikert being in the race is bad for Hobbs. Joe says, no, it's great for Hobbs. Yep. Mike O'Neill is the president of O'Neill Research joining us right now. He's our go-to when it comes to breaking these things down. And Mike, settle this for us. Will you be the parent in the room and tell Joe to go to his room?
Well, let me give you Schweikert's analysis, and then we can talk about whether or not it's viable.
Do it.
Of the two up to this point candidates, Andy Biggs and Karen Taylor Robeson, it has been said by Schweikert, among others, that Karen Taylor Robeson is probably unable to get the nomination, but that Andy Biggs would be unable to win in November. And he is positioning himself between the other two and suggesting that he's the one who can both get the nomination and be a viable candidate in November. I think his analysis has a lot of truth in it. I disagree with the absolutist part of his statement. I think Karen Taylor Robson has an uphill struggle to get the nomination, and I think she would be formidable in November. I do think Andy Biggs is the favorite, has been the favorite for the nomination. I think that's up in the air right now. and he would be a very weak candidate in November, as have been a whole series of totally down, ultra MAGA candidates who have gone down in flames and turned over all of the major state government posts to Democrats. But Schweiker's analysis is that he's the in-between candidate of those two. And I think there's something to be said for that analysis. And I think that Katie Hobbs would prefer to face Andy Biggs, because I think he's the weakest of the three as far as she's concerned.
So, okay, but what does this do to the primaries then? Does this mean that there's a better chance for Robeson or Schweikert to face off against Hobbs? As you said, Hobbs would rather face Biggs. In other words, is Hobbs happy about Schweikert jumping into the race, or is she more worried today?
Probably more worried, but I think what it does to the race is it throws a monkey wrench into the whole thing. We knew what it was up until this point. It was going to be a pragmatic vote for Taylor Robeson or an emotional vote for Andy Biggs. The MAGA segment has proven itself to be dominant in Republican primaries and has been very challenged in November. I think Schweikert is somebody who could possibly, that's certainly his case, is possibly sliced down the middle. But let's remember, in this primary election, this is a whole new ball game is the headline here.
Okay.
And anybody who tries to prognosticate an ultimate result on the day of an announcement, I think that's way premature.
Talking with Mike O'Neill, the president of O'Neill Research. Mike, let's walk through this here. You said Katie Hobbs is probably more worried today. My argument is she's thrilled today because she sees Schweikert and Robeson splitting that more centrist GOP vote heading into the general, and Biggs would ultimately end up winning the primary, and then Katie Hobbs would get that weaker candidate in Biggs. But you say she's probably more worried today. Now, I say that's probably not the case, too, because Schweikert's entering this race late against two candidates who've both already been endorsed by Trump, who've both been generating a lot of money. We know Robeson has a war chest. We know Andy Biggs is backed by Turning Point. And David Schweikert is kind of at step one in all of this. Why am I wrong?
I don't think you're wrong. I think your analysis is very much, it's a very viable one. It could play out exactly the way you say. And if, in fact, that happens and Andy Biggs is the beneficiary, then Katie Hobbs will be delighted. As I said, the hardest part to predict is this primary, because this has been a two-person race, sort of like MAGA versus conservative. And now we have a monkey wrench upsetting the entire apple cart. And I think we really don't know. And I think, Joe, your theory is very viable.
Mike, it's very nice of you to pat him on the head like that.
Thank you.
Mike O'Neill, president of O'Neill Research, and our go-to for matters such as the prognostication. As you made mention that he's been in the race for less than a day, and it may be premature to say anything, but I'd like to remind you though that irresponsible speculation is our job. How much does Schweikert have an advantage because of coming out of that tough district that is the first district in Arizona, that kind of the North Phoenix, Scottsdale, a PV area? That's a very diverse district. Does that give him an advantage in the primary?
Well, I think it's part of the reason he got out. I think that, he won by 4% last time in what was a very Republican year. This is basically the sixth year of a presidential term, and usually that is a disaster for the incumbent party. So he was +4 last time, facing serious opposition. A 4-point swing between a presidential year and a sixth year of a presidency year is not at all unusual. I think he looked at it and decided, I have a better chance of becoming governor than I do being reelected in that district.
Talking with Mike O'Neill, president of O'Neill Research. Mike, David Schweikert says that he can counter Robeson and Biggs by showing voters that on many of the issues that matter, he's the actual conservative. Who's the actual conservative out of Biggs, Robeson, and Schweikert?
Well, we're going to have to talk about what we mean by conservative, because traditional conservative in many respects is MAGA calls itself conservative, but really it's populist. And as any number of down the line traditional conservatives will tell you, this is not conservatism. This is not smaller government. This is not tread carefully, make changes. The whole idea of conservative, make slow changes, because huge changes are when you upset the apple cart and big mistakes get made. So, I think he is a more traditional conservative, but then again, so is Karen Taylor Robson. Now, she's tried to finesse that a little bit because she knows that she's facing a primary electorate that leans MAGA, but she's trying to fuzz it enough that she can get by the primary, and then you would see a shift into traditional conservatism, which has played very well. In traditional conservative, that's Barry Goldwater, that's John McCain. It's not Donald Trump.
President of O'Neill Research, Mike O'Neill, thank you so much for your time and looking at how the gubernatorial race in Arizona is going to play out now that David Schweikert has thrown his name in the primary hat on the Republican side.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate that. I'm incredibly disappointed because I thought he agreed with me until all of a sudden he said you had a smart analysis too.
Huh. How about that?
Very disappointed.
Huh.
It's the last time we call Mike O'Neill. I can tell you that right now.
Huh. I feel pretty good about it.
Unless we can get him to side with me more often, he's out of this show.
I don't mind that he was respectful to you. You were so offended that he did not just pour hot water all over me.
O'Neill is banned from this program from now on. I'm going to tell you that right now. From state capital politics to the politics of the nation's seat, it's looking like the government's going to shut down at midnight. It's also looking like the politicians don't really care as much as they probably should. Why are we getting mixed messages? Next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-961-3044. 800-961-3044. 800-961-3044.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, I'm Sherry, owner of LifeSource Water. We all know Arizona's tap water is some of the worst in the country. LifeSource's whole house water system is the essential home appliance you need. You can drink, cook, bathe, and live clean with healthier water throughout your home. Now we are offering a double dip in savings. Free basic installation plus an extra $250 off. That's up to $1,200 in savings. Call our factory at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit LifeSourceWater.com. Hurry, offer ends September 30.
Warranty limitations apply.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. That's where General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are kicking off a fall savings push with deals you've got to hear about. Get a low 0%, yes, 0% APR financing rate now on select 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 trucks and Hummer all-electric SUV and pickup models with approved credit. And don't forget, there's still time to take advantage of the $7,500 EV federal tax credit, but hurry, when September ends, so does this offer. So stop in and take a look at their huge inventory of award-winning Buick and GMC models and experience their no-bull way of doing business that's made Earnhardt a trusted name in automotive for over 74 years. All this and more at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models, APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 9/30/25.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
KTAR News now.
It's 3 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. An Arizona Congress member is blaming Democrats for potentially allowing the federal government to shut down. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is live in the news center with the details.
Arizona Congressman Juan Ciscomani pleaded with Arizona's 2 U.S. Senators, Ruben Gallego and Mark Kelly, both Democrats, to pass the GOP spending measure in order to avoid a government shutdown at midnight.
Our Border Patrol agents don't get paid. Our troops, our air traffic controllers, our national parks take a hit. Basically, the functions of the federal government, all the money that our taxpayers pay into, stop functioning.
Ciscomani says if the government shuts down, it will be left up to the president to determine which government services are essential and will continue without pay until an agreement is reached. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Andy Biggs and Karen Taylor Robeson have a new Republican candidate in the 2026 governor's race. U.S. Representative David Schweikert tells Arizona's Morning News he'll put his resume up against the other candidates.
I would say competence. Look, I've been the county treasurer. I was in the leadership of the legislature. I've run businesses. I've managed investments. I chaired the Board of Equalization. Now I'm the senior member of the delegation.
Both Biggs and Robeson have endorsements by President Trump, and Robeson says she welcomes Schweikert into the race. You can read more or watch the full interview with Jim and LaDonna at KTAR.com. The Arizona Cardinals are moving their training facility out of Tempe. After 30 years, the team has decided to build a new facility in North Phoenix on the land that the Coyotes were eyeing before they left the valley. Cardinals owner Michael Bidwell says they decided to move because they just needed more space. The Federal Trade Commission is suing Zillow and Redfin, arguing a deal between the two companies reduced competition.
In the new lawsuit, the FTC alleges Zillow and Redfin illegally eliminated competition in rental listings. The agency saying Zillow paid Redfin $100 million and other compensation in exchange for Redfin agreeing to end its contracts with advertising customers so Zillow could take over that business. Redfin also allegedly agreed to stop competing in the advertising market for multifamily properties for up to 9 years and to allegedly make Redfin effectively a copy of listings that appear on Zillow. The FTC says it was framed as a partnership, but the agency claims it was unlawful. Alex Stone, ABC News.
In a statement to ABC News, Redfin says it strongly disagrees with the FTC's allegations and is confident that they will be vindicated by a court of law. It is time for the KTAR Timeline now with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by the Attitudes Campus.
It's September 30th, and back on this day in 1955, James Dean was killed in a car crash. Dean was driving his Porsche when he struck a Ford at an intersection. The driver of the other car was dazed but mostly uninjured. Dean's passenger, German Porsche mechanic Rolf Wiltenrich, was badly injured but survived. Dean loved racing cars, and in fact, he and his brand new $7,000 Porsche Spyder convertible were on their way to a race in Salinas. Witnesses stated that Dean hadn't been speeding at the time of the accident, and rumor has it that Dean's car was cursed. After the crash, the car rolled off the back of a truck and crushed the legs of a mechanic standing nearby. Later, after a used car dealer sold its parts, the strange incidents multiplied. The car's engine, transmission, and tires were all transplanted into cars that were involved in deadly car crashes. The surviving passenger also went on with instances of bad luck until ultimately dying of lung cancer. And it began when James Dean died in a car crash back on this day in 1955.
Time to check on traffic. Hopefully you're all driving safely this afternoon. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Out in Phoenix, we have a vehicle fire on the I-17 approaching the Loop 101 Agua Fria transition. Mesa with some fence damage spotted on the Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway eastbound near Gilbert Road. Mesa with a disabled vehicle on the right shoulder. Loop 202 Santan Freeway eastbound near the State Route 24 eastbound. Looking at our surface streets, Buckeye with a crash on 195th Avenue and Indian School Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Warming up just a little bit each day this week, and there's no more rain in our forecast. 96 today, 74 tonight, 97 on Wednesday. It is 93 currently in Tempe. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Shut down, shut down, shut down, shut down.
No, that's how the government rolls.
Roll. It does not roll.
Drop. Shut it down.
Turn around, close up, shop. Yeah.
October 1st, right?
Yeah, it's tomorrow. I know.
Or, I mean, tonight.
And just a reminder, Pablo, if the government shuts down, you don't have to come to work.
No.
No, that's what I heard.
Dude, I go above and beyond.
In fact, I heard if the government shuts down, President Trump is going to fire everybody.
Interesting.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yep, that's what I heard. So
not even all the federal employees don't show up to work if there's a shutdown.
Joe's like,
just nobody comes to work.
No, a number of federal employees still have to work if there's a shutdown.
In fact, isn't it true that most federal employees have to go to work even if there's a shutdown?
I do not know the exact percentage.
I think it's like 70%.
Yeah.
If you were to guess what the percentage is, Joe, what would you say it is?
It's a great Joe question.
Joe loves to do this.
I do.
Just random things. What percentage of people do you think are driving on tires that have less than 50% of tread on them on Arizona roads between 8 a.m. and 4 p.m.? What percentage?
Between 30 and 35 PSI.
What percentage do you think that is?
Don't be jealous over there. It's okay.
I did think it was interesting that if we do have a shutdown, we'll talk about the politics about this in just a little bit. If we do have a shutdown, there are some federal employees that are like, good. They actually want to see this happen. I was reading in Axios. Most don't want it, but some are actually okay with it. They say that they have felt like they've been under siege all year and they're out of options. According to Mark Histed, who works at the National Institute of Health, telling Axios, I really don't want the government to shut down, but we're experiencing the biggest crisis in government in our lifetimes, and the only way out of that is for Congress to stand up and reassert its power. In other words, he says the president's calling too many shots and Congress has been a lapdog. His agency has been cut particularly hard by White House cuts, both job losses and funding. This is kind of dodging, right? Let me see. There are millions of federal employees. Not all of them are welcoming more disruption, however. Many would get sent home with no pay. Others would be asked to work for no paycheck.
I did get an answer.
Many do live check to check.
To your question there.
What is it?
You were pretty close. They say 75% actually work during a shutdown.
Yeah.
So 3 out of 4 still have to show up for work.
Yeah.
They just don't get paid. At the time, they get back pay.
Technically, don't we all get back pay?
But I mean, if the shutdown goes on for let's say a month.
More than,
a month,
a little
hypothetically.
Longer. Yes.
Yeah, you're right. We largely get back pay.
I mean, I work for 2 weeks, then I have to wait one more week before I get a paycheck. Right?
We get paid every 2 weeks for the work we already did.
Starting 3 weeks prior.
Starting 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because it takes a week for payroll to process.
Okay.
Okay. So we all get back pay. That's how that works. But no, you're right. If we have a shutdown that lasts for a while, most don't.
Did that hurt you to admit
Most
that
don't.
I was right?
About what?
Anything. I know it usually pains you to have.
What percentage of the time do you think that Joe is right on this show when he's talking about things that matter? What percentage of this show is about things that matter?
100%. 100% is about things that matter. Percentage of times I think I'm right. I'd say about 70 to 80%.
There are 12 appropriations bills needed to fund the government. They would have to pass those.
Feeling good about those going through here?
No. Or they can just pass the CR, the continuing resolution. Since 1980, there have been 10 government shutdowns. Only 3 have happened since the turn of the century. So we got that going for us. Yeah. According to Fox News, all shutdowns are different. The impending shutdown is no exception. However, it could have more devastating effects on the federal workforce than previous shutdowns, given the administration's orders to undertake mass firings. Because the president has said, if you shut down, everybody's getting fired.
Everybody.
We're firing everybody. And there will be no back pay.
Well, now I came across this last night. So Social Security, is it every year that there's a little bump in the base?
COLA.
So that apparently could be delayed, though. And you know that if that delay happens, there's going to be a number of people who are not happy about that.
No.
So
because inflation's not slowing down while the government decides to monkey around.
So, here's a good Joe question for you. Assuming we do shut down.
What percentage of...
No percentages.
Okay.
How long do you figure it's going to last? Today, if I asked you.
This is your topic for tomorrow. We can't answer tomorrow's show today, Joe.
We could throw a guess out there today. It could all change tomorrow. Everything changes in the world every 5 minutes. Some politician opens their mouth and we get all new data.
Let's see.
If you don't want to throw an answer out there, that's
No, I'm going to pull up my calendar here.
Okay.
It's my computer has decided not to offer me a calendar, however, which you know how much I love that.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that if we shut down tomorrow, we will be open by next Thursday, the 9th.
So, week and a half?
Yeah, just a little over a week. Week and a couple days, yeah. You want to know how I came to that conclusion?
I would like to.
Of course you do!
Yes, I care about what you have to say.
Why do you ask the question, then you don't even want to know why I came up with that?
No, I do want to know.
They don't care. There is no sense of urgency around this shutdown. Have you noticed that? There is no sense of urgency. They had a meeting yesterday that lasted a short amount of time, and everybody came out of the meeting and went, it's no good.
Well,
because the president was supposed to meet with people last week. He canceled the meeting and said, the Democrats don't want to meet. They're a bunch of sticks in the mud, and I'm not going to meet with them. And so I'm going to take my country and go home. And then they met yesterday, and what came of it? Nothing. And today, we are in the 11th hour. This is the time that there should be massive negotiations going on. And as we know, Mike Johnson's not going to do anything that the president doesn't sign off on. And what was the president doing today? Rambling on about CNN cutting his feed during a military meeting with 800 generals who had to sit through a rally. That's what he did. We did not have any sort of urgency going into this shutdown.
Well, and this gets to the point you and I rail on a lot of they don't care about us. They don't care about the people who vote for them.
How dare you?
They care about themselves.
How dare you?
Until it comes time to run for re-election and they want your money and they want your vote. For the most part, though, they don't care.
The one thing that I think is interesting is a Joe question you asked me last week. And I want to come back to that, too, because if there's one thing that we all agree on, even Joe, who loves to be contrarian about everything. Everything.
You know it's how I genuinely feel.
Contrarian? Yes.
Yeah.
If there's one thing that we can all agree on, it's that every story in the news today seems to usher in an opportunity to play a blame game. The tribes are scrambling. They point their fingers like a Spider-Man meme. You're about to find out which side is going to get blamed this time around, and your spidey senses are probably already tingling. That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
My spidey senses are tingling for Becky Lynn with a newsflash right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:13. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. A federal government shutdown looms at midnight over Republicans' refusal to consider a Democratic measure that reverses Republican health care cuts. Republicans need Democratic votes to keep the government functioning. House Democrats today highlighting the need for Medicaid funds and continuing support for the Affordable Care Act. At the Capitol, Laura Packard, a stage 4 cancer survivor, says the Affordable Care Act saved her life.
I am so grateful to the Affordable Care Act for me being here, being alive. But what I am not grateful for was that Republicans have threatened that health care. They did it 8 years ago, and they're doing it again today.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And now, checking those roads for you, it's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Mesa with a disabled vehicle on the right shoulder, US 60 Superstition Freeway eastbound near Mesa Drive. Mesa again. Crash block in the left lane, Loop 202, Santan Freeway southbound near Elliott Road. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the left shoulder, State Route 51 southbound near Northern Ave. In the Mesa again, also with a disabled vehicle, right shoulder, Loop 202, Santan Freeway eastbound near State Route 24. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and sex drive. Have low T. Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
We've been up to 97 for our high at Sky Harbor Airport today already. Shouldn't really get any warmer than that today. 74 overnight, about the same tomorrow, and we could possibly see 100 by Friday. But right now in Phoenix, it's 95. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
Big day on the Mike Broomhead Show. Dave Ramsey at 8:30. The chairman of the WM Phoenix Open at 9 o'clock. And gubernatorial candidate David Schweikert at 9:30. It all happens on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, and on the KTAR News app, and streaming live on our KTAR News YouTube channel. Watch all of our shows and get exclusive interviews and expert analysis on Arizona's biggest stories all in one place. Just search KTAR News on YouTube and smash that subscribe button. On one hand, when it comes to the government shutdown, Joe, on one hand, you've got this from CNN. The side that seeks concessions is almost always the one that gets the blame. Polling has repeatedly shown that Americans don't think shutdowns are the place to debate what they view as extraneous issues.
The side that seeks concessions.
Right. In other words,
Who would that be here?
Democrats.
Okay, so the minority party is the one.
Generally speaking. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, in this case, it's like we're not going to do it. And not always. Not always. Because sometimes it's the Republicans who are in charge. We've seen this before where they're like, we're in charge and we want to have cuts to this thing. Mm-hmm. They want the cuts. And they're like, we're not going to allow this unless you cut things. Or I guess the Democrats will be in charge.
Okay.
So yeah, oftentimes it is the minority party, but not always, but it's whoever wants concessions.
Yeah.
Caroline Levitt saying yesterday morning there's nothing to negotiate. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries said Democrats aren't going to settle for mere assurances about how Obamacare tax credits might be handled later because you've got the whole deal on the shutdown comes down to basically the Obamacare tax credits, right? And the Democrats are saying, look, you're taking health insurance away from people and you're getting rid of the tax credits. And that is going to cost people dearly when they have to try to pay for health insurance. And of course, the Republicans say, well, then don't get health insurance or pay for it.
Thank you for explaining that because honestly,
that's what this whole thing
is. These shutdowns,
it's all about somebody wanting something.
Yes, always.
In this case, remember the Republicans cut the Medicare in the last budget, right? They cut Medicare and they want to cut more of the Obamacare tax credits. Mm-hmm. And the Democrats say, no, you can't cut Medicare, you can't cut the Obamacare. That's going to cost people too much money. Some people won't be able to afford it. They're going to drop their insurance. Then they're going to go to the doctor and they're going to be denied service. Or they're going to go to the emergency room where they can't deny service, and that's going to cost people a lot more.
Or they're going to freak out and not go to the doctor, and they're going to die.
Right. That's what they're saying.
Yeah.
And the Republicans are saying, you're overblowing this. We're spending too much money on the on the tax credits for the Obamacare. We can't keep subsidizing everybody's health insurance. Health insurance is getting too expensive, to which the Democrats go, duh, that's what we're saying. And the Republicans say, look, it's not the government's job to pay for your health insurance or your health care. It's your job to take care of that. Okay, so that's where the big divide is right now.
Got it.
In this case, the Democrats are saying, you can't shut this one down. You can't, we're going to shut it down unless you keep those tax credits. We have to make sure that people can keep their health insurance. And the Republicans are going, just sign on to a continuing resolution. Just keep the government open. And the Democrats are saying, no.
Yeah.
All right. They say, all you have to do is do what we say, and then you can have it. You asked me last week, who am I going to hold responsible for this one? Democrats.
Okay.
It continues to be Democrats.
Oh.
However, interestingly enough, a poll that was conducted a couple of weeks ago showed that more Americans said they blame Republicans in Congress than the Democrats.
I agree with that. And I agree with what you said, too, based on your explanation. I think it was very thorough. I think, based on the explanation, the Democrats are being the squeaky wheel here and holding things up. And the Republicans want to just, hey, sign the CR, let's just keep it going.
Yeah.
And they say no. So, but I agree with what you just read there as well. And I think...
What, that you blame Republicans?
Ultimately, I think the country, which does not follow things as closely, does not get into all the healthcare ramifications of it, is going to blame the Republicans simply because of that litmus test. Like, you throw the grass in the air and you look at your wallet and you say, how am I doing right now? How is this country going? And if you then throw on top of it that the fact that the government is now shut down and that it is run by a Republican president, a Republican House, a Republican Senate, that the country is going to go, I blame the Republicans for this.
Do you think that what both parties are going to do starting probably today, probably before the government shuts down at midnight, midnight Eastern, I think it's 9 p.m. our time, which means I think you have to pull up your tent stakes before then if you're camping at the national park. You got to get out. Just get out now. You just that's it.
Get out.
They're locking up the latrines. You're out of here. I think they're going to flood the zone with messaging.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's going to be the deal. And here's where the
start of the midterms.
Well, here's where I think the Democrats have a little bit of an advantage in that President Trump, when Obama was president, we did the shutdowns when he had control of things. President Trump said, the president is to blame. He has Congress. If this shutdown goes through, it is the president's fault. He has, the president has the ability to negotiate this. He has Congress, which is all Democrats at the time. This is his fault. So I think very simply the Democrats can take, once again, President Trump's own words and apply it. Now, MAGA's not going to buy that. They're never going to, right? They're always going to blame the Democrats. And you've got the super liberals that are always going to blame the Republicans. That's not going to change anything.
Yeah,
so it's all about how does the messaging get through?
And that's
probably not going to sway my opinion. I think this is the Democrats' fault.
No, and I'm with you. But I think the people who are not as locked in on this simply look at Republican president, Republicans, House, and Senate. Man, the Republicans, how did they let this happen? They control all three parts of it.
So let me ask you a very Joe question.
Okay, what do we got?
The president says that if the shutdown goes through, he is going to not only furlough, he's asking all of the departments to look for RIFs, reductions in force.
Okay.
In other words, government shuts down, you're getting doged.
Weren't we doing that, a while ago with the Department of Government Efficiency?
Yeah.
And now we're back at it.
A number of different lawsuits have not gone the way of the president, or Carrie Lake for that matter. Latest is that she's not allowed to just randomly fire people at her Voice of America.
All right. The question.
The question. How many people do you think will lose their jobs permanently if the government shuts down, as the president says will happen?
We're solely talking federal workers, or are we talking...
Only federal workers.
Okay, because I was going to say...
I'm not talking about fallout from economic impact, that kind of thing, no.
Ooh, federal workers. The percentage or the number? Total number?
Total number.
Oh, man. Ugh. Can you tell me how many federal workers there are?
Lots.
Just so I can...
Let's just hypothetically. I don't want to percentage because we already did percentage of people who are actually going to be furloughed is only like 25%.
I just need to know roughly how many federal workers there are, and I can give you a number.
How many? I don't know. We gotta.
Okay, how about?
Where's my Bing?
How about I say this? Less than 5,000.
Oh, you think so? Very few then.
Yeah.
All right.
I think
very.
Need
to know how many. Then.
I think very few.
You didn't need to have any other.
I think few.
Okay.
Do you think a lot?
No, I think even less.
I don't think.
Whatever your number is.
Based on Doge, I think we did a very poor job. I mean,
Yes.
how much they wanted to cut trillions.
Well, here's the thing: if trillions of dollars, Here's the thing too. I think that if the president's plan to riff people if the government shuts down goes through, I think that could backfire on him. I think it would have an impact on the economy, and I think it would have an impact on our lives. We'd start to notice it. Some of the Doge cuts we haven't really noticed. I mean, unless you're in a very specific area, but the people at large haven't really noticed it. I think if all of a sudden we start noticing, that's when there's blowback.
Hey, Chris, all this talk of a government shutdown, it's hard to believe, but the holidays have actually come early. 'Twas the Night Before by Cirque du Soleil is coming to Arizona Financial Theater from December 18th to 28th, just in time for the holiday season. Experience this awe-inspiring mix of holiday magic and incredible acrobatics with the whole family. Text HOLIDAY to 620-620 right now for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets. HOLIDAY to 620-620.
If you are a pet owner, chances are you've experienced undue stress at some point because you worry about how your pet is going to behave when you're not around. Maybe you think Fido is going to tear up the sofa or Puss Puss is going to scratch through the window screens.
Puss Puss?
Yep. But have you ever worried? I didn't know what you were going to say. Have you ever worried that your pets?
You said it.
Have you ever worried that your pets are going to land you in jail? You might after you hear our headline volley next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. You know, I was just talking with my friends at Advanced Window Products. It's I tell you about the window company in the West Valley.
Their windows are so good they keep Puss Puss inside.
They do. Puss Puss has never broken through an Advanced Window product.
No way.
And even if they did, Advanced Window Products come out and replace it for free.
And you're keeping the outdoor Puss Puss outdoors,
It's the
too.
Puss Puss guarantee.
Love it.
That's what happens with Advanced Window Products because they are windows that are made in the Valley for the Valley. The manufacturing facility in Tullison, they use the glass, which is Cardinal glass, the best in the industry. That comes out of Buckeye. They know what our environment is like. They know what our challenges are, whether it's the heat or the dust storms, or the monsoons, or we do get those cold nights and then followed by, obviously, extreme heats throughout the wintertime, too. This all happens, and it means you have to have somebody that knows what they're talking about. That's Advanced Window Products. And with the best guarantee in the business, including glass breakage, or if Puss Puss breaks it, they're going to come out and fix it for free. Advanced Window Products. Call them at 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002. And right now, they've got the fall special. It's $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more at Advanced Window Products. 480-764-2002 and online at advancedwindows.com.
This month's KTAR Community Impact Spotlight focuses on bright wealth management and its support of the Travis Mills Foundation. By visiting travismillsfoundation.org/Matt, you can join the 500K Challenge, where every dollar raised goes directly to Travis Mills Foundation and the veterans and families they support, and Recalibrate. KTAR News is proud to shine the Community Impact Spotlight on bright wealth management and their ongoing support of the Travis Mills Foundation.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or at newnordicusa.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REP AIR for Parker & Sons.
You know, it's not the most favorite thing I've ever done is paint a home.
Fall in Phoenix, and if you're tired of painting your home year after year, do what Don did. He called Rhino Shield.
It's a single story that was built back in 1998. I've had the home painted about every 4 years.
Rhino Shield's better than paint and formulated for our specific climate here in Phoenix, and comes with a 25-year transferable warranty.
Initially, the warranty was probably the most important item I looked at. There's a tremendous value.
Phoenix, stop painting your home year after year and get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 20% off the regular price.
I cannot say this about the previous 4 companies that I had paint the home, how beautiful the home looks. It has never looked so good, and shame on me for not going to Rhino Shield sooner.
Here's owner Jim Tim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, RHINO.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
KTAR News now.
It is 3:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. As a federal government shutdown looms, some Democrats remain firm on protecting Affordable Care Act premiums. Arizona U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego tells CNN he does not believe Republicans will negotiate in good faith if they try to pass a law protecting health care outside of the funding measure. Hundreds of generals and commanders in the military were called to the Air Force Base in Quantico, Virginia by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth to hear about what he calls a new direction for service members. One of the highlights included a new directive of physical standards that he says would be mandatory regardless of gender. President Trump also spoke and said that generals should quell what he called an invasion in American cities, like Portland, Oregon.
President Trump, in remarks to high-ranking military leaders, made clear he sees their job as not only protecting the U.S. from threats abroad, but also what he repeatedly referred to as a domestic enemy in American cities. He declared there's a, quote, war from within.
This is going to be a big thing for the people in this room because it's the enemy from within, and we have to handle it before it gets out of control. It won't get out of control.
The president said he has directed Secretary Hegseth to use what he called dangerous cities, which he says are run by, quote, radical left Democrats, as training grounds for the National Guard. Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
KTAR Eyes on the Economy. More than 21.5 million households paid to belong to a homeowners association last year. If you live in the Valley, there's a good chance you're one of them.
Nearly 45% of Arizona condo and homeowners paid an HOA fee in 2024. That's the second highest rate in the country, behind only Nevada. New U.S. Census data show we're 20% more likely to pay into an HOA than the national average, but we're also likely to pay a lot less. The typical fee here is just about $100 a month compared to $135 nationally, and that's a lot cheaper than in Hawaii or Washington, D.C., where you'd spend close to $500, or in New York, where it'll run you about $740. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
Let's take a look at the roads and see how the traffic's moving this afternoon. Enrique Garcia is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash on I-10 Papago Freeway. Transition to the Loop 202 southbound transition. Mesa with a disabled vehicle on the right shoulder. US 60 Superstition Freeway eastbound near Mesa Drive. Mesa again. We still have that crash blocking the left lane on the Loop 202 Santan Freeway near Elliott Road. This traffic report is brought to you by AMCO. School's back and temps are high. Car trouble is the last thing you need. AMCO's got you covered. Google AMCO to find a location near you. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Clear Clear skies tonight and 74 for our low tomorrow and the rest of the week. Sunny skies, and we're going to be in the mid to upper 90s each day. It's 94 right now in Paradise Valley. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. For the replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Happy Tuesday, and germs are everywhere, but there are a few places you probably shouldn't touch without gloves and a stack of wet wipes. Hey, let's freak Gatos out together. Today at 4 on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
And every day, right after Becky Lynn's 3:30 news and a touch on traffic with Freeway Enrique, we take a look at the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley. Brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
It's you, my friend.
Yes, it is. Chris, a new law in Arizona requires dog owners to provide their contact info to victims after a dog bite occurs.
Oh, is that real?
Nickname.
Okay.
You think I just made this up?
That's the first I've heard of this law.
So it's nicknamed the Bite and Run Law, and this legislation was aimed to support dog bite victims, according to Maricopa County Animal Care and Control. Failure to comply the law just went into effect last week, would result in a Class 2 misdemeanor. You're a dog guy. Have one of your sweetheart pooches ever turned Cujo and bit someone?
Oh, yes.
Really?
Yes.
Like a family member?
Well,
a stranger?
Okay, he got old. By old, he was like, I think he was like 5. This dog ended up getting cancer and dying, but at
That's
6.
terrible.
I think this dog was like 5.
Aw.
So how old is 5 in dog years? Like 35?
That's like middle-aged.
Yeah, okay, so the dog got to be middle-aged. And what do we know about middle-class, middle-aged men?
Middle-class, middle-aged men.
Many times they get older and they turn racist. And that's what happened to my dog.
What?
Yeah.
Your dog turned racist.
Dog turned racist. So we were living in this neighborhood in Kansas, and there's not, I don't know if you're familiar with, there's not a ton of diversity in Kansas. And
That
I think
does not surprise me.
Yeah, so we were in this neighborhood. It was nice. It was middle class. And 2 doors down, there was a family that were African American. Everybody else, I think, was white. And I mean like lily white, like buy stock and sunscreen white. And then right across the street from us, another African American family moved in. And could not have been nicer. Former Kansas football player, married a lawyer, dynamite people, 3 beautiful kids. My kids come running in one night, and they're like, Reagan bit the neighbor, Reagan bit the neighbor. We went, what are you talking about? And they said, Reagan bit the neighbor kid. And so I get the story, and they said the dog was walking around, and the neighbor kid was out like riding her scooter, and our dog just snapped at her, like bit her face.
Oh my goodness!
And our dog had never done anything in the past ever. This dog was known as like the neighborhood dog. We used to leave the door open, and Reagan would just wander around. He'd go check out the neighbors and sabotage their garage and things like that. And they thought it was great. They were like, oh yeah, he comes by and says hi, you know. So yeah, turned totally racist. Bit the young black child.
So,
and her mother's a lawyer.
So how did that play out with the neighbor when your dog bit the neighbor girl in the face?
Well, obviously we could not have been more apologetic.
Yeah.
Not only because we felt bad, but also we didn't want to get sued. But more than anything, we felt bad. So I mean, it played out. They took her to the emergency room, and we said, "Look, you know, if there's bills we need to cover, let us know. We're happy to do that." They said, "Look, we have insurance. We had to check. We just wanted to make sure. And do you guys have, you know, the rabies certificate and all that?" And yeah, of course we do. And I never saw the kid. I don't think that and I still don't know because I did not believe.
Oh, you're going to blame the kid for provoking the dog?
No.
Okay.
But I don't know how severe it was because this dog has never done anything. In my mind, even to this day, I'm like, okay, our kids were young, their kids were young. When they say the dog bit her, what does that mean? Like the dog snapped at candy that was in her hand and caught her nose?
But obviously
or does that
severe
mean...
enough that mom and dad took their kid to the ER.
And, exactly. So, yeah, anyway. Then the dog got cancer, so. Karma. Anyway, turned racist. You ever have a racist dog?
I had a racist cat.
You did have a racist cat?
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah, did not, Mr. Pinky did not like, I forget who it was, but I remember I had someone over, Mr. Pinky also. He got sudden onset kidney failure.
See?
But he had an issue with Latino people. He would hiss at them.
Pablo, you ever meet Mr. Pinky? No, probably good reason for that.
Mm-hmm.
No, he went in the room as soon as I came in.
I bet he did. Just ran right away.
Yeah.
You ever run into somebody's racist animal?
No, how do I know it's racist?
Because my dog never bit any white kids. His cat never hissed at white kids.
So if a dog bites me, it's a white racist dog?
No, if it bites you but doesn't bite white kids, then yes, it's racist.
Yeah.
Yeah. You train your dogs to be racist? Because I could see you doing that.
You want me to train my dog to bite white people?
Yeah, I could see you doing that.
Okay, I sure will then.
I could see you doing that.
Okay, yes. Dogs can't even see color. How do you even know that?
Oh, yeah, but what colors do they see?
I like prism. I like bluey.
No.
I know they can see bluey. I know that.
They see black and white.
No, they see bluey.
They see black and white.
They can see bluey.
You're kablooey.
Okay. Focus.
I hope a dog bites you.
Arizona.
Right in the...
You're racist dog.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Arizona resident Jacob Chansley, better known as the QAnon Shaman, who stormed the U.S. Capitol on January 6th in a striking horned warrior outfit, is suing a host of entities for $40 trillion.
Good amount.
He also claims that he is the rightful leader of the United States. Chansley alleges that his First, Fourth, and Second Amendment rights have been violated by Trump, the Federal Reserve, the National Security Agency, the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, the Bank of International Settlements, the State of Israel.
Anyone else?
Elon Musk's X-Corporation, T-Mobile, and the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. That's DARPA.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and also Warner Brothers Studios.
Mm-hmm.
Joe, is the U.S. doing enough to address the mental health crisis in America?
No.
No,
I'm not kidding. No.
No, we're not.
But I mean, Chansley's had issues long before this. I mean,
and he got pardoned too. He's suing the guy that pardoned him. Talk about biting
for
the hand.
$40 trillion.
Yeah.
No, and I don't even want to joke about this. I take mental health very seriously.
I don't take this guy seriously. Should I take him more seriously? Should I have more empathy?
I don't take him seriously, but I also I read this story and I laughed at it too. I was like, $40 trillion. But then part of me does also think this guy needs some help. This is not okay, and our country as a whole has to do more. Not just for Jacob Chansley, for a lot of people out there. And I don't mean like this. Like this is like I'm not going to diagnose him, but this is like when you hear about somebody being like crazy. This is like crazy. There's a lot of people who are just depressed, who are just, just not doing well.
Can I
push back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it possible that he's not crazy?
I guess.
Possible that he knows how to get attention?
Sure.
And that he is starved for it?
Sure. But is it possible that he's both crazy and starved for attention?
Sure.
Yeah.
Although we don't use the word crazy. In the mental health
you
field.
and I both just
I'm just
did.
telling you.
No, I'm well aware. Yeah, I know.
What are you using? Loco? Está loco el vato.
Mentally ill.
See.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mentally ill. Mentally unwell. Yeah.
Yeah, the story itself was wild.
No, our country does have a lot of issues, amongst them mental health. And, can I get political for a second here?
Oh, God.
No,
okay.
I don't want to make it about one side of the aisle or the other.
It better be a strong take. By saying that the country has a lot of problems is not a strong take. Okay.
One of them was those shootings over the weekend.
Okay.
Both guys with ties to the military. I don't think we do enough to help those in the military come back from combat and adjust to life in the public eye. And it really, really, hurt my heart to obviously know a number of people died.
Yeah.
But then also that all the people who serve our country and go and fight in all kinds of wars, which has to be unspeakably tough and awful, and then they come back and I feel like they get no help to readjust, or certainly not enough.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Okay, you want to do one more, or you want to head out here? We got to invite the boys back.
We should probably welcome in Bruce and Getty.
Okay, good, because whenever you hear a story that begins, a Florida man, you know it's going to be good. The one you're about to hear is as wacky as expected, but has a very sad twist. Turn on the deep fryer and get ready for disturbing Florida man tale next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Now imagine you're cruising around. You're in your neighborhood. I don't know, maybe you're on your way to work. Maybe you're coming home from work. Maybe you're just on your way to go get coffee instead of, I don't know what you want, when you're cruising around for some reason. And then you see it. Brand new for sale sign. Whoo, baby. You never thought they were going to sell that house. Uh-oh. You know that there's other people looking at it, too. Which means you got to move, baby. You got to move. That's why Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program is right for you. You call an Orchard Pro. They work with you on a free home valuation for the place that you're in right now. And the valuation will tell you how much they're going to give you for your home in cash. And then you're on your way to getting into your dream home. Then you move on your time, and you don't worry about repairs in the old place. And once you're on your way, the Orchard Pros step up for you one more time. This is how Orchard separates themselves from iBuyers. iBuyers will lowball you on your house, and then you're out of there. Orchard says, here's cash for your house right now, but we're not done. They're going to fix up the old place. They'll paint the walls, they get the shingles, all that stuff, and then they sell it. And when they close, for more than what they gave you to start with, they send you another check. There's really no downside. Don't let an iBuyer take all the profit from your home. Get cash up front and get the most for your house with Orchard. Find out how much your home is worth with a free home valuation at Orchard.com. Orchard.com. And again, Orchard.com.
KTAR News Flash.
3:44. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now.
I want children to see if this Southside girl can do it, they can do it too.
Newly elected Democrat Adelita Grijalva says U.S. House Speaker Mike Johnson is delaying her official swearing in to represent Southern Arizona on Capitol Hill. In a video posted to social media platform X, she says it's unclear when she'll be sworn in. In a separate post, Grijalva also emphasizes she could become the key vote in releasing the Epstein files once that happens. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking traffic for you now. Enrique Garcia is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash blocking the left lane, I-17 southbound near Greenway Road. Phoenix again with a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 19th Ave. Scottsdale with a crash on the left shoulder, Loop 101 Pima southbound near Talking Stick Way. Mesa with a crash blocking the left lane, Loop 202 Santan Freeway near Elliott Road. Quick look at our surface streets, Tempe with a crash, Priest Drive and Rios Largo Parkway. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hello, I'm Scott Pfeiffer, founder of Sonora West Development. For over 20 years, we've been turning dream homes into reality right here in the Valley. From timeless architecture to custom finishes, every detail is built around your vision. We don't just build homes, we craft spaces where life happens. It's more than construction. It's collaboration, creativity, and care. Let's bring your dream to life. Visit SonoraWestDev.com to get started. Again, That's SonoraWestDev.com.
We're having a party, and you're invited. Join Centerwell Senior Primary Care for our free grand opening party. Come meet our care team and tour the new center, plus food, music, games, and more. Celebrate with Centerwell Surprise on Wednesday, October 8th in the Grand Village Center off Highway 60 from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Learn more at CometoCenterwellArizona.com. That's CometoCenterwellArizona.com. We'll see you soon.
Hey, this is Jim Sharp along with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, what do you consider the top 3 reasons to hire a financial advisor?
Well, number one, I think it's important that you have someone there that can steer the ship when you have turbulent times. And that's what we saw this year. Very volatile environment there. And oftentimes, when you're a self-investor, people make tremendous mistakes because they're emotionally attached to the outcome. Number 2, I think it's important to have a financial advisor, especially one that specializes in tax planning. The one catch here is that a lot of financial advisors are prohibited from giving tax advice. So make sure you have an advisor that does tax planning. And then, of course, estate planning. You want to make sure that you have somebody that will be there for your surviving spouse, for your kids if you have any, and someone that you trust. And I think it's important to establish those people early.
You need a firm that's going to cover all your financial bases, financial and estate planning, insurance and tax planning. Get your free portfolio review by going to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp. You will hear our exclusive interview with David Schweikert announcing he's running for governor on Wednesday's Arizona's Morning News because, well, the FCC doesn't shut down our transmitter if the federal government shuts down.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Ready to make a bold statement right now.
You are?
Yeah.
Really?
Hot dogs are not sandwiches.
That's not what the sign said.
Hot dogs, not sandwiches.
Okay.
Joining us in the studio right now is Star of Outspoken with Bruce St. James and Gatos. Gatos!
Guys, how we doing?
I always love a story that starts with a Florida man.
Oh, yeah.
Killed, cooked, and ate 2 of his pet peacocks amid a feud with one of his neighbors. The man was arrested last Tuesday, charged with felony count of aggravated animal cruelty after he placed a letter in the neighbor's mailbox telling her that he had killed 2 of his own peacocks because she continued feeding them. A lot of questions about this.
So he owned 2 peacocks, and he ate both of them.
Yeah.
Is that a big deal?
Well, I think it's just remarkable that you got pet peacocks, and
Right.
then you killed your own peacocks, and then you ate them because you were mad that the neighbor was feeding them. That feels like cutting off your nose to spite your face, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it would make sense if, like, the neighbor didn't like that the other neighbor had 2 peacocks, so decided to go over there, strangle both peacocks, bring them back to the house, cook them up.
But this was his
eat
own
'em.
peacocks,
Yeah,
which
it
is
doesn't
why
make
it's
any
weird.
sense.
Right.
Yeah, that's a wacko,
So
right?
my question for you, my friend.
Oh, yeah.
If Florida were to secede from the union, what state would be the butt of our jokes, and why Ohio?
Well, a lot of times it's Georgia, I hear a lot, right?
Yeah.
It's Georgia, Florida, always.
Always.
I mean, honestly, there's always an Arizona tie to stuff, too.
Sadly, you're kind of right on that. Yeah.
But what about Texas or California? They're also very big, and a lot of wild stuff happens in those 2 states.
I read one time that the reason that Florida catches so much grief is because their crime reporting laws. Like everything is out there. So oftentimes here the details of stories aren't public, right? And in Florida, all of those stories become public very quickly.
Or they're just weird.
Yeah, they're just,
They're just weird in
Florida
Florida.
could just be weird.
Yeah, Florida's just weird.
The humidity gets to you.
I think it's very humid there.
Yeah.
I would agree.
Yeah. Yeah. I think Joe and I both agree Ohio is the state.
Definitely.
Mocks
That's
the
not
most.
bad.
Yeah, that's the way we go. Wait, what do you guys have coming up here before the government shuts down and we all lose our jobs?
Well, we're not going to talk about the government shutdown because most of the time it never happens, and maybe it's a day or so, and then they ride in on their horses. They say, well, how great we are, but you never know with Trump. This could be like a year shutdown. I mean, who knows? I mean, the Democrats don't want to work with him. He doesn't want to work. Congress isn't even there.
But honestly, there's no sense of urgency. Have you
There was
noticed
never a
that?
sense of urgency.
I mean, Trump was meeting with the generals today.
Yeah.
And, he canceled the meeting last week. I just don't see the sense of urgency.
There's no sense of urgency until they got. It's like sometimes it's like a football game. Why did the Cardinals wait until 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter to start playing? Because you're almost out of time.
Yeah.
And that's the only time you're going to really start playing well. And so that's the only time that Congress and I don't trust them to get anything done.
I don't either. I don't think so.
I mean,
I think Trump had he had kids in the Oval Office today, and he had Stephanie McMahon and Triple H, the wrestler, was in the office
that's
today.
awesome.
Yeah.
We looked up and Pablo said, "That's Triple H and Stephanie McMahon."
Why were they there?
Why weren't they there?
We had the volume down, so we don't even know what it
I think
was,
they should hold WrestleMania at the White House. That'd be amazing.
Well, isn't that the plan? Not WrestleMania, but isn't that the plan? UFC next year?
Yeah, there's a big UFC fight at the White House next year.
Great.
Yeah.
Great. So
should be fun.
Well, can there be if the government is shut down?
Who knows?
If the government shuts down, do we have to keep paying contractors to build the ballroom?
I think that shuts down too. It's a big, beautiful ballroom, though.
Apparently, they were at the White House to support an executive order aimed at harnessing American AI innovation to unlock cures and prevention strategies for pediatric cancer.
Okay. Well, WWE is a $1 billion company. I mean, that's good that they're getting involved.
Great.
Yeah.
What are you going to talk about?
We've got a little road rage stuff. We had a road rage incident over the weekend. There's a new study out that basically, says the type of car you drive could inspire someone to road rage you.
Oh, no.
Joe is hosed.
I guess.
Joe bought a new car. Did you see that?
I have not seen it, no.
Somebody's going to start drawing swastikas on it.
Let's not.
Is that right?
They will, yes,
Don't
they will.
say that.
Very nice.
Don't say that.
Okay.
That's what they're going to do.
Well, that's his
I'm not
fault.
advocating it.
Right.
Just putting pictures of his car on my social media.
Oh,
so if you
gosh.
need to know which one it is.
Mm-hmm.
No, I wouldn't do that.
I drive a tan van.
I will be very upset on your behalf if somebody defaces your car.
Thank you. Yeah, that's
that's
great.
ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
I'm out of this one.
Good plan. Hey, have a great show. I'm
Thanks,
looking
guys.
forward to it. Can't wait. Outspoken with Bruce and Gato starting right at 4 o'clock. Joe Izinga, anything to add?
No.
Please don't tag his car. Back again tomorrow, 2 o'clock. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
Hey, my Ford Edge. It's my daily driver. Game day, every day. Paul Calvisi here. Built Ford tough. Built football tough. Our Desert Ford dealers, they're an official partner of the Arizona Cardinals. In fact, if you want to really enjoy tailgate season, take the Legend, the F-150, work truck or weekend warrior, the Ford F-Series, just America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running now. Yet the time is now when our Desert Ford dealers, they're giving us 3.9% Ford credit financing for 60 months plus $2,750 in retail bonus cash on a 2025 F-150 XLT 2.7 liter. Hey, you're thinking SUV? Lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $469 a month for 36 months plus you Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back, or lease a Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $369 a month for 36 months and Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back. But hurry, it all ends September 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Low T, start for free. For a limited time, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, you'll sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. For a limited time, redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your smartphone. Keyword Red Mountain.
More and more these days, people who are in pain are taking control of their health and looking beyond the traditional medicine. That's why QC Kinetics is so successful. People with chronic joint pain are learning that there are other options besides steroids, meds, and surgery. Patients fighting pain are getting lasting relief using advanced cellular-level treatments. It's QC Kinetics regenerative medicine that can revitalize your joints using growth factors from your own body. It's a simple injection, not a hospital stay. It's fast and all-natural, no downtime. If your back or knees or shoulder hurt all the time, you need to explore all your options. Call QC Kinetics and get a free consultation. Look beyond the same old solutions. Find a better life with QC Kinetics' amazing regenerative treatments. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Ready to score big with your finances? Get $350 for opening a new MidFirst checking account. Just visit a branch near you or go online. Plus, register your MidFirst debit or credit card and enter to win the ultimate game day experience with Arizona Athletics. No purchase necessary. The clock's ticking, so don't wait. Win big this season with MidFirst Bank. Visit midfirst.com for details. MidFirst Bank. True to you. Member FDIC.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time on a fancy water bottle with ultra titanium alloy metal. You're not sure why you need all that. I mean, it just holds water. But you're getting it anyway, because if you're hiking near an active volcano and you accidentally drop the bottle into molten lava, your water will still be icy cold. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for water bottles. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. The federal government will shut down at midnight unless enough U.S. Senate Democrats vote in support of a GOP spending measure. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live this afternoon in the News Center to explain.
Democrats want an extension of Affordable Care Act premiums to be included in the funding measure, but Republicans call that a non-starter. Arizona U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego tells CNN he doesn't believe Republicans will negotiate in good faith if they try to pass a law protecting health care outside of the funding measure.
Starting November 1st, that's when open enrollment starts. This is going to affect 24 million Americans. So we now essentially have less than 30 days to negotiate, and even less than that when it comes to legislative days. So if they're serious, then you can get going.
President Trump told reporters earlier today he may fire a lot of federal workers if the government shuts down. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
President Trump in the Oval Office today signing an executive order to increase funding for artificial intelligence-backed childhood cancer research.
Using cutting-edge AI, we will empower our scientists and researchers to discover new treatments, cures, and prevention strategies. AI can also make groundbreaking trials and therapies.
I want children to see if this Southside girl can do it, they can do it too.
Newly elected Democrat Adelita Grijalva says U.S. House Speaker Mike Johnson is delaying her official swearing in as Arizona's newest U.S. representative. In a video posted to social media platform X, she says that harms the communities she was elected to represent.
I need to get sworn in order for that to happen. Every day that I am here without being sworn in, Southern Arizona loses. Reach out to Speaker Johnson. Let him know that I need to get sworn in.
In a separate post, Grijalva also emphasizes she could also become a key vote in releasing the Epstein files once she is sworn in. A 13-year-old who was driving a stolen car and an 11-year-old passenger are both expected to recover following a horrific crash on I-40 in Flagstaff early this morning. Troopers say the vehicle topped 100 miles an hour, hit a guardrail, and then rolled several times before landing in a tree. We're told the driver, who was thrown from the vehicle, had a blood alcohol content of nearly 0.20. Again, 13 years old. 3 months before Christmas, the world's biggest retailers are stocking up on holiday merchandise.
Ready for an earworm to replace Baby Shark?
With hardly a dime spent on traditional advertising, a line of toys that originated in China is rising in popularity among Americans. Labubu sales on TikTok Shop in the U.S. reportedly grew from under $430,000 in May of last year to nearly $5 million in May 2025. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
If you've been making a little extra cash by doing food deliveries with DoorDash, look out for the robot that may be about to take your job. The San Francisco-based company says it will begin offering deliveries in Phoenix with an autonomous robot called Dot. Dot's 4.5 feet tall, can go up to 20 miles an hour on streets, sidewalks, and driveways. DoorDash also says it will soon offer restaurant reservations in the app in New York and Miami. Checking on traffic right now for us, here is Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Out in Chandler, we have a crash on the I-10 Maricopa Freeway northbound to the Loop 202 Santan Freeway eastbound transition ramp. Phoenix with a crash blocking the left lane. I-17 southbound near Greenway Road. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 19th Ave. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Brick GMC. Shop at local Earnhardt Buick GMC, a trusted name in the automotive for over 74 years, in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are a professional grade. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, look for clear skies. Our low around 74. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, warming up just a little bit each day in the upper 90s, maybe 100 by Friday. Right now, it's 95 in Goodyear. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Enough of the excuses. I'm tired of it.
Speaking up for Arizona.
For the last time, I'm a hard no.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. It's the first hour of the program.
Yes! Many people say the first hour is the best of the hours.
How was your driving to work today? Everything go okay?
Relatively uneventful.
Speed
Why?
around people, tick everybody off like you usually do?
I set the cruise control when I get... I'm not kidding.
Okay.
When I get on the 60, I set the cruise control, and I don't touch it. I just go.
I ask because there's a new study that's out there that says, are you sitting down? Are you ready? Are you listening?
I'm ready.
96% of drivers admit to road rage.
And 4% are lying.
Right.
Right?
I mean, even the people you don't think are going to be angry at you. I think I got the middle finger from some, 75-year-old grandmother the other day. And I'm like, that's a good one.
You drive pretty good. Yeah, you're not like Merrill.
Oh.
You're driving 10 miles under the speed limit, just to be safe.
Yeah. No, I mean, she was driving really slow. I honked at her. Then I found out she was an old lady.
You honked. See, I've never used the horn. I don't even know what the horn sounds like on my car.
I love the horn.
Never use the horn.
Oh, why not?
I don't need to. I assume nobody else can drive.
Okay.
So honking at them or shaking your fist, it doesn't, I'm like, what? I mean, do they not know that? I'm sure they don't know they can't drive, but it's not news to me.
Get out of my lane, Grandma. Yeah. It's time to move over. 96% of drivers admit to road rage.
I'm not a road rager. I mean, it's happened. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
But I'm more of like a passive-aggressive driver.
Okay.
Example, I do
please.
I do little things.
Give me an example.
That I don't know if the other people notice, but makes me feel better.
What? Give me an example. Somebody's
driving slow in the left lane.
Okay.
Which I hate.
I hate it too.
I wish we had the death penalty for it. Okay.
I've heard that from you. Yes.
I'm a single issue voter, by the way. If you're a politician, I'm for death penalty.
See, I would just go torture before the death penalty. Yeah. But go ahead.
I want them on the roadside. I want them done immediately. So if I have to drive around you because you're driving slow in the left lane, I use my turn signal, pull over to the right. I go by them. I don't use my turn signal to pull back in front of them.
You know why? They don't deserve it.
They don't deserve it.
I agree.
I'm not going to. Absolutely. And it makes me feel better.
Yeah.
I'm like, you know what? I use my turn signal so the other drivers know what I'm doing. I don't give a hoot if you don't know what I'm doing.
Do you pull around them and be aggressive when you pull into their lane?
I try to make it closer than normal.
I swerve hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem if it scares them.
I
And
don't
by the
care.
way, I'm perfectly willing to destroy a car on the freeway. It doesn't bother
no,
me
you're
at
not.
all. I've wrecked them before. Why do I care?
Goodness.
Got insurance and everything. It'll
See,
be
the
fine.
problem with
I got airbags and all that stuff.
The problem with road rage is, okay, 96% of people have been in some sort of, they admit to some sort of road rage.
Okay.
How far do you take it? Because here's the point where you have to stop.
Give me an example.
Don't get out of your car.
I think that's solid.
Don't ever get out of your car. I'll give you a quick example, and there are other examples. I had a friend who, was in a fender bender.
Okay.
Wasn't necessarily road rage, but there was like
People get angry when they're in an accident or they think the other person ran into them or something. Oh, yeah.
So my buddy gets out of the car.
Yeah.
And slowly starts approaching the other car.
That they were just in a fender bender with.
The guy got out of the car and put a gun right in his face.
What? You've just been in an accident. We're going to have a conversation.
My friend was not aggressive.
Right.
He did not approach the window. Wow. He didn't do any of that. He got a gun pulled on him. And he's like, whoa, I'm just I'm seeing if you're okay. And maybe we should,
exchange insurance information.
Yeah.
Okay, that's called brandishing, and it's against the law.
Of course it is.
Yeah. You can't point guns at people.
Yeah. So I think all the stupidity really, well, you and I talked about what we do with road rage, and I think we're both probably stupid to do that stuff.
Yeah.
But to get out of a car, I know for a second it does. Yeah. But to get out of a car, wasn't there a guy that got shot this week?
How about this? 2:00 Saturday afternoon.
Yeah.
At 7th and Missouri.
Oh, gosh.
Okay. Center of town.
Yeah.
2 people apparently were driving aggressively. Stopped at a light. Guy gets out of the car, walks up to the other car, and apparently spits at them.
Oh, boy.
Okay. Lady inside the car pulls a gun, shoots and kills him.
I don't think you can shoot someone for spitting on you.
No, there's called proportionate response, for lack of better terms. And yeah, she could definitely be in trouble for shooting someone who spat at her.
Oh, gosh.
And remember, not that long ago, we had this same instance in Tempe.
Yeah, I was just going to bring that up.
Yeah.
So 2 young boys watched on from the back seat. Their father was shot by another driver. It was a road rage incident in July. One had been driving, I guess, the 8 and 9-year-old sons and became engaged in a road rage with the driver of a pickup. And the road rage incident ended with one of them getting out of their car and approaching the other driver
aggressively.
And then one of the drivers allegedly opened his door and shot the man in the chest.
Yeah.
And who's watching? The kids.
Kids watch their dad die there. Yeah. And so, getting out of your car. In Arizona, you should assume everybody has a gun.
I agree.
You should work backwards.
Right.
The assumption should be they're armed. Okay?
Here, yes.
I'm just being realistic.
Right.
I'm kind of curious. Both of these 2 instances, the one at the Starbucks and this one in Tempe, were city streets, not freeways.
Mm-hmm.
You
can't pull over on a freeway.
No, but what's the road rage on the city street? You're in the wrong lane. You're not going fast
you can
enough.
get anything. You can get cut off,
cut
somebody off,
be anything.
Things,
I'm just wondering what it could possibly be.
Somebody pulled in front of me and didn't use a blinker, and they got mad. It could be anything.
Yeah. But again, this is, and I would only say this may help some of you with your road rage. Stop assuming the other person has the foggiest idea what they're doing behind the wheel. Assume this is their first time driving.
Yeah.
Like, how does all this stuff work? Blinkers. Well, and by the way, if they're driving a BMW, those things don't even come with blinkers. So don't expect that. I mean, you have too high expectations for the rest of the human race. I don't. I assume they're idiots.
I don't get horns.
What do you mean?
Because people use horns out here completely different than back east.
Tell me the difference.
Back east, using a horn is more of like a warning. It's a, hey, you almost hit me, or hey, you don't have to sit on the horn, because
just give it a toot.
Right.
Okay.
Out here, it is, I believe, considered a slap in the face.
If somebody honks their horn at you, they've disrespected you.
I feel disrespected. Yes.
Really?
Yeah, because we've had a ton of stories of people who got honked at, and they follow the person home.
Right.
Or they follow the person to the store.
Yeah.
Or they follow that person everywhere on the highway, and you're just like,
I just don't care about them.
I understand
enough,
that,
to do stuff.
No,
like that.
I understand. And yeah, I mean, you have better things to do. I think we always, all of us have better things to do.
I don't care enough about you. Promise.
But there are people that say in Arizona, don't use the horn. No, I'm using the horn. That's the only thing I can use. I'm allowed to use the horn. Now, there are two different ways to use the horn.
Oh, okay. So wait a minute. There's horn etiquette.
There is. If you want to sit on your horn, now you're really disrespecting the person. Yeah. Now I'm going to get ticked. Like you have the 3-second rule.
What the people
can't go over 3 seconds.
Okay, so what about the people? You'd let me know if this is acceptable.
Yeah.
You're at a light. You're the second car.
I'm in the second car?
Yeah.
All right,
light turns green.
Are you in the first car?
I'm in the first car.
Okay, I'm in the second car.
Light turns green. I'm playing on my phone.
Yeah, I'm going to honk you.
Yeah, how long do you wait?
I do a beep.
Like immediately.
No, before you honk. At least 3 seconds. At least.
You have to wait 3 seconds.
Oh, absolutely. You have to give somebody time to get their foot off the brake onto the gas.
Right.
Well, to get off their phone.
Minimum.
Yeah, because you don't know what they're doing. That's it. Oh, sorry, and then you do a wave.
The wave.
No, not out here. You take a gun and then you go
wave
in
the
and
gun.
Right. You shoot people. Right. That's how it's done.
Good grief.
Yeah.
Oh.
But people get disrespected by the horn, I think, more than getting cut off.
I think you're right, Gatos. It has a sound that just
How
sends
dare
the
you?
adrenaline
How dare you?
surging through your body.
How dare you do that to me?
Right. You just want to smack somebody.
Yeah. Well, why don't you move your rear end? Why don't you go? The light's been green for 5 seconds.
And
Go.
There's the road rage.
Yeah. All right. Well, it happens. Be careful.
And 96% of drivers admit to road rage.
And work backwards. Assume everybody's armed. That's always a good assumption in Arizona.
I agree.
Assume there's a gun in that car.
Yeah.
Checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn has got that for us. And coming up next, do I need to tip the robot that just delivered food to my house? We're going to talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, let's talk about your AC and your plumbing. And who better than Howard Air and Plumbing to take care of those issues? Here's the first thing. How is your AC? Did it barely hang on during summer? Obviously, you'll be using it for another while here. I mean, we're only towards, October. The heat will go away in a month. But is your AC barely hanging on? Did it do a good job for you over the summer? Was it blowing cold air? If it isn't, now is the best time to call Howard Air and Plumbing and get that new AC. They got a bunch of rebates. They've got great deals, and it's after summer. This is when you pull the trigger. All right, how about your plumbing? I had Howard Air and Plumbing come over to my house over the weekend, and they did a great job. Logan was out there. He fixed a whole bunch of stuff for me. It was fantastic. And, if you've got a leak on a hose bib or, you need something that's under the sink that you have no idea what it does. Well, what does this thing do? Well, let them figure that part out. Call Howard Air and Plumbing, 602-953-2766, howardair.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:16. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Cases of the common cold are sweeping the country.
The CDC shows common cold viruses are at the highest levels since 2022. Rhinovirus and enterovirus account for nearly 31% of all positive cases. Rhinovirus is the most frequent cause of the common cold cases that typically peak in September. Health officials say then flu activity begins. The CDC says current flu cases remain low, but as the weather shifts and with kids back in school, officials say they expect a busy flu season ahead. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Time to check on traffic. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Out in Chandler, we have a crash blocking the exit ramp on I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near the Loop 202 westbound. Tempe with a crash on Priest Drive and Rio Salado Parkway. Phoenix with a stop-and-go buildup all the way from westbound I-10 Papago Freeway, 16th Street, all the way to 75th Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Appreciate it, Enrique. This portion of the show brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical, celebrating 50 years of helping their customers and community. Call Parker. You know what? It's we've had it to a certain extent. I've seen these things. So I was driving around ASU a while ago, and there's this thing. It looks like an igloo cooler with wheels, and it's got like an antenna on it with a little flag, And apparently it's like delivering food.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Well, DoorDash says we see that, okay, and we're gonna up you a red dot.
A dot.
A dot.
It's a red dot. But
it is
I
red.
think they call it dot.
The dot. The DoorDash dot. Now this does not look like an igloo cooler on wheels. This looks like a bug.
It looks like an M&M with eyes.
Oh, solid. Red M&M with eyes.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
And yeah, this thing can drive 20 miles an hour. Okay. It's completely autonomous.
Right.
It's tiny. And it'll deliver your food.
In the rain? Because Waymo can't go in the rain. We found that out on Friday.
Well, this thing isn't that high off the ground. So if it tries to go into a flooded wash or whatever, it's just going to float away.
Yeah, your fries are going to get real soggy.
It's not happening, right?
All right.
They said they've spent 7 years developing the Dot robot. And by the way, they say it's much better than all the other delivery robots.
Okay.
You would expect them to say that.
All right. 3 feet wide, 4 feet tall. It can handle like 6 large pizzas.
About as big as a baby stroller, like a big baby stroller.
I'm just wondering, I'm at my house, I use DoorDash, and the Dot is going to come to my home.
It's literally going to drive up to your front door.
Okay, let's listen a little bit to how this all works.
The other key part is the pickup and drop-off for deliveries, which makes it very different from ride-hail. And one of the key feedbacks we had gotten from merchants was it is absolutely imperative to have the robot come as close as possible to the merchant right next to the doorstep, which is what Dot does. And so that was a key design feature, was that it could go on sidewalks and be sort of narrow enough to navigate sidewalks.
All right, here's another question I have. So, I'm just trying to picture this in my head. Okay, I'm ordering, the Dot is going to drive to my house.
Right.
Okay, and how do I know that the Dot is at my house outside the door?
I'm assuming there's an app for that. It's kind of like Uber lets you know, like, your Uber is here.
Okay.
It's going to say your DoorDash is here. I got another question.
Yeah.
Do I need to tip the Dot? I got to tip the driver. If my DoorDash driver or my Uber Eats driver, I gotta give them a little something, right? Do I have to give the robot something?
I'm not sure, but maybe
plug it into the wall for a little bit.
I'm thinking maybe a couple bucks because whoever put the food into the Dot is going to get that money.
Yeah, but that's not DoorDash. That's the people. Well, but is it going back to that restaurant? I'm like, why are we assuming it's going to head back?
They probably won't.
I'm not throwing any money in that thing. I have no idea where it's going next.
I find it pretty fascinating. I mean, even now, when we look around, at least for me, to see a Waymo.
I saw one just today.
Just to me,
it's
insane.
still a little weird.
It's so insane.
And I look every time.
Yeah.
I always glance and go, is there somebody in there? Oh, nobody driving.
Yeah, like we all know there's no one in it.
Yeah, I still have to look.
You have to look.
It looks crazy that there's no one sitting in the front of that
A little bit more. How does this Dot work?
We actually also announced the key product called the Autonomous Delivery Platform, in which all our partners, including Coco and
all right, this guy's boring. Let me throw something else out there. He's not giving me what I need.
No.
When the Dot gets to my house, does it open itself? Do I have to open it? And what is stopping me from taking not only my pizza, but someone else's?
That's a good question.
I knew it was a good question.
I don't believe you can pry it open unless you're the person it's delivering to.
I bet you I could pry it open.
Okay,
I'll tip that thing on its side.
You're going to stand out in your neighborhood and tackle the Dot as it comes down the street.
I'm not.
But I don't know what stops you if it has multiple orders in there from taking somebody else's, other than they're going to say, "Hey, by the way, you stole your neighbor's nuggets."
Right.
I don't know. They're going to retroactively bill you for them.
I don't know, man. I think I just want to order from DoorDash to see if the Dot shows up. I think that's part of it, too.
There is a curiosity factor.
Yeah.
So my niece went to James Madison University in Virginia.
Go Huskies.
They most certainly are not the Huskies.
Okay, I don't know. Yeah.
And
Give it a shot.
they're the Dukes.
The Dudes?
Dukes.
The Dukes.
The Dudes. They missed out. They could have been the Dudes.
Would have been a better name.
And I saw, so here's one of the quirky things. So we were walking around campus, you showing us around, and one of these little coolers on wheels came up, and it was at a crosswalk, a street, and it talked to us, and it asked us to hit the crosswalk button, or else it would be stuck there because it can't hit the crosswalk button.
How did it ask you?
It was like a little computerized voice. It said, "Can you please I'm going to paraphrase. Can you please hit the crosswalk button?
And you hit it?
I felt like I should.
It
asked nicely. It's
said please.
It's a robot. I'm like, I might as well.
What if you hadn't been there? Would it still be sitting there?
It sits there. It sits there until somebody hits the button because it's not going to drive out in the middle of the street. And apparently it can't see if the light is green.
How much money is this saving? I guess so. You don't. So someone in their car doesn't have to use their own car. That's gasoline, right? Wear and tear. You have to pay somebody to drive that car. And so this is how it's saved. But again, how much is that dot? You think about how much that expensive that thing is to make. My goodness. I'm just wondering, it's like a piece of AI. It sounds like AI. It's definitely, advanced technology. How much is it saving in the long run? That's the question.
Well, I'm going to put it this way. Obviously, there is an economic positive to the company or they wouldn't be doing it. They wouldn't introduce this to go, let's see how much money we can lose with this. So they must think by the way, I got a text, 620. This person says, I work at ASU. The little coolers on wheels are like little starships.
Little red sharks.
And there's an app for little starships. Yeah. You get food delivered. How about this? It's really fun about the starship. The little robot will select a song. So when the robot gets to you and you go to pick up your stuff, as the lid opens, it will play a song and music for you.
I'll give you another pro of this.
Do I have to tip that little starship either? No, I don't have to tip it.
Here's another pro.
I'm ready.
Talking pros and cons. The robot's not going to eat your food.
It's not going to have just a couple fries?
Right.
Just a few.
Yeah. Putting your grubby hands on my fries.
Yeah.
It's disgusting. I don't know where you've been.
I like that. I don't have to tip the robot. Checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn will do that
You
for
don't
us.
think there's a fee that comes with that
I'm
robot?
sure there's a
Are
fee,
you kidding me?
But there's a fee for DoorDash also, and then I got to tip the guy.
Crazy.
I don't have to tip the robot.
No, you don't.
Did you hear about the guy who carried 2 women to safety during Friday's floods? Well, we're going to talk to him.
It's right out there.
Unbelievable. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
We're having a party, and you're invited. Join Centerwell Senior Primary Care for our free grand opening party. Come meet our care team and tour the new center, plus food, music, games, and more. Celebrate with Centerwell Surprise on Wednesday, October 8th in the Grand Village Center off Highway 60 from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Learn more at ComeToCenterwellArizona.com. That's ComeToCenterwellArizona.com. We'll see you soon.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Want to remind you why I love Bulldog security screens. Here's why they're my top choice in home security. Bulldog security screens are custom made to fit your home. Not only do they help block out the sun, they keep out the heat, they also are tough as nails. Trust me, I personally went to their factory right here in Arizona. I tried to break through all of their security screens, and I couldn't. The screens are the real deal. Handmade with military-grade steel, keeping intruders outside and withstanding Phoenix's harshest weather. Plus, they look amazing. They fit your home's design without eyesore, ugly bars, or giant rolling shades on your windows. Take the vacation worry-free, knowing Bulldog security screens are guaranteed to keep your home safe. And isn't that what this is all about? Real home protection. Get all the details and schedule online at BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
Watch and listen to all KTAR shows. Get exclusive interviews, podcasts, and highlights live or on demand. Anytime and from anywhere on the KTAR YouTube channel. Find KTAR News on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer. You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Progressive knows we all crave validation.
Girl, you are not 37.
I would have guessed 27.
You guys are too sweet.
Sure, dewy skin. Terrific.
Is something wrong, Ned?
Why would you ask? Just because today marks my 10th anniversary without a car accident or even a speeding ticket? But somehow, tonight's all about your skincare. Wow.
With Snapshot from Progressive, you can get a personalized rate based on how you drive. And that's all the validation you need. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
I want children to see if this Southside girl can do it, they can do it too.
Arizona Democrat Adelita Grijalva says a top Republican is delaying her representation of Southern Arizona. KTAR's Balin Overstolz is live in the news center to tell us more.
Yeah, Becky, Grijalva won her election just a week ago and is now in D.C. waiting to be sworn in as an Arizona U.S. representative. But she says U.S. House Speaker Mike Johnson is in no hurry to make her role official. More from a video posted to social media platform X today.
Am I sworn in yet? No. Do I know when I'm going to get sworn in? No. Speaker Johnson has left the building. Unfortunately, what that means for us is Southern Arizona does not have a voice here to advocate for you.
In a separate post, Grijalva states it's unfair treatment as two Republican lawmakers elected this year had very quick swearing-in ceremonies. Grijalva could also become a key vote in releasing the Epstein files. Live in the news center, Balin Overstolz, KTAR News.
It wasn't your typical DUI crash in Flagstaff early this morning that left 2 children injured. The Department of Public Safety says a 13-year-old was driving a stolen car at more than 100 miles an hour on I-40 when the vehicle hit the guardrail, rolled several times, and landed in a tree. Troopers say the driver, who was thrown from the vehicle, had a blood alcohol level of nearly 0.20. An 11-year-old passenger was also hurt. Both are expected to recover. A new viral online trend is prompting some warnings from health experts.
Shriners Hospital in Boston is now warning about the dangers of the K-pop noodle challenge, an online trend popular on TikTok that was inspired by the Netflix movie K-pop Demon Hunters.
Time for our pregame ramen.
The trend involves eating instant ramen noodles like the characters in the film, which Shriners says has led to burn injuries. One doctor there says she's seen 2 or 3 cases a week since the trend got popular, and that children have thinner skin and are therefore more likely to sustain a burn injury. Mike Dubosky, ABC News.
Let's check your ride home now. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Out in Sun City West, debris spotted on the Loop 303 southbound near the US 60 Grand Ave transition. Mesa with infrastructure damage on the Loop 202 Red Mountain southbound near US 60 Superstition Freeway westbound transition. Chandler with a crash still blocking that exit ramp on I-10 Maricopa Freeway westbound near the Loop 202 Santan Freeway westbound transition. Taking a quick look at our surface streets, Phoenix with a crash involving a pedestrian. Bell Road at Tatum Boulevard. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight we're looking for a low temp around 74 degrees. We'll be sunny the rest of the week, warming just a little bit each day. We could see 100 by Friday. Right now it's 97 degrees in Maricopa. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Joe. How long could a government shutdown last? Who works? Who doesn't? And how big's that price tag going to be? We'll talk about it tomorrow at 2 on the next Chris and Joe show.
All right, here we are. Bruce, we've got a hero sitting right in front of us.
It's amazing. We're in the presence of greatness.
This man is a hero. I already like him. I've talked to him for 2 minutes. He's fantastic. He said he goes to church. I mean, this is my guy right here. I mean, goodness gracious.
Let me introduce you to Jarvis Johnson. If you don't know the name.
Hero.
You might know the story of the guy who last Friday literally carried 2 women out of flooded waters from their car at the 60-101 transition.
There's a classic picture of Jarvis giving the piggyback ride to both women, and the water is I want to hear the story.
Okay, by the way, Jarvis, thank you so much for coming in.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome.
You're awesome.
Yes,
Great
sir.
to have you with us.
Thank you, yes, sir.
By the way, congratulations on the birth of a boy or girl.
A little boy.
Hey, little boy, Thursday, right?
Malachi, yes, sir.
Malachi, welcome to the world.
Thank you.
Look at you.
Third child.
Yeah, fourth.
Fourth, my Lanta. Slow down, Jarvis.
Jeez.
Yes.
All right, so we're in the middle of a massive storm on
Huge
Friday.
Deluge, and anybody who I drive that all the time, where the 60 transitions in the 101, kind of the off ramp, it dips down a little and goes back up.
Yes.
You're driving through it. What happens?
I was driving through it, and as soon as I came around the curve, the water was on that dip, and my car shut off right away. And by the way, it never came back on.
Oh,
yeah.
Still?
Yeah, it still hasn't came back
dead.
on. It's
oh no,
my car's gone. So.
Yeah. So it electrical shorted out, and you just come to a stop.
I came to a stop. Yes, I got out the car. I tried to push my car up the little hill. I couldn't get it up the hill by myself, so I called 911 to let them know that my car was partly in the lane and partly in this rain. It's a lot going on.
Yeah.
So I ended up, DPS came. They pushed my car out of there.
That's nice.
Another car came through the water. He came through and got in front of me, and his flashers were on, and I'm like, oh, my gosh. He's stuck, too. So I got out the car, tried to help him.
Push his car out of the way.
Push his car up there.
Okay.
And then 4 or 5 more cars came to the same water. Their cars were stuck in the water. They were stuck. So
it's becoming a parking lot at the 60 and the 101.
Are you pushing all these cars out?
I pushed 3 cars out. I put 3 cars out there. I did put 3 cars out there. Yeah, I tried. I had 2 heart attacks last year. I had 2 stents put in, and I have real bad asthma, so I shouldn't have done none of that.
Jarvis!
Oh gosh. Well, while I was out there, I ended up calling AAA. I let AAA know that I was out there.
Yes.
I gave them they said, and I thank God for this. They said that I was number 28 in line, but they're going to make me priority number 1. So I was waiting, but they said it'd be about 90 minutes before they can get somebody out there.
That's a while, yeah.
But I was already out there for an hour, so I'm like, why not?
How wet are you at this point?
I was wet because I was out there trying to be a forecaster. I was wet, soaking wet. So I ended up sitting there. AAA called me and they said, "Hey, are you the silver car or the red car?" I'm like, "Well, I'm the red car, but where are you at?" He's like, "I'm on the other side of the water."
Right, he's on the. Before you drive through the big puddle.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so, because I came around that curve, I didn't know how deep it was.
Fair.
And so what people don't know is that water looked like it was about 2 inches deep.
Right.
And so, but when you're on that dip, it's a lot deep. It's a lot deeper. And so what ended up happening was, he said he said he was walking to me. I'm like, walking to me? I'm like, I thought he was going crazy. I'm not gonna lie. And so I started walking to him. So we walking to each other, meet in the middle. And as we meet in the middle, these two ladies were in the car, in the van.
Okay, so these are the two women that got stuck. We're talking to Jarvis Johnson, who is about to tell us how he got these two women who were stuck in their car in the water, in the flood.
We're live on YouTube also, the KTAR YouTube channel. You don't want to miss this.
All
Okay,
right.
so there's a van. It's stuck. You're having a conversation with the AAA guy.
Yes,
You see
yes.
two women in the car.
Yes.
What happens?
I was telling the ladies were like, "Can you help us? Can you help us?" And before I could say anything, the AAA guy, he was talking to them, and he pretty much said, "We're not coming out there."
They're not coming out.
He says, "I'm not going out there."
Pretty much, because we didn't know. You know, he said that. But
He's like, Jarvis, you're already there.
But in my mind, because we were on the rocks, in my mind, she just kept saying help.
Oh,
and
wow.
I didn't know how deep it was. That never crossed my mind. Nothing crossed my mind, but let's go get this lady. Let me go get this lady out the car.
Okay.
So I took everything out of my pocket.
Smart.
I said, "Ma'am, is there any kids in the car?" She said no. And
Even at that point, you're calling him ma'am.
Yeah,
This is amazing.
I'm like, "Man," she said no. So then I go and I get in the water.
Okay.
And I hit the guardrail because the water was deep, and I didn't see no guardrail.
The water was over the top of the guardrail.
I didn't see no guardrail.
You walked right into it.
I just walked right into it. I hit my face. I fell. I fell.
no.
I hit my face. I lost my glasses in the
Come
water.
on.
But that never crossed my mind. I just kept on going. And then the first lady, she got on my back. And
Wait, hold on a second.
Yes.
This is the picture I've seen. You're giving her a piggyback ride.
Did you say get on my back, or did she just climb on top of you?
She pretty much just climbed. I never thought about that. I never thought about it.
We didn't plan that. It just happened.
I know. She just got on my back, and like I said, I had 2 heart attacks last year, and I had 2 stents put in my heart, and I have rubber asthma, and I should have never been carrying nobody.
No.
But we got her to I got her over to the embankment, and then she ended up. She pulled out her phone. She was recording.
Yeah.
And I said,
What was she recording?
So I was trying to record at first before I went in there, because if anything ever happens to me, I want my wife to at least know.
Wow.
Like my husband. My husband at least tried to do something.
trying to help people.
And it's not about recognition.
No.
A lot of the time it's because I can't get a hold of my wife,
Right.
and I need her to see what her husband is doing or where he's
She's in
at.
the hospital. She just gave birth.
She had a baby, yes. And so
Fourth baby.
Yes. So
what happened
then
to the other lady?
I went back in there and I went around the other side. It was a little bit deeper on the other side, but she said I can climb over to the passenger seat.
Okay.
And I said, okay. So she climbed over to the passenger seat, and I'm just standing there. I'm just standing there waiting. I'm gonna be honest. I'm just standing there waiting to serve because my name is Jarvis, and so the name Jarvis means servant. And so that's why you guys see me standing at the window.
Yep.
Because however long he took her to get out that car, I was gonna wait there.
She jumped on your back too?
She got on.
Oh, for crying out loud!
She got on my back.
What's the deal?
Yeah,
Can I get a piggyback ride from you, Jarvis?
I'm going first.
And she got on my back, and that's how it all. Oh, and so after we dropped her off
on the side,
I got back in the water.
Okay,
because there was other cars in the water. There was 2 ladies in a Ford Explorer, and we pushed that one out. Then we pushed her van out the car.
Because these cars are getting stuck one after another.
They're all stuck, but at that time they were all just floating. Literally, there was like 4 DPS that shut off the freeway. It was like 4 cars and stopped, and so we ended up getting them out of there. And then the AAA driver, he finally, after I got the women out, he finally got in the water.
Did he start to feel a little stupid? He's standing on the side going, Jarvis is rescuing everybody.
Yeah, because DPS asked them, DPS said, can you help us?
Oh. Jarvis,
so yes, sir.
Jarvis Johnson is joining us. He helped 2 women who were stuck near the US 60 and the Loop 101. They both, at separate times, got on his back, and he carried them out. Here's the question.
Ready.
Why didn't they just get in the water and I don't understand why they got on.
They saw you walk out.
Yeah, why?
See,
because they weren't going to drown. It was
you weren't that much taller than him. I'm going to say it nicely.
I'm not, but the one lady had cancer.
Okay. Well, now I feel bad.
She was a 3-time cancer survivor.
Oh,
she just got done with chemo in May, and she had let me know if she would have gotten that water, she would have got sick. Her immune system.
Oh wow! My goodness.
Jarvis, unreal.
And I didn't know that. I didn't know that. But me going in there, I had no idea. I've never met these women before. I had no idea.
No.
I saw people that needed help, and I went into the water.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I lost my glasses. I I can't really see much. But I'm grateful. I'm so grateful. You know, even though I got them saved, the only thing that's really on my mind is my glasses. I'm like, I need.
And your car.
Yeah. My car. I do Uber.
Oh, you do Uber too. Is your car fixable?
My car.
Or is it totaled?
My mechanic looked at it yesterday.
What did he say?
He said it's an electrical issue. He said more likely it's totaled.
I
live in Eloy.
Oh my goodness!
So I come from Eloy to Phoenix every day.
It's a heck of a drive.
It is. For you guys, it might be a 60-minute drive. For me, it seems like 20 minutes. I do it so often. The gas prices out there are $2.93 a gallon.
My gosh.
Yeah, $2.93. I'm glad I went out there. But I drove my wife's car, and she has a Buick Enclave. It's a bigger vehicle, and that's a gas guzzler. And so now I'm pretty much I don't have a job right now. Well, that is my job.
Right.
And
Ubering.
I'm Ubering. I love it. I love meeting people.
You have a great personality.
Yeah, you get to meet all kinds of people. I believe that everybody has a story, and you never know who you're going to meet. You never know who may change your life or who may tell you something that changed your life. You never know. And so that's why I'm always open to meeting people. I don't see color. I see people. And that's me.
Jarvis, you were in the right place at the right time, right?
I was in the right place at the right time, and I believe, and I'm going to tell you this.
God put you there.
He did, but I believe that sometimes we're in a hurry to get somewhere. And sometimes the blessing is in waiting, because all I had to do was wait for them people. I was more, even though the people, they set up a GoFundMe for me, but I wasn't worried about no funds. I was not worried about funds.
You didn't do this for money.
All I did was go out there. I saw people. I just saw people. Yeah. And I'm not gonna lie, I cried about my car. I did. I cried. I cried about my car because it is. And so that's why I'm grateful for the people that have been giving. It's hard for me to receive. I'm gonna be honest. It's hard for me to receive because I'm so used to giving out. I'm so used to trying to be a blessing to people. And somebody said, we're gonna set up a GoFundMe and we're gonna do this. I'm like, no, it's okay. They said, no, we're gonna do this for you. And I'm a people person. I love people. And if I drove out of here right now and I saw somebody on the side of the road changing their tire,
you'd give them a piggyback ride.
I'm the one that
get on my back. I'll take you into town.
Get on my back. Yeah, I'm the one that stopped. I am that guy.
You're that guy.
I'm that guy.
Well, you mentioned it. There is a GoFundMe out there. It's show gratitude to Jarvis, a hero in need. And
hey, by the way, if someone's listening out there can help him with his car, text us. We've got 1 million people listening to this show. Someone out there can. He drives an Uber. His car is totaled. Who out there can help him? Text us.
Let us know.
How do they do that?
620. Yeah, 620. We'll put you in touch with Jarvis.
You never know.
And then my boss, she called me this morning. And she said, I know it's going to take some time to get some finances for you from the GoFundMe. She's like, I just want to be a blessing. That's who I work for, Diana Gregory's Fresh Food Market.
Yes.
She texted me and she sent me some funds today.
Good.
And she sent it through Zelle. And that was a blessing because, she didn't have to do that. She didn't have to do that. And I'm not looking for nothing. And I do, if Marsha and Cheryl are listening,
of course
we did this together. We did this as a team because it's never all about me. To the other ladies that were in the car that we pushed their car out, it's not about me. It's about all of us because it came as a community. And that's me. I love people.
Yeah.
I just love people. So.
It comes across, Jarvis.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Jarvis, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
You're
and
awesome.
Thanks for sharing your story, and thanks for being there.
Oh, okay.
This is one of the most fun interviews I've done in decades.
Absolutely. We appreciate it. Jarvis, thank you. We're going to share the GoFundMe as well.
I appreciate it.
Everyone will be able to know. And those of you that are moved by Jarvis's act of selflessness, you can help out as well. Checking the headlines are on the way. We're back with more. It's Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, we'll take a minute, talk about Advanced Window Products. Advanced Window Products, the best in Arizona. I want you to go see my friends Jake and Nate. They run the show, 39 years of business. That's right. They've been, the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state, right to your house since 1986. An A+ rating with the BBB. The sale and installation, all in-house. There's no middleman markup. You don't have to worry about that. You're going to get a lifetime warranty. If Advanced Window Products comes to your home, they replace your windows, something happens 30 years down the line, guess what? You can still call Advanced Window Products, and they will fix whatever needs to be fixed. Just check them out, advancedwindows.com.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected. Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what-ifs.
Call 480-896-9597 by October 2nd to save 55% on RJP's Living Trust Package. That's 480-896-9597. 480-896-9597.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Our office computers were from like 2012.
What? They had computers then?
Yeah, I don't know much about new tech.
Apparently.
So I went to Staples and saved big on an AI-powered HP laptop and HP OfficeJet Pro printer, which also came with 3 months of free instant ink.
And we're back in this century. During Staples HP Tech Event, save up to 35% on HP printers and up to 40% on AI-powered HP PCs.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. Until 11/1, select models only.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:48. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. President Trump threatening to slash government workers and programs if the government shuts down at midnight, with Democrats refusing to vote for a budget extension that does not include a reversal of Republican Medicaid reductions and other health care cuts. ABC's Rachel Scott has more.
The president turning up the pressure.
We can do things during the shutdown that are irreversible, that are bad for them and irreversible by them, like cutting vast numbers of people out.
I brought his words to Democratic Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer.
The president is now threatening these irreversible cuts to the workforce, to programs. Is that a risk that Democrats are willing to take?
It will fall on him, as I said. He's the one doing the firings, not Democrats.
Even without the fear of layoffs, if the shutdown happens, as many as 4 million federal employees could go unpaid.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get a check on the roads now. Enrique Garcia is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Out in Mesa, pedestrian spotted on the roadway US 60 Superstition Freeway westbound near Single Butte Road. Buckeye with a crash on the right shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near 195th Avenue. Phoenix crash blocking the right lanes, I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near 35th Ave. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. That's where General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are kicking off a fall savings push with deals you've got to hear about. Get a low 0%, yes, 0% APR financing rate now on select 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 trucks and Hummer all-electric SUV and pickup models with approved credit. And don't forget, there's still time to take advantage of the $7,500 EV federal tax credit. But hurry, when September ends, so does this offer. So stop in and take a look at their huge inventory of award-winning Buick and GMC models and experience their no-bull way of doing business that's made Earnhardt a trusted name in automotive for over 74 years. All this and more at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no-bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 9/30/25.
Hey, folks. Dave Ramsey here to let you know that now is the best time to replace your windows and doors with my friends from Window World. See, Window World doesn't use silly monthly sales gimmicks. They keep their same everyday low pricing all year long. That means you can typically purchase 10 windows from Window World for the price of only 3 or 4 windows from other companies. However, there will be a price increase next year. But don't worry, you still have time to upgrade your home with Window World's guaranteed lowest pricing on all high-quality, custom-made windows, patio doors, and even entry door systems. Plus, Window World now offers window and patio doors in designer black and bronze colors, too. Call or schedule your free estimate at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
Big day on the Mike Broomhead Show. Dave Ramsey at 8:30. The chairman of the WM Phoenix Open at 9 o'clock. And gubernatorial candidate David Schweikert at 9:30. It all happens on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15.
How do you follow up Jarvis?
I don't know. I got to tell you, man, I've sat in this chair for almost 20 years. It's maybe one of the most fun interviews I've ever done in my life.
What an amazing man. If you missed any of it, you can go back and catch it on the podcast. You can check it on the YouTube channel.
So funny if you pull back the curtain just a little. When Jarvis, and if you just joined us, you have no idea what we're talking about. Jarvis Johnson joined us. He was the man who helped two women who were stuck near the US 60 in the Loop 101 interchange, and he got out of his car. He waded into the water. This was Friday with the storm, and he gave two women a piggyback ride to safety. And so when Jarvis came in before we went on the air, super nervous.
Yeah.
And then as soon as the mic got turned on, boom, he was gone, man. He was a rock star. Yeah. I mean, it was an incredible story.
Yeah.
An incredible story.
And
He's a very humble man, too.
Besides driving for Uber, so he had a shirt on. I asked him what it was. It's basically it's a meal kitchen, and he volunteers there, and he packs food for vets.
Wow.
And does like food boxes and things.
Yeah.
You know, because he's not doing enough for other people.
Yeah.
Pretty amazing.
Just had his fourth child, I think born on that day.
It was born Thursday.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
born
the baby
Thursday.
was born Thursday.
Okay.
The boy.
Right.
Malachi. Friday, he was driving to get the other kids, to take them to meet their new brother.
Wow.
And ended up stuck right there at the 60 101 transition where it flooded.
I think you brought something up that just,
What's that?
He has all these responsibilities. He's got a wife who's in the hospital, just gave birth to their fourth kid.
Yeah.
He's got to go pick up the other three, and he still stopped. And he still went.
Still helped.
And helped people. He helped move cars. He helped move two women.
He was pushing cars out of the way.
He didn't have to do that.
No. And the AAA guy's got, I'm not going in there.
And he did.
Jarvis said, I'm going.
Jarvis might be one of my all-time favorite guests.
Outstanding.
That was awesome.
Jarvis, amazing. Thank you.
And his car is toast, by the way.
Yeah.
So again, if there's someone out there that might be able to help him because he's an Uber driver, he's going to lose a lot of money.
Lives in Eloy.
Yeah. Is there someone out there listening right now that might be able to help Jarvis, who, could have saved a couple of lives for sure just on Friday?
Hey, coming up next, speaking of the devastation and the rain last week, the city of Globe, our neighbors, almost part of the valley, I think, for some people. We're going to talk to the mayor there about what happened and what they are facing looking forward. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, Lund Mortgage team is ready to take your phone call. All you have to do is call them, talk about the lowest rates in years. I mean, the Lund Mortgage team will tell you now it's a buyer's market in the valley. If you want to buy a house, do it now. Call 623-875-9940. So here's the reason you buy a house. Homes have gotten a little bit cheaper. That's good for you. Here's another reason. The Fed has cut interest rates, and they'll probably do it again before the end of the year. That's good for your wallet as well. So if you're on the fence, you should not be. You should not be. Get off the fence. Time to look at the market again. Fresh new set of eyes. Call my good friends at the Lund Mortgage team. 623-875-9940. They get you pre-approved, lowest rates and fees, and then you can go and look for the house that you want to live in. LundMortgage.com.
We're having a party, and you're invited. Join Centerwell Senior Primary Care for our free grand opening party. Come meet our care team and tour the new center, plus food, music, games, and more. Celebrate with Centerwell Surprise on Wednesday, October 8th in the Grand Village Center off Highway 60 from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Learn more at CometoCenterwellArizona.com. That's CometoCenterwellArizona.com. We'll see you soon.
This is Pat McMahon, and I've been talking to you about Kaiko roofing for a long time now. This time of year, mostly how to keep the inside of your home monsoon-proof. Just call Kaiko, 602-944-4600. Ask for someone to come out and check the condition of your roof at no charge. That's how I originally found out about Kaiko. I called them because my roof is nowhere I should be. And besides, I wouldn't know what to look for anyway, so here's what really sold me on Kaiko. They came down off the roof after the checkup and told me, now get this, they told me everything looked fine. No repairs needed. Thanks for calling Kaiko. Well, that told me all I needed to know about the way Kaiko does business. And if they do find something that needs repair, Kaiko will even offer finance options. Call Kaiko Roofing, 602-944-4600 before the monsoon comes to your house. Remember what Monty says.
Kaiko Roofing. We're crazy about quality.
The first thing I would say is stop painting and get Rhino Shield because you're never going to have to paint again, and I truly believe that.
Time for fall, Phoenix, and if you hate to paint, listen to your neighbor Scott. He called Rhino Shield.
This house is a stucco home. We have painted this house 3 times. Stucco continued to crack, the caulking peeled.
That's because Rhino Shield's not paint, it's better.
I told my wife I want to see what it's going to cost to do it because if we don't have to paint again, we're saving money.
Rhino Shield's a ceramic coating. It's formulated for our specific climate right here in Phoenix.
The Rhino Shield guys, they were careful with everything. When they were done, there was no damage to anything. It was something that I was very impressed with.
Come on, Phoenix, get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 20% off the regular price.
And I think the transferable warranty for 25 years is a very attractive thing, especially for a prospective buyer in the future.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4-U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Hey, my Ford Edge. It's my daily driver. Game day, every day. Paul Calvisi here. Built Ford tough. Built football tough. Our Desert Ford dealers, they're an official partner of the Arizona Cardinals. In fact, if you want to really enjoy tailgate season, take the Legend, the F-150, work truck or weekend warrior, the Ford F-Series, just America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running now. Yet the time is now when our Desert Ford dealers, they're giving us 3.9% Ford credit financing for 60 months, plus $2,750 in retail bonus cash on a 2025 F-150 XLT 2.7 liter. Hey, you're thinking SUV? Lease a Ford Bronco Big Bend for just $469 a month for 36 months, plus you Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back. Or lease a Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $369 a month for 36 months, and Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back. But hurry, it all ends September 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Hi, I'm Sherry, owner of Life Source Water. We all know Arizona's tap water is some of the worst in the country. Life Source's whole house water system is the essential home appliance you need. You can drink, cook, bathe, and live clean with healthier water throughout your home. Now we are offering a double dip in savings. Free basic installation plus an extra $250 off. That's up to $1,200 in savings. Call our factory at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit LifeSourceWater.com. Hurry, offer ends September 30.
Warranty limitations apply. KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
It's 5 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. An Arizona Congress member is blaming Democrats for potentially allowing the federal government to shut down at midnight. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the news center with the details.
Arizona Congressman Juan Ciscomani says no one wins in the event of a government shutdown.
Our Border Patrol agents don't get paid. Our troops, our air traffic controllers, our national parks take a hit. Basically, the functions of the federal government, all the money that our taxpayers pay into, stop functioning.
The GOP spending resolution failed to pass the last vote. The White House Budget Office has ordered federal agencies to begin implementing shutdown plans after failure of the funding bill. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
As Republicans and Democrats go back and forth trying to stop a government shutdown, it becomes hard not to see the great divide between both parties. But do we see that same divide amongst everyday Americans? Vice President of the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation's Strategic Portfolio, Dr. Lauren Smith, joined Arizona's Morning News with more on this.
We are not as different as many people tell us are. We need to counter that false story that says that we are too divided to work together.
Dr. Smith added the current divisive politics can make it seem like we don't share common ground with each other, but that's not the case.
I want children to see if this Southside girl can do it, they can do it too.
Newly elected Democrat Adelita Grijalva says U.S. House Speaker Mike Johnson is delaying her official swearing in to represent Southern Arizona on Capitol Hill. In a video posted to social media platform X, she says it's unclear when she'll be sworn in. In a separate post, Grijalva also emphasizes she could become a key vote in releasing the Epstein files once that happens. KTAR Eyes on the Economy. More than 21.5 million households paid to belong to a homeowners association last year. If you live here in the Valley, there's a good chance you're one of them.
Nearly 45% of Arizona condo and homeowners paid an HOA fee in 2024. That's the second highest rate in the country, behind only Nevada. New U.S. Census data show we're 20% more likely to pay into an HOA than the national average, but we're also likely to pay a lot less. The typical fee here is just about $100 a month compared to $135 nationally, and that's a lot cheaper than in Hawaii or Washington, D.C., where you'd spend close to $500, or in New York, where it'll run you about $740. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
Arizona Cardinals moving their training facility out of Tempe. After 30 years, the team has decided to build a new facility in North Phoenix on the land the Coyotes were eyeing before they left the Valley. Cardinals owner Michael Bidwell says they decided to move because they needed more space. And it's the end of the road for a once popular internet service.
It's a sound that went hand in hand with getting online in the 90s and 2000s, and now AOL is pulling the plug on its dial-up internet service. At its peak, about 20 million people used America Online, as it was once known, but those numbers dropped off significantly as broadband internet proliferated. Even still, data from the U.S. Census Bureau finds as many as 163,000 people still use dial-up, mainly in rural areas. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
You Got Mail will continue, though. AOL says it will still offer its email services. Checking the roads now. Let's get you home. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. In Mesa, debris spotted blocking the right lane on Loop 202 Santan Freeway westbound near State Route 24 westbound. Phoenix with a crash blocking the left lane, I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 19th Ave. Phoenix again, crash blocking the right lane, I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near 7th Street. This report is brought to you by Beatitudes Campus, reminding you that if you lived in our bold and bright community, you would be home by now. No rush hour here. See for yourself at beatitudescampus.org. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Clear skies overnight, 74. Then sunny Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and we're going to warm up just a little bit each day. We're going to be around 97 tomorrow and could see 100 by Friday. It's 96 currently in Glendale. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. For the replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Whose stupid idea was this anyway?
Speaking up for Arizona.
If you think you can get away with that in my state, you've got another thing coming.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 2.
Yes, many people will tell you hour number 2 is the best of the hours, Gatos. Obviously, the rain, the flooding that we had last weekend, Thursday night, Friday into Friday, and a little bit on Saturday, historic. Is that a fair way to put it?
Well, in Phoenix, it was the wettest day in 7 years.
Yeah.
But on the outskirts, it was worse.
Even worse, especially when you go east of the valley, out in my neck of the woods, if you will. Joining us right now is the mayor of Globe, Arizona, Mayor Al Gameros. Mayor, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for inviting me in to discuss this with you.
So I want to get a sense, can you help us understand, because let's be honest, I think a lot of people, maybe they've never been to Globe Miami. Maybe they don't understand fully. Can you talk to us about the extent of the flooding and the damage?
Well, our community here, we have hills around us, and we're used to, rain and flash flood warnings and everything. But all the time, our creeks have been able to handle it. We have a creek that runs through our downtown area. It goes in front of businesses on the south side, then goes around to the back on the north side. Something also we had 4 years ago, we had the Telegraph Fire, which was a 240,000 acre fire that skirted our Pinal Mountains that sits outside of Globe, and it burned the bottom end of it. So there's nothing to hold this water back either. So that's something we've been concerned about and worrying about. But we've had heavy rain, and we've been able to handle that rain. But Wednesday, I think it was Wednesday, town of Miami was just 6 miles west of us. They had some heavy rains. We didn't hardly get any rain here in Globe. And then come Friday, I drove through town about 10 minutes after 6, and it was packed downtown with people, the bars, the restaurants and everything. I got a call 30 minutes later if I was watching social media, and nobody had a warning of what happened. And the water came, the businesses that the water goes behind ran over, blew out the back walls, and blew the front doors and windows of those businesses.
My goodness.
Yes,
so,
without a warning.
No warning, right. So, Mayor, how many inches of rain did you get? How long did it rain for? And how high did the water rise?
In one part on the north end, when the water goes out and turns into Highway 60, the main highway, that creek is 20 feet deep. So it went over that wall, and so I would say it was probably 4 or 5 feet above that on the highway. We probably had 3, 4 feet on the highway flooding going down west towards Miami and the Phoenix area.
And was this water that was moving at a fast pace as well?
It was amazing. We have video of when it came out the front of some of these buildings, and it was just pressure coming out of there. Yeah. One of our restaurants here had 45 people in it, and they had no warning. And once it came through, they started getting on tables. A lot of them were swept to the road. They held on to trees, to cars, and everything. So there was cars floating everywhere. We had a dealership that's on North Broad Street, and all his vehicles from his lot went about half a mile down the road.
Oh, for goodness sakes.
It's like total destruction.
Yes, it is. It was total destruction. You bet.
Yeah, we're talking to Globe Mayor Gameros. Thank you again for spending time with us. I would say you certainly understand this, because I also know that you were the fire chief in Globe as well. So you've dealt with disasters and natural disasters. Does this compare to anything? Can you help us understand as far as history goes?
I can't compare to anything here. I've lived here my whole life. I did work for the fire department 30 years. I was a chief for 18 years. We never had this we've had flooding and, but not heavy flooding like this. I can compare it to, I was deployed to Hurricane Ivan in 2005, where the hurricane hit, and there was flooding in North Carolina. So I ended up in North Carolina, and we went into areas that water was 6 to 8 feet deep, that they never saw water there in these communities, because the creek was way away from them. You couldn't even see the creek where they used to be. And all of a sudden they were underwater. So that's the magnitude, I think, that we had here.
Wow. Mayor, you've talked to Governor Hobbs, I would assume.
Yes. In fact, I'm expecting a call from Governor Hobbs at 5:30 today.
Okay.
We've spoken to Congressman Biggs, Congressman Eli Crane, Senator Kelly, and Senator Gallego. And they are all, they pushed our emergency, the governor did push our declaration through, and we have support from all of those to make sure that we get funding we not only had our downtown that there's damage, but there's a street where houses were under 4 feet of water.
Oh, so what do you
need? So we're
need?
dealing with that.
Do you need boots on the ground to help, or do you need money, or all the above? What is it that you guys need?
It's been amazing, the outpouring. We opened downtown on Sunday at noon, and we probably had several hundred, maybe even to 1,000 people that came down to clean out, just mucking out mud.
Yeah.
And on Monday, we had 3,000 volunteers come into our community to help clean, and they came from not only Arizona, but they came from California, from New Mexico, and Nevada to come in. They brought in 3,000 people and did a tremendous job of cleaning.
Oh, my gosh. How does it look now, Mayor? I mean, it's
I'm sitting downtown right now, and it's, we still have businesses cleaning out, but, we still got the mud on the road, but I'll tell you what, it looks 10 times, 100 times better than what it did 2 days ago because of all the work that's been done.
I mean, what was your feeling when you knew you got hit? Because I know, listen, it's raining. Okay, fine. There's a little flooding. That happens. When you realized, oh, my gosh, we've just taken a major hit, like, what was going through your mind? What did you want to do first?
Well, our first concern, and I live about 2 miles from the downtown area when I got the call, so I took off, but the road was obviously shut down. I couldn't get to Globe till the water receded a little bit, which took about half an hour, 45 minutes. And when I was driving into Globe, there was cars everywhere. We also had propane tanks. The water got above to a storage tank in the county south of us, and it released about 500 to 800 4-foot-high propane tanks. So they were spread all over the city, too.
Gosh, it's dangerous in and of itself.
It was horrible. And our first concern basically was life safety. We had video of people in cars being swept down the creek and everything, or being swept on the road. So we right away, that was our priority, was making sure, looking for any survivors that might have been swept down.
Speaking of that, Mayor Gameros, do we know, is there anybody still missing? Has everyone been accounted for? I've heard numbers thrown around, and I just don't know where we're at today.
Yeah, our current numbers and accurate numbers, we have 3 fatalities, 3 that are confirmed fatalities. We had a 4th that was reported missing. He was found today, or he contacted his sister today. So we really don't know, because we have vehicles. We have visitors that come from out of town. So we could have cars that are, because we pulled almost 50 cars out of the wash. So we have a team here, an incident management team. 150 people came in. It's a state land team, and they're the ones in charge of going through our washes and making sure they're digging out cars, making sure there's nobody in them.
When you found the one person who was missing, what was their story? What happened to them?
I don't know, because it was just this. I just found out about noon that we found him, or they found him. I guess he didn't make contact with his sister, and she was concerned. And they posted just a little while ago that he was alive.
Oh, good. Oh.
Man. Well, again, the loss of life, horrific, and we're so sorry for what you and your community are going through, and wish you the best luck. And I guess one of the great things I could say is, if you haven't been there, and I have, I go to Globe Miami.
Go spend some money there.
Just drive down the 60. You can't miss it. You'll run into it eventually. It's not far from. I live in Apache Junction, sir, so I think of you as my neighbors. You can head on in there, and you can support some of the local businesses and help Globe and Miami get back on their feet.
You bet. And the only thing really, I think supplies are enormous here right now. I think volunteers are enormous. If people want to help, we're encouraging to make cash donations to the United Fund of Globe Miami.
The United Fund.
And that United Fund of Globe Miami, and that money will stay 100% into our Globe Miami community, going to the residents and to the businesses.
Hear, hear.
We're on it.
Mayor, thank you. And I think the citizens are lucky to have you as a mayor. You're doing a good job. Appreciate it.
Thanks,
Mayor.
Mayor.
Thank you very much.
All right. That is Mayor Al Gameros from the city of Globe.
What a nightmare.
And I saw some of the videos.
Oh, it's crazy.
I mean, imagine a main street. It's a small town. Let's be honest. It's not a huge, but imagine like the main drag and water about 3 to 4 feet deep on the street. Like people were showing on the walls and the windows of the buildings how high the water got.
Oh, as he said, there was a restaurant and the water came in to the restaurant. People had to get on the tables.
Yeah, and literally blowing out walls of buildings as the water rushed through them. So still some rebuilding to go on out there in Globe, Miami, just east of the valley. Checking the headlines are on the way. Coming up next, how can Arizona schools reduce chronic absenteeism? Got a plan? Talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
So I've been talking to you guys and gals about this summer. We're doing a bit of a rebuild in the Gatos household. And so we're towards the end of it. Thank God. We are towards the end of it. But We did not have, like, let's just say, a working kitchen whatsoever. And if you don't have a working kitchen, we didn't have our Kinetico system. We had to unhook the Kinetico system for a few months, which, by the way, total hell. Boy, did I miss it. Well, today Kinetico came back to the house, and today Kinetico, they rehooked everything up. And I'm not kidding you. I didn't know when they were going to turn it on and turn the water on and all that, so I went to wash my hands. Immediately, I could feel the difference. Immediately, I could feel the soft water. It was incredible. And so if you want to know the difference between Arizona's bad tasting, chlorine-filled, some contaminants in that water, if you want to know that compared to what Kinetico water really feels like on your skin or tastes like, do this. Get Kinetico out to your house. They'll test your water. They'll show it to you. And all you have to do is call 602-910-6570.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:17. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now.
What we're going to do is actually run as a true conservative.
That's U.S. Congressman David Schweikert announcing that he's running for Arizona governor. He joined Arizona's Morning News to explain why he chose to run.
Arizona government has functionally stagnated, and we're heading towards, I think, some real financial problems. When you see what's happened with our economic growth, our job creation.
Both of his Republican opponents have endorsements from President Trump. Opponent Karen Taylor Robeson says she welcomes Schweikert to the race. The election is next year. You can read more or watch the full interview at KTAR.com. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. Just go to KTAR.com for more news or the KTAR News app. Checking traffic now with Enrique Garcia, who is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the right shoulder. I-17 southbound approaching the I-10 Papago Freeway westbound transition ramp. Phoenix with a crash on the left shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 67th Ave. Phoenix again, crash on the right shoulder. I-10 Maricopa Freeway westbound near the State Route 51 northbound transition. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News. Now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Appreciate it, Enrique. Hey, and you know what? The holidays came early this year. 'Twas the night before by Cirque du Soleil. It's coming to Arizona Financial Theater December 18th through the 28th. What a perfect holiday present, right? Well, how'd you like to win some tickets? We got 4 of them to give away. Just text the word holiday to 620-620. Holiday to 620-620 right now. I hope we get you hooked up with some tickets to see Cirque du Soleil's 'Twas the Night Before. Gatos. Boy, we have a lot going on today. I'll point you to the KTAR YouTube page for no other reason than the Jarvis interview. The man who carried the women through flooded waters out of their cars.
Joined us in studio.
Just
was
amazing.
Absolutely fantastic.
Just amazing. If you missed any of it, we're going to replay some of it because Jarvis is worth it.
You're right.
To say the least, all right?
One of the most animated interviews I've done in a long time.
That's a good way to put it. Animated. Yes. And you can understand why. So Arizona schools have a problem with absenteeism, chronic absenteeism. It's still high. It is higher than the national average. And I think everyone knows kids that miss a lot of school tend to do worse in school, right?
You're not going to learn anything if you're not there.
It's a one-to-one kind of deal. So what can we do in Arizona to reduce chronic absenteeism?
Yeah, I mean, the problem is economically disadvantaged students. Obviously, we're not going to be there as much as others, right? If you're non-economically disadvantaged, you're going to be there more than the economically disadvantaged student. Also, if you look at the racial and ethnic groups, we have American Indian and Hispanic students, highest rate of chronic absenteeism. Let's see, Indian American, 53%, Hispanic students, 39%. Some schools have kind of just changed some rules.
Okay.
And they're not reinventing the wheel necessarily.
But some have like closed campuses where you can't leave. Like I never even knew that was a thing. I never went to a school that I couldn't walk off campus. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, when I was in high school, you could
I used
leave.
to go home for lunch.
You could do that, yeah.
Right.
Like Chandler High has an open campus. And if you're sophomore, junior, senior, you're allowed to leave during the lunch periods.
Okay.
And, I'm just wondering, who's coming back?
Some of them weren't coming back.
Right. And if you're going to offer that open campus, because I'll be the first to say it, when I was in high school, it was an open campus. We could leave for lunch. And guess what? There were times I don't want to go back.
Didn't make it back.
I didn't do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We talked about, the differences amongst where you come in the economic strata.
Right.
And it also strikes me that one of the issues is, see if you follow this or believe this, that if education isn't a priority in your household, if your parents don't value education,
right.
If your parents didn't graduate or didn't put a priority on it, where are you going to get that sense of, I need to go to school every day?
Yeah, why should you care?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I've always said, if my mom didn't literally watch over my shoulder, me doing my homework to make sure I wasn't messing around, I wouldn't have gone to college. I don't know what would have happened to me. So yeah, it's got to come from the parents. But again, a lot of parents work. If you are part of that, what would you call it? Economically challenged group.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's the right one. Disadvantaged, I should say.
Economically disadvantaged. Yeah.
Yeah. You've both parents working, and a lot of times kids are on their own for a period of time, and that's very hard because then they've got to decide. Well, do I want to do my homework?
Are they many of these kids have to self-motivate themselves.
Right.
Right?
Yep.
All right, we've got a check of the headlines on the way. Coming up next.
Oh, if you missed it.
The world famous Jarvis. Unbelievable. Jarvis Johnson, the man who maybe you've seen pictures or videos or heard about, who carried women on his back out of their flooded cars.
On the 60
and 101 transition. All right?
He joined us in studio.
And he is everything you think he is.
My goodness, was he epic.
It's coming up next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
Mike Broomhead.
I do have a karaoke machine where we can just make
Can we do it like in your backyard and see what your neighbors do?
Let's scream into the void.
Yeah, for in your backyard, I'm going to turn it up and do Let the Bodies Hit the Floor.
Wow. Some drowning in here. It was Pablo invited over.
Mike Broomhead, weekday mornings 8 till noon on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
We've been talking a lot about the storm that we had last week, the several storms that we had last week. Did a lot of damage. There could be some damage to your roof, and you don't know how bad it is. You don't even know if it's there. You're like, I just assume that my roof is okay. Don't assume. Here's what you do. Call America Roofing, mention Gatos. They come out to your house, evaluate your roof completely free. It's free if you mention me, 602-960-ROOF. They've been very busy since these storms. A lot of people got leaks. Sometimes they can see the leak before it really starts to cause major damage and cost you major amount of dollars. So get America Roofing out there early. Call them today. Get on their schedule. It's a very simple phone call, 602-960-ROOF. America Roofing, we've got you covered.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected. Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what-ifs.
Call 480-896-9597 by October 2nd to save 55% on RJP's Living Trust Package. That's 480-896-9597. 480-896-9597.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Breaking news, traffic, weather. KTAR News, Arizona's news station.
Chris and Joe.
Monsoon 2025 comes to an end with the worst storm since before the pandemic hitting us last weekend. Until then, it looked like it was going to be a dry year.
Compared to the last couple years, the heat felt almost normal. The data shows it was anything but. Find out how extraordinary this summer was on the next Chris and Joe show.
Chris and Joe. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REP AIR for Parker & Sons.
Rosie on the house, every Arizona homeowner's best friend.
On the House means home improvement and repair advice is free of charge when you listen to Rosie, helping Arizona homeowners for over 30 years. That's Rosie on the House. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Hey folks, Dave Ramsey here to let you know that now is the best time to replace your windows and doors with my friends from Window World. See, Window World doesn't use silly monthly sales gimmicks. They keep their same everyday low pricing all year long. That means you can typically purchase 10 windows from Window World for the price of only 3 or 4 windows from other companies. However, there will be a price increase next year. But don't worry, you still have time to upgrade your home with Window World's guaranteed lowest pricing on all high-quality custom-made windows, patio doors, and even entry door systems. Plus, Window World now offers window and patio doors in designer black and bronze colors, too. Call or schedule your free estimate at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 5:30. I'm Becky Lynn. The cleanup continues in flood-ravaged Globe, Arizona, after last week's flooding in that community that's just east of the valley. Mayor Al Gameros tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos they had never seen flooding like that.
In one part on the north end, when the water goes out and turns into Highway 60, the main highway, that creek is 20 feet deep. So it went over that wall, and we had... So I would say it was probably 4 or 5 feet above that on the highway.
The flooding killed 3 people. Gameros says thousands of volunteers have been pitching in to help with the cleanup.
essentially, I'm a tourist here.
Arizona's newest U.S. representative says she feels like an outsider at the nation's capital. KTAR's Balin Overstolz is live in the News Center to explain why.
Newly elected Democrat Adelita Grijalva won her election in Arizona's Congressional District 7 this month, and today expected to be sworn into that role. But U.S. House Speaker Mike Johnson has delayed her first day. Grijalva tells KTAR she can't serve Arizonans until she gets sworn in.
I can't hire staff. We don't, I mean, there is no budget allocated to our office until I'm sworn in. I don't have keys to an office to go into.
And she believes Speaker Johnson has delayed her official start as a U.S. representative over the Epstein files. Grijalva says she's in favor of a petition that would bring a vote on releasing those documents to the full U.S. House, which needs just one more person in favor to move forward. Live in the News Center, Balin Overstolz, KTAR News.
The U.S. military's top brass summoned to Quantico, Virginia today. Secretary Pete Hegseth outlining his vision to 800 top officers, telling them what's now expected of military leaders. President Trump also taking the stage, saying he's told Hegseth we should use some dangerous cities as training grounds for our military. ABC's Martha Raddatz has more.
Hegseth said military fitness and standards will be enforced. No more fat generals or admirals, he said.
I don't want my son serving alongside troops who are out of shape, or in combat unit with females who can't meet the same combat arms physical standards as men.
For those ground combat roles, which women have been performing for more than a decade, the high male standard will now be the norm.
We'll see how the road looks as you're headed home now. We've got Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We have a crash on the right shoulder, Loop 202, South Mountain Freeway, northbound near the Cueva Way. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the right shoulder, I-17 southbound near the I-10 Papago Freeway westbound transition ramp. Phoenix crashed on the left shoulder, still I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 67th Ave. Phoenix again, crash on the right shoulder, I-10 Maricopa Freeway westbound near the State Route 51 northbound transition. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
No more rain in our forecast for a while. We'll see an overnight low of 74 with clear skies. And then Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, plenty of sunshine. Warming up just a little bit. 97 tomorrow, maybe 99 to 100 by Friday. Right now it's 94 at Sky Harbor in Phoenix. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp. You will hear our exclusive interview with David Schweikert announcing he's running for governor on Wednesday's Arizona's Morning News because, well, the FCC doesn't shut down our transmitter if the federal government shuts down.
All righty. Hey, just a little while ago, we had a chance to sit down with an amazing man, an amazing young man. You might have heard about him. Jarvis Johnson, the guy who waded into waist-deep water and carried some elderly women out of their vehicle last Friday during the storm and the flooding.
Massive storm, massive flooding. Jarvis came in studio, and he starts talking about how he first got stuck in the water. You're going to want to hear exactly what happened right now as Jarvis says this.
As soon as I came around the curve, the water was on that dip, and my car shut off. And by the way, it never came back on.
Oh, uh-oh.
Yeah.
Still?
I do Uber.
Is your car fixable?
My mechanic looked at it yesterday.
What did he say?
It was, he said it's an electrical issue. He said more likely it's totaled. Yeah.
So electrical shorted out, and you just come to a stop.
I came to a stop, yes. I got out the car. I tried to push my car up the little hill. Couldn't get it up the hill by myself, so I called 911 to let them know that my car was partly in the lane and partly in this rain. It's a lot going on.
Yeah.
So I ended up, DPS came. They pushed my car out of there.
That's nice.
Another car came through the water. He came through and got in front of me, and his flashers were on. And I'm like, oh, my gosh, he's stuck too. So I got out the car, tried to help him.
Push his car out of the way.
Push his car up
okay.
there. And then 4 or 5 more cars came to the same water. Their cars were stuck in the water. They were stuck. So
it's becoming a parking lot at the 60 and the 101.
Are you pushing all these cars out?
I pushed 3 cars out. I pushed 3 cars out there. I did put 3 cars out there. Yeah, I tried. I had 2 heart attacks last year. I had 2 stents put in, and I have real bad asthma, so I shouldn't have done none of that.
Jarvis!
Oh, gosh. Well, while I was out there, I ended up calling AAA. Let AAA know that I was out there.
Yes.
I gave them they said, and I thank God for this, they said that I was number 28 in line, but they're going to make me priority number 1. So I was waiting, but they said it'd be about 90 minutes before they can get somebody out there.
Wow, yeah,
but I was already out there for an hour, so I'm like, why not?
How wet are you at this point?
I was wet because I was out there trying to be a forecaster. I was wet, soaking wet. So I ended up sitting there. AAA called me and they said, "Hey, are you the silver car or the red car?" I'm like, "Well, I'm the red car, but where are you at?" He's like, "I'm on the other side of the water."
Right, he's on the before you drive through the big puddle.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so, because I came around that curve, I didn't know how deep it was.
Fair.
And so, what people don't know is that water looked like it was about 2 inches deep.
Right.
And so, but when you're on that dip, it's a lot deep. It's a lot. It's a lot deeper. And so, what ended up happening was, he said he was walking to me. I'm like, walking to me? I'm like, I thought he was going crazy. I'm not gonna lie. And so I started walking to him. So we walking to each other, meet in the middle. And as we meet in the middle, these 2 ladies were in the car, in the van.
Okay, so these are the 2 women that got stuck. We're talking to Jarvis Johnson, who is about to tell us how he got these 2 women who were stuck in their car, in the water, in the flood.
We're live on YouTube also, the KTAR YouTube channel. You don't want to miss this.
All
Okay,
right.
so there's a van. It's stuck. You're having a conversation with the AAA guy.
Yes,
You see 2 women in the car.
Yes.
What happens?
I was telling the ladies were like, "Can you help us? Can you help us?" I didn't know how deep it was. That never crossed my mind. Nothing crossed my mind, but was, let's go get this lady. Let me go get this lady out the car.
Okay.
So I took everything out of my pocket.
Smart.
I said, "Ma'am, is there any kids in the car?" She said no.
Even at that point, you're calling him ma'am.
Yeah.
This is amazing.
I'm like, "Man," she said no. So then I go and I get in the water.
Okay.
And I hit the guardrail because the water was deep, and I didn't see no guardrail.
The water was over the top of the guardrail.
I didn't see no guardrail.
You walked right into it.
I just walked right into it. I hit my face. I fell. I fell.
No.
I hit my face. I lost my glasses in the water.
on.
But that never crossed my mind. I just kept on going. And then the first lady, she got on my back. And
Wait, hold on a second.
Yes.
This is the picture I've seen. You're giving her a piggyback ride.
Did you say get on my back, or did she just climb on top of you?
She pretty much just climbed. I never thought about that. I never thought about it.
We didn't plan that. It just happened.
I know it. She just got on my back, and like I said, I had 2 heart attacks last year, and I had 2 stents put in my heart, and I have rubber asthma, and I should have never been carrying nobody.
No.
But I got her over to the embankment. She pulled out her phone. She was recording.
Yeah.
And I said,
Was she recording?
So I was trying to record at first before I went in there, because if anything ever happens to me, I want my wife to at least know.
Wow.
Like my husband at least tried to do something.
trying to help people.
And it's not about recognition.
No.
A lot of the time it's because I can't get a hold of my wife.
Right.
And I need her to see what her husband is doing or where he's
She's
at.
in the hospital. She just gave birth.
She had a baby, yes. And so
Fourth baby.
Yes. So
what happened to the other lady?
I went back in there and I went around the other side. It was a little bit deeper on the other side. But she said I can climb over to the passenger seat.
Okay.
And I said, okay. So she climbed over to the passenger seat. And I'm just standing there. I'm just standing there waiting. I'm going to be honest. I'm just standing there waiting to serve because my name is Jarvis. And so the name Jarvis means servant.
No.
And so that's why you guys see me standing at the window.
Yep.
Because however long it took her to get out that car, I was going to wait there.
She jumped on your back too?
She got on.
Oh, for crying out loud.
She got on my back.
What's the deal?
Yeah,
Can I get a piggyback ride from you, Jarvis? I'm going first.
And she got on my back, and that's how it all. Oh, and so after we dropped her off
on the side, got her out. Yeah.
I got back in the water.
Okay.
Because there was other cars in the water. There was 2 ladies in a Ford Explorer, and we pushed that one out. Then we pushed her van out the car.
Because these cars are getting stuck one after another.
They're all stuck. But at that time they were all just floating. Literally, there were like 4 DPS that shut off the freeway. It was like 4 cars and stopped, and so we ended up getting them out of there. And then the AAA driver, he finally, after I got the women out, he finally got in the water.
Did he start to feel a little stupid? He's standing on the side going, Jarvis is rescuing everybody.
Yeah, because DPS asked them, DPS said, can you help us?
Oh. Jarvis,
yes, sir.
Jarvis Johnson is joining us. He helped
Jarvis.
2 women who were stuck near the US 60 and the Loop 101. They both, at separate times, got on his back, and he carried them out. Here's the question.
Ready.
Why didn't they just get in the water and I don't understand why they got on.
They saw you walk out.
Yeah, why?
See,
because they weren't going to drown. It was
you weren't that much taller than them. I'm going to say it nicely.
I'm not, but the one lady had cancer.
Okay. Well, now I feel bad.
She was a 3-time cancer survivor. She just got done with chemo in May, and she had let me know if she would have gotten that water, she would have got sick. Her immune system.
Oh, wow.
Her
Goodness.
Unreal. And I didn't know that. I didn't know that. But me going in there, I had no idea. I've never met these women before. I had no idea.
No.
I saw people that needed help, and I went into the water.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I lost my glasses. I can't really see, but I'm grateful. I'm so grateful. You know, even though I got them saved, the only thing that's really on my mind is my glasses. I'm like, I need these.
And your car?
My car. I do Uber. I live in Eloy.
Oh my goodness!
So I come from Eloy to Phoenix every day.
It's a heck of a drive.
It is. For you guys, it might be a 60-minute drive. For me, it seems like 20 minutes. I do it so often. The gas prices out there are $2.93 a gallon.
My gosh!
Yeah, $2.93. I'm glad I went out there. But I drove my wife's car, and she has a Buick Enclave. It's a bigger vehicle, and that's a gas guzzler. And so now I'm pretty much. I don't have a job right now. Well, that is my job.
Right.
It's Ubering.
I'm Ubering. I love it. I love meeting people.
You have a great personality.
Yeah, you get to meet all kinds of people. I believe that everybody has a story, and you never know who you're going to meet. You never know who may change your life or who may tell you something that changed your life. You never know, and so that's why I'm always open to meeting people. I don't see color. I see people. And that's me.
Jarvis, you were in the right place at the right time. Right?
I was in the right place at the right time, and I believe, and I'm going to tell you this.
God put you there.
He did, but I believe that sometimes we're in a hurry to get somewhere. And sometimes the blessing is in waiting.
Wow.
Sometimes the blessing is in waiting. So that was a part of our interview with Jarvis Johnson, who helped two women who were stuck on the highway in the flood.
Yeah.
He went over there. Gave them both the piggyback
rides out of it, and and carried them to safety.
Just jumped on his back.
The video of it's amazing.
It's incredible.
He
is a terrific human
vibrant being. Personality. Is that a good way to put it?
Yeah, those 4 kids are lucky to have him.
Yeah, and again, had a baby on Thursday.
Could have left the situation the way it was, but he decided to wade into the water and help. Pretty amazing.
Yeah.
All right. Jarvis, goodness gracious. What a terrific guy.
You're here.
Coming up next, could AI retire every single movie star in the next 5-10 years? Outspoken. Stick around.
You know, I've talked about Trajan Wealth for a while now. I've worked with them and been a client for almost 15 years. Let me tell you something. They have been there, and over those 15 years, my plans have changed. My timeline has changed. My expectations have changed. And they have been there every step of the way, asking questions, answering my questions. No pressure, no confusing jargon, clear, honest advice from fiduciaries who I know put my goals and my interests first. Listen, having spent time with Trajan, I'm more confident, I'm more prepared, and honestly, it's a lot of peace of mind. If you've ever wondered if your retirement plan could be better, or if you've never had anybody take a look at it, well, today's the day. Reach out to Trajan Wealth, 480-990-3300, 480-990-3300. Online, you'll find them at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Crossroads of the West, the Southwest's oldest and largest gun show, returns this Friday through Sunday to Westworld in Scottsdale. This Friday through Sunday, dealers from around the country will have a variety of firearms, wholesale ammo, tons of accessories, and more. All sales will be conducted in accordance with state and federal laws. Come buy, sell, or trade at Crossroads of the West this Friday through Sunday at Westworld in Scottsdale. Get advance tickets at crossroadsgunshows.com or at the door.
We're having a party, and you're invited. Join Centerwell Senior Primary Care for our free grand opening party. Come meet our care team and tour the new center, plus food, music, games, and more. Celebrate with Centerwell Surprise on Wednesday, October 8th in the Grand Village Center off Highway 60 from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Learn more at CometoCenterwellArizona.com. That's CometoCenterwellArizona.com. We'll see you soon.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Want to remind you why I love Bulldog security screens. Here's why they're my top choice in home security. Bulldog security screens are custom made to fit your home. Not only do they help block out the sun, they keep out the heat, they also are tough as nails. Trust me. I personally went to their factory right here in Arizona. I tried to break through all of their security screens, and I couldn't. The screens are the real deal. Handmade with military-grade steel, keeping intruders outside and withstanding Phoenix's harshest weather. Plus, they look amazing. They fit your home's design without eyesore ugly bars or giant rolling shades on your windows. Take the vacation worry-free, knowing Bulldog security screens are guaranteed to keep your home safe. And isn't that what this is all about? Real home protection. Get all the details and schedule online at BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. The U.S. Senate has adjourned for the evening, and that means we will see the federal government shut down in just a few hours. It will be the first such shutdown in about 7 years. It comes after Democrats and Republicans could not agree on a funding measure to keep the federal government running with the start of October. Democrats insisting subsidies be included that will help continue to pay for the Affordable Care Act. Republicans have been looking for a short-term extension on funding for the government alone. Once again, the U.S. Senate is now in recess. A federal government shutdown will begin in just a few hours. Get breaking news notifications right to your phone. Download the KTAR News app. And for more, go to KTAR.com. We'll see how the road home looks tonight now. Here is Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash. I-10 Papago Freeway approaching 19th Avenue exit ramp. Tolson's, we still have that crash on the left shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 99th Ave. Phoenix, we still have that crash on the right shoulder. Loop 202 South Mountain Freeway northbound near V. Cueva Way. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. The message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Let's go! You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hi, KTAR listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So the hot summer is still upon us and school has started. The last thing anyone needs is to start the school year with car troubles. You know, moms and dads will be running all over town, dropping off and picking up their kids, which can be hard on any car. And what if that ding check engine light comes on? Man, talk about frustrating. Well, don't worry. What to do when your car needs repairs can be frustrating, but where to go when it does isn't. That's us at AMCO. With plenty of locations, AMCO's used to taking care of our Valley's heroes. We serve teachers, paramedics, firefighters, policemen, and our most important heroes of all, moms and dads. Now, you all know that AMCO specializes in transmissions and powertrain repairs, which includes clutches, transfer cases, differentials, even engine replacements. All the big repairs that most shops don't do. We do small repairs too, like air conditioning and brakes. So just pop into your nearest AMCO or book online at amcoarizona.com. Now that's pretty awesome. Well, that's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions and a whole lot more.
Hi, Chris Merrill. Enough doom and gloom about national politics. Those show ponies are going to figure out their own mess soon enough. Instead, find out about what seemed like a normal Arizona summer that was far more exceptional than we give it credit for. Tomorrow at 3:15 on the Chris and Joe Show.
Appreciate you guys spending a little bit of time with us today. Remember, you can watch us on the big screen. And that's assuming you have one. You can see us on the KTAR YouTube channel. It's like a TV show of Outspoken with just the two of us.
Just us.
Yeah.
It's fun.
I'm trying to build it up. I don't think I did a very good job.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you missed Jarvis,
he was worth the price of
love
admission,
it.
right?
Yeah.
Worth the price of admission. So we keep talking about how artificial intelligence is going to impact us. Well, Hollywood is dealing with how AI is going to impact them. We know that AI is being used to make some films or parts of films. And we now have an AI-generated actress.
Oh, my goodness.
Who
Yeah. She looks-
could replace real people. Her name is Tilly Norwood.
Listen, I'm looking at her.
Yeah.
Looks like a real person. It's an AI-generated actress.
Mm-hmm.
And she could star. It's not even a she. It, right?
Okay.
It could star in the next Hollywood movie. And I got to tell you, I
You
wonder
may
if we'd
not
ever
the
know.
difference. Would you know the difference?
No, because we always talk about AI. Is it going to create jobs? Yes, we definitely think it's going to. Is it going to be a job killer? In some instances, yeah. But you never thought, like, in Hollywood. Here, listen to this. Tilly Norwood, who, by the way, doesn't exist.
Not a real person.
Right. Everybody wants to sign her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like agents are trying to represent her.
Right. So you're looking at the picture. She looks, I would say she looks like the girl next door. Like that kind of.
She has a very all-American girl next door look.
Yeah, beautiful, right?
How old did you say
25.
Let's go with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing.
Uh-oh.
Well, I don't know how you pay this AI-generated actress. I'm sure, someone made.
Well, whoever owns the rights and programs it.
Tilly Norwood could make 1,000 movies and never age.
Well, and
think about it.
And
never age.
Yeah.
Make movies for the next 100 years.
And could probably make a lot more of them.
I'm sure.
Like, she's not going to go on strike. She works weekends, late night.
Don't have to deal with a bunch of Hollywood egos.
Oh, my goodness. You don't have to worry about what color M&Ms she wants in her trailer. Right?
See, this is the part of AI I don't have any understanding of. How this AI actress was made, how you get them to, how you feed them the words.
Right.
I have no idea. I know how to punch stuff into Chat GPT and get answers.
And by the way, that still puts you ahead of a lot of people, but that's like basic level, right?
Very basic.
That's
yes.
kind of like entry level. Chat GPT is entry level AI.
I don't know how you create a fake person.
Isn't part of the acting, though, seriously, think about it, the fact that you're watching a human being become someone else.
But they're pretending to be somebody they're not.
Right.
They are pretending to be someone
they're not. So
can
AI pretend to be something it's not?
Of course it can, but there's no soul involved. There's no...
Fair.
There's
it might
no
be
talent.
so convincing.
It might be, but you're just watching someone's AI manipulation of...
But wouldn't you forget about that 5 minutes in, and because this person looks real?
So hold on a second. But when you say that, think about sci-fi movies that have creatures or characters that are not people necessarily. Some of them are computer generated.
Yes, they are.
CGI, those types of things.
When I see Alien, from the Alien movies, not real.
The alien's not real.
No.
No, and you know
so
what?
I get scared.
Wait a minute.
The actors in that movie have to respond and make you believe they're actually scared
right,
of
because
something
they're not.
that's
They
not
don't see
even
it. They don't see
there.
the same thing. Yeah.
So see, there's the soul. There's the people.
I don't know.
I think the proof's going to be in the pudding, and the reality will be that if what's her name, Tilly Norwood,
is
in a show,
an AI has a name,
is in a movie, and people go to see it, and they walk away going, didn't know it was AI.
Could totally believe they'd go see it. I think it'll be a novelty, but I don't believe it'll
ever
take over Hollywood.
I think it's going to take over Hollywood.
Oh, you just want to be the naysayer.
There is that. Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn is going to get us up to speed with all of the headlines, things you need to know. And then, do you have to tip the robot that delivers your DoorDash order?
First AI and Tilly Norwood, and now we've got what?
Robots!
World is
driving down the street delivering your food. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Goodness gracious. All right. Hey, let's talk about Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm going to ask you a question. Are you happy with your smile? When you are, let's say, brushing your teeth in the morning, you're done, and you smile in the mirror, happy with what you see? Yes or no? Do you have missing teeth? Broken teeth? Hard to eat certain foods? You need Aria. You need Aria Dental Implant Center, and you need my friend Dr. Joe. He is well over 20 years with dental implant expertise, flies around the world. Why? Well, because he teaches other surgeons best practices. But he lives here in Phoenix. Aria is a local company right here in Phoenix. And you're going to get the smile that you deserve. You're going to start eating steak again. And I'm telling you, nobody better than Dr. Joe. As I said, he trains and lectures around the world on dental implants, and he is the man that you need. Check him out. Spelled ARIA, AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
Sundays on KTAR News is the home for the #1 radio health talk show in America, The Dr. Bob Martin Show. Dr. Martin is a chiropractic physician, a board-certified clinical nutritionist, and a diplomate of the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine. Got a health-related problem or challenge? Not feeling well and you just don't know where to turn or what to do? Dr. Bob Martin is here for you every Sunday from 10 to 11 a.m. The Dr. Bob Martin Show on KTAR News.
Trying to make sense of the markets? Looking to diversify out of all the craziness? Thinking about tangible assets like precious metals? Listen to The Gold Show with Kenny Michaels right here on KTAR every Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. Stay up to date on retirement trends, how the IRA rollover process works, and why investors are turning to physical gold. Kenny is a national talk show host with decades of experience in the markets. Tune in this Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. for Kenny's Insights and The Gold Show on KTAR.
Hello, I'm Joe Hendel from Hendel's Air Conditioning Showroom. The other day, a lady visited our showroom and asked for a price on a new air conditioning unit. Upon presenting her proposal, she inquired as to why our price was drastically lower than a price she received from a home improvement store subcontractor. We explained that at Hendel's Air Conditioning, there is no middleman to jack up the price. At Hendel's Air Conditioning, all work is performed by Hendel's top-notch employees. A little common sense goes a long way in this situation. Whether it's air conditioning or floor covering, you're always better off dealing with specialty contractors. It doesn't make any sense to deal with subcontractors who align themselves with middlemen in order to get work. Stop by Hendel's Air Conditioning Showroom 7 days a week. We're a half-mile south of Guadalupe Road on Arizona Avenue. Or you can call us at 480-813-1700. That's 813-1700.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. That's where General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are kicking off a fall savings push with deals you've got to hear about. Get a low 0%, yes, 0% APR financing rate now on select 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 trucks and Hummer all-electric SUV and pickup models with approved credit. And don't forget, there's still time to take advantage of the $7,500 EV federal tax credit. But hurry, when September ends, so does this offer. So stop in and take a look at their huge inventory of award-winning Buick and GMC models and experience their no-bull way of doing business that's made Earnhardt a trusted name in automotive for over 74 years. All this and more at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 9/30/25.
Hi, I'm Faye Fredericks. When you want to know what's really happening in Arizona, join Javier Soto and me. We bring the stories that truly impact your life, getting you the answers you deserve. Weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR News now.
Good evening. It is 6 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR breaking news alert.
Congress has failed to pass a spending measure in time to avoid a government shutdown. KTAR's Heidi Hummel joins us now live in the News Center with more.
Arizona U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego told CNN earlier today Democrats wanted to include an extension of Affordable Care Act premium subsidies.
We are doing everything we can to save 24 million Americans their insurance rates, to help them keep their insurance rates low.
Meantime, Arizona Congressman Juan Ciscomani, a Republican, said Democrats should vote to keep the government open and figure out a health care solution later.
Democrats, again, stood in solidarity and voted against the CR, meaning voting for the government shutdown.
The federal government will remain closed until both sides can reach an agreement on a funding bill. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
Earlier today in the Oval Office, President Trump was asked what will happen if there's a shutdown, and he says there'll be layoffs.
Well, the Democrats want to shut it down, so when you shut it down, you have to do layoffs. So we'd be laying off a lot of people that are going to be very affected.
Essentially, I'm a tourist here.
Today, newly elected Arizona Democrat Adelita Grijalva expected to be sworn in as the newest U.S. representative. But House Speaker Mike Johnson has delayed that, and Grijalva tells KTAR she's now unable to serve Arizonans.
Unfortunately, what a result of this is not only do I not get to vote, and the voices of, 750,000 Arizonans don't have an advocate here.
Grijalva says she would be a tiebreaker in a petition to bring a vote on releasing the documents to the U.S. House, which she believes is why Johnson has delayed her start. There's still a lot of work to do in flood-ravaged Globe after last week's heavy rains brought flooding that's never been seen in that community, leaving 3 people dead. Mayor Al Gameros joined Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
One of our restaurants here had 45 people in it, and they had no warning. And once it came through, they started getting on tables. A lot of them were swept to the road.
Gameros says the cleanup will take some time, but thousands of volunteers have been busy, and things are starting to look better. A 13-year-old who was driving a stolen car and an 11-year-old passenger are both expected to recover after a horrific crash on I-40 in Flagstaff early this morning. Troopers say the vehicle topped 100 miles an hour, hit a guardrail, rolled several times, and then landed in a tree. We're told the driver, who was thrown from the vehicle and again was 13, had a blood alcohol content of nearly 0.20. Federal Trade Commission suing Zillow and Redfin, arguing a deal between the two companies reduced competition.
In the new lawsuit, the FTC alleges Zillow and Redfin illegally eliminated competition in rental listings. The agency saying Zillow paid Redfin $100 million and other compensation in exchange for Redfin agreeing to end its contracts with advertising customers so Zillow could take over that business. Redfin also allegedly agreed to stop competing in the advertising market for multifamily properties for up to 9 years and to allegedly make Redfin effectively a copy of listings that appear on Zillow. The FTC says it was framed as a partnership, but the agency claims it was unlawful. Alex Stone, ABC News.
In a statement to ABC News, Redfin says it, quote, strongly disagrees with the FTC's allegations and is confident we will be vindicated by a court of law. Today on Wall Street, the Dow rose 81 points, the S&P was up 27, and the NASDAQ up 68. If you need more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Let's check in on the roads now with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Out in Chandler, disabled vehicle on the right shoulder, Loop 202 Santan Freeway westbound near McQueen Road. Glendale with the crash blocking the left lanes on 101 Loop Agua Fria near westbound 67th Avenue. Phoenix with a crash I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound approaching 19th Avenue. Tulsa, we still have that crash on the left shoulder I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 99th Ave. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Get a firm that'll cover all your financial bases, financial, estate, insurance, and tax planning. Go to assetpreservationwealth.com to get your free portfolio today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, clear skies, our low right around 74, and then we're going to be in the mid to upper 90s the rest of the week, Wednesday through Friday. Friday could see 100. Right now, it's 91 in Queen Creek. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You are getting on my last nerve.
Speaking up for Arizona.
You've been on my last nerve for the last 3 hours.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 3.
Yes! Hour number 3, really, a lot of people call it the best of the hour.
Crazy show, man.
Yeah.
Crazy show so far.
A lot going on.
Go check the podcast out. You have to hear our friend Jarvis,
if nothing else,
his story of taking 2 women out of a car.
Yeah.
They jumped on his back, and he waded out of the floodwaters, for crying out loud, on a valley highway.
Can I tell you?
It's just amazing.
And that's like 10% of the story. There's so much going on in his world.
It was so entertaining.
Very much
You
so.
got to check it out.
Here, here.
All right.
All right. I don't know if you've seen these yet, but the folks at DoorDash are adding new robot deliveries here in the Valley. And when we say robot, these things are a little different. You might have seen the ones around ASU, which look like an igloo cooler with wheels.
Yeah. I've seen these red ones, not in person. I know they're out in Tempe, right? They're out in Tempe. I haven't seen them. I'm fascinated by them. Like, how is that little, they call it a dot. How's that little red dot that is like what? It comes up to your thigh?
Well, you know what it looks like?
And it just rolls?
It looks like a baby stroller, like a big baby stroller.
All right, how is the red baby stroller going to get my pizza to me at my house, at my front door?
It'll do 20 miles an hour. It can drive on the street, not just sidewalks.
Okay, here's the thing. We're going to have to look for this little thing on the street now?
It's got lights and things. It's got googly eyes that I think are headlights.
How is that even legal?
How is that legal? There ought to be
You know what's
a
going to
law.
happen? I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. The little red dot is going to get into a car accident with a Waymo. And then who do you blame?
But then the world starts spinning backwards on its axis.
Do you think it's only on the streets, like in neighborhoods? Surely,
Probably.
to goodness, it can't go down like 16th Street.
You still get an accident.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. So we have an early access program. So they're testing them out. We are the city, by the way. The Valley is the place where robots, autonomous, drones, we're trying it all out here. We're going to figure it out one way or the other.
Here's the design of what they call the dot. It's like a red dot. I don't know how else to.
It's the dot.
We wanted to make sure that DOT would have the right cargo capacity and the payload that it can carry up to 30 pounds fits a vast amount of the DoorDash deliveries that we do today. The other big part was it had to be going at speeds that allowed us to do a big chunk of deliveries in the 3 to 5 mile range. And that's why the design point was it needs to be able to go on bike lanes, on roads, on sidewalks.
This thing goes on a sidewalk.
Yeah, now, if it's doing 20 miles an hour on the sidewalk, you better watch the heck out.
It's doing 20 miles an hour in the bike lane.
It looks like it's similar to the Waymo in the sense of it's got the little sensors all around it. You know what I'm saying? So
Not a car, though.
It's looking for stuff.
Correct.
Yeah, but it's just like a really fast-moving baby stroller that has somebody's lunch or dinner in it.
Yeah, I'm fascinated that it can actually travel on the sidewalk. So I'm thinking, all right, I want a DoorDash.
Yeah.
All right, I buy something from whatever.
Yeah.
And then how do I know how to answer the door? Is that done on the app probably? Does
I'm
the
going to
app
say
ring?
the app's going to tell you your dot is out front.
Okay. How much time do I have to go get my food before the dot turns around and leaves?
You're right. At some point, they're going to go, hey, Dot thought you didn't want it anymore and took it back.
I looked this up, too. Your meal is the only one inside of it.
Only one at a time.
Because I was curious about, well, if it, let's say that the dot, the DoorDash dot, was just going to deliver pizza to your door.
Okay.
And you've got to manually open the Dot's top.
Yeah, like it pops open, the door pops open, and there's your pizza.
Because if there's like 4 pies in there and I've only ordered one.
What are you doing?
Well, I could steal it.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't really call it stealing. I would say it's right in front of me.
Yeah, you're right on the edge there.
Okay.
I think it's safe to say that they're ahead of you.
What do you mean they're ahead of me?
They figured that there
Does
would
it
be
shock
people.
me when I put my hand in?
No. That there would be people like you trying to steal other people's food.
course.
So that's why they're only doing one at a time.
Seems a little inconvenient, though, to only deliver one at a time, right?
Well, it's going to only operate in a small area for now. They said, 3 to 5 miles. It only works with certain restaurants, the same as regular DoorDash does. So, it can't work in too far because, you can't order food and it drives across town. It'll be cold by the time it gets there.
What happened?
Or it'll be hot.
What happened to the drones that we're going to deliver?
See, and that's why I think they're missing out. I think I wouldn't be. Okay, so DoorDash, listen to us. Okay.
Yeah, you should listen.
Don't pour your money into Dot.
Yeah, listen to him.
We're going drones, dude. We are within a year of drones being able to do this, and then you don't have to worry about sidewalks and driving down the street. You'll order it, it'll show up, it'll land in front of your house, and it'll drop your box off.
Do we know what area they're trying it in yet? In
Tempe
Phoenix?
and Mesa.
Oh, I thought it was in Phoenix proper. I was going to say, let's order pizza tomorrow and have it bring it here.
See if it comes.
And we'll go outside and video it, and then everyone can see it in action.
See, I think one of the interesting things, if you're just joining us, we're talking about this new Dot. They're calling it
DoorDash Dot.
Yeah, and it's going to deliver your food. It is a robot delivery. It's a food delivery robot.
It's going to be used, they're thinking like it's college campuses.
Yeah,
it's more downtown Phoenix. It's areas that are
Heavily
more
populated.
congested. There's restaurants and people, and it can kind of run quick
Here's
errands.
the thing. If you tell me that my order from DoorDash is going to come to my house.
Got it.
Via the Dot.
Okay.
I'm super interested to see that.
You're going to be standing out front.
Yeah, I'm very interested.
Open, you're going to be waiting.
Well, because we've never seen it before.
Yeah.
And so I'm interested in that. That would get me to order from DoorDash right there.
Just to have Dot show up in your front yard.
Well, I'll give you another example. If you were to call, Walmart, and you needed, you're doing a project in the backyard, you needed a certain type of nails or whatever.
Okay.
And they were
You don't do a lot of projects, do you?
Of course not.
Okay, just checking.
I pay people to do that.
Yeah, just checking. You order nails.
Order nails. And it comes in the drone. I mean, that's just fascinating. I want to see that.
And how quickly could places like Amazon or do it,
Do I have to use my softball mitt to grab the nail? I don't know how it goes.
Net, big fishing net out there in the backyard.
If I hold on to the drone, will it fly me around?
It's not that big a drone.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's not going to be.
I mean, technology is...
It's moving so fast,
It's so crazy. Like last hour, we were talking about the new AI actress.
Yeah, that's an example.
Yeah, not a real person, by the way. Looks completely human, by the way.
Yeah.
And is going to star in Hollywood movies. Not a real person. They got a name for it. And so now, and a lot of times when you're driving around now, I still find it fascinating. The Waymo. I always look to see
the self-driving
if somebody
cars.
is driving it.
Yeah.
Just because I look to make sure no
Every
one
time.
is driving it.
Every time.
I want to see that no one's driving it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's fascinating. It's absolutely fascinating.
Well, I mean, what do you think about the fact that the Valley and Arizona, on purpose, by design, is the place that all these companies are testing? We offered, I'm sure, tax incentives or whatever.
Yeah.
Governor Ducey wanted to make us the place. Come here and learn. And so that's why all these companies have been coming here and testing these different autonomous, robotic, self-driving things.
I think Ducey was smart. I think he saw the future, and he said, we can be the place for this. And, have we had a couple of mishaps? Yes. Have we had a death?
We did.
Yes.
Yeah.
But again, with new technology, unfortunately, not with this Dot. The Dot's not going to do anything. But, with new technology, when you've got a car that can drive itself, you're going to go through some growing pains. And it's very sad. But technology is going to continue. And if it is, why not do it right here?
Gatos, I got to tell you, one Saturday morning, we were out walking to a little coffee shop very close to my house, and all of a sudden we see one of the Waymo cars, the autonomous ones.
Self-drivers.
And then right behind it is about 2 more, And then there's 3, and then there's 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8, and they just kept
It was
coming.
a row of. It was a parade.
There must have been 25 of them. I think they must live.
You must have a lot near you.
Yes, and they were everyone coming down the same street.
And they just
Does
dispersed.
each Waymo have its own house that they can park a driveway?
No, I think
possibly?
it's a
but
big
it was
parking lot.
just
King.
really interesting to
throw it
see
out there.
all of them coming
And
down
I mean,
the road.
even last week we found out that the technology doesn't always work the way you want because we were talking about Waymo vehicles being stuck in the middle of the road in the storm.
Didn't know how to go through deep water. weren't sure what to do. Yeah, no, I get it. All right.
Well, these are what they call them the dot.
The dot, the DoorDash dot. Okay, serious question.
Yeah.
Do I have to tip the dot?
All right. You always just push it too far.
Really?
Don't be silly.
We were like, good, right? That was the line.
I think
and then I went over it.
I think you ruined it.
That was the line. Checking the headlines on the way. Coming up next, a pretty amazing statistic. How many of you admit to being involved in road rage incidents? We'll tell you, talking about it, and some tragic instances coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, hire my friends at the Arizona Painting Company. I did. I'm 100% satisfied. How great are they? Well, let me tell you. It starts with just the phone call, right? Very courteous. When the painters come to your house, there's a foreman that is always there, well organized. They clean up every day. What was great about getting the interior of our house painted, Travis was fantastic. He would let us know when he was coming every single day. We knew what to expect every single day. And really, the house now is super, bright, and that's what we wanted. The paint colors that were on the wall that we inherited from the old owner and what have you, it was just beige. We wanted to go brighter. And so that's exactly what we did. Baseboards, walls, some cabinets got painted. Our staircase going up, amazing job. They stained it. It looks just, it's like a focal point now. So I want you to hire the guys at the Arizona Painting Company by texting the word paint to 620-620.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 6:16. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. The Senate has adjourned for the night, meaning a federal government shutdown will happen at midnight, as some feared. Connecticut's Governor Ned Lamont tells local station WTNH one of the first programs to take a hit will be WIC, the federal food aid program for low-income mothers and children.
When it comes to Head Start and Social Security, maybe those checks keep coming for a while, but there's going to be nobody there to answer the phone. Lights on, nobody home.
All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking on traffic right now, Enrique Garcia is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky. Out in Phoenix, we have, looking at the cameras, we still have that crash on the right shoulder, I-10 Popco Freeway, westbound near 99th Ave. Looking at it, they're still doing cleanup on that right-hand side, so just be mindful of that. Chandler with a disabled vehicle on the right shoulder, Loop 202, Santan Freeway, westbound near McQueen Road. Glendale with a crash block in the left lanes, Loop 101 Agua Fria, westbound near 67th Ave. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, now back with Outspoken, Bruce and Gatos.
Appreciate it, Enrique. Thank you very much. Hey, coming up in about 15 minutes, Gatos, we're going to talk with the mayor of Globe about what that community has gone through and what the future looks like, short-term and long-term for them.
The flooding was insane.
Historical, they called it.
And yeah, there were people on the streets or in an establishment, and water was racing towards them.
It came in so quickly.
So fast. And so he's going to tell us some of those stories, but oh my goodness, it's a disaster there.
Absolutely, without a doubt. A new study from the people that do studies found that, I think it's safe to say, a staggering 96% of drivers admit to engaging in road rage in the last year. 96. Yeah. I don't think 96% use their turn signals.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a pretty good number, 96. I'll tell you, there are certain people that absolutely will not deal with it.
What do you mean?
If you get cut off, well, it's fine. Cut me off. I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to flash my brights. I'm not going to beat my horn. I'm not going to go in front of you and cut off. I'm just not going to do it. Too dangerous. So those are
that's 4%.
That's the smart 4%.
That's 4%.
Yeah, that's the smart 4%.
You say it says in the last year, but is it like, does everybody have a tipping point? I don't think it's a tipping point. I think you catch people on the wrong day.
Oh yeah.
Today's not the day.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's not necessarily getting cut off. I mean, nobody likes that.
Right.
But it is whatever happened at home before you left it for work.
Or on your way home from work.
Right. Or the other
crappy day.
That was it.
Spending it with Gatos. I mean.
Spending it with Bruce.
You're just like, not today. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think you're right. It's the circumstances that had nothing to do with the car that was,
Yeah, because on any other day, a car cutting you off, you'd be like, whatever. Idiot. Man, can't.
Here's the problem with road rage, though.
Oh.
We have too many people getting out of their car.
You're not exaggerating.
No.
We've had multiple instances. As a matter of fact, we had the one back in July where the father gets out of the car. 2 kids are in it. He approaches another vehicle, and the guy inside the other car shoots and kills him right in front of his kids. And then Saturday, 2:00 in the afternoon, 7th and Missouri, just north of downtown Phoenix, center of town. We have 2 people, which witnesses say they were driving aggressively for multiple blocks, the 2 of them.
Okay.
And, engaged in, bumper tag, but not hitting each other type thing.
So dumb.
They come to a stoplight at 7th and Missouri. Guy gets out of the car.
Here we go.
Walks up to the other car. According to witnesses, he spits at the other driver.
What a jerk.
Right.
Yeah.
The other driver pulled out a gun and shot and killed him.
Was the other driver being threatened?
She says that, yes, she was afraid.
What do you do there?
Here's the problem.
Yeah.
Here's the problem. There is something called proportionality. And somebody that spits at you does not give you a license to shoot them.
What if someone is approaching you in a very aggressive way that is right on the street and
Again,
it's after you're driving in, right?
Proportionate response.
Do you think that this woman's going to go to jail for killing the guy?
I don't see shooting a person that spit at you as a proportionate response.
Yeah, well, all right, so go through that. She could have just left. She could have just driven away or turned around.
When he got out of the car, drive off.
Right. And the man who died got out of his car.
He's the one that got out of his car and approached her vehicle.
That is the dumbest thing that you can do.
Yeah, I'm not condoning.
So
don't get out of the car and do it. But getting out of your car is also not a death sentence in Arizona.
Getting out of your car is a dumb thing to do.
Yeah.
And I'm not, I want to put this in certain words. It's like,
please,
if you get out, what was he going to do? Did he know it was a woman?
I don't know if he knew who the person.
What are you, Mr. Tough Guy? And you're going to go and what are you going to beat up a woman or something like that? I mean, you shouldn't get out of your car whether it's a man or a woman. Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
And he lost his life because he lost his temper.
He lost his temper, got angry because of who knows what happened a few blocks back.
I don't think there's anything you can do to me on the road that gets me out of the car. Unless it's an accident, we got to take each other's name and number and all that.
I've never gotten out of the car.
No, you can cut me off 3 times. I'm not pulling over.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
I got places to go. I'm honestly driving somewhere.
I don't know you. I'm never going to see you again. Yeah. I don't care about you.
I don't care what you think about my driving.
I just don't think somebody could get me that angry for me to get out of a car, because you should expect the worst.
Well, I especially in Arizona.
Yeah, you just never know.
You should assume that
if you get out of your car,
there's a better than 50% chance there's a gun in that car.
Right. You have to expect the worst, and that's somebody who's going to put a gun to you.
Right.
I never understand these stories. Never. Why you would ever get out of your car. It's just ridiculous. And you know what? People hear these stories, Bruce, and who knows? That woman, maybe that's why she has a gun. She wants to protect herself.
Right.
She knows that, and I'm not trying to let her off the hook. I don't know exactly what happened, but they're both at fault.
Mm-hmm. Both at
fault.
Absolutely.
Mean, there shouldn't be a funeral for this 54-year-old guy, but he also should have stayed in his car, and maybe she shouldn't have fired.
Yeah. Well, police are investigating it. We're going to find out
It's all
if she
unnecessary.
faces charges.
Completely unnecessary.
Lots of witnesses. It, again, happened at 2 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon at 7th and Missouri. You know, plenty of people saw the whole thing. Hey, we've got a check of the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn will do that for us. And then up next, Globe and Globe Miami, the area just east of the valley, suffered just horrific storm damage. 3 people killed in the flooding on Friday. We're going to talk to the mayor next and learn more about exactly what happened. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Start smart with Arizona's Morning News, Arizona's only all-news morning show.
Senate Majority Leader John Thune rejecting Democratic demands on health care as unserious, but he says a shutdown is avoidable. He says Democrats are going to have to dial back their demands.
Arizona's Morning News, weekday mornings 5 to 8 on Arizona's news station, KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Hey, Red Mountain Weight Loss has specialized in medical weight loss for over 30 years. They've helped 1 million people lose weight. That's right, 1 million people. So I want you to know that the doctors are there at Red Mountain, and they're ready to help you. So let's start with the men. Okay, guys, are you feeling sluggish? You know, are you losing focus at times? Are things not going your way in the bedroom? The chances are you have low testosterone, and many men have it. Actually, men today have 20% less testosterone than their dads did for one reason or another. So here's what you do. Go to Red Mountain Weight Loss. Talk to the doctors. You might have low T. It's not a big deal. You know, you get testosterone therapy. I'll save you $200 for a limited time before you even get in there. Mention Gatos. If you have low T, you waive the startup fee. Okay? It's redmountainweightloss.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Hello, I'm Scott Pfeiffer, founder of Sonora West Development. For over 20 years, we've been turning dream homes into reality right here in the Valley. From timeless architecture to custom finishes, every detail is built around your vision. We don't just build homes, we craft spaces where life happens. It's more than construction. It's collaboration, creativity, and care. Let's bring your dream to life. Visit sonorawestdev.com to get started. Again, that's sonorawestdev.com.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy place every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Opioid misuse and overdose deaths are serious health issues across the U.S. Anyone at a workplace, including workers, clients, customers, and visitors, can be at risk of an overdose if they use opioids. Are you prepared? Consider making non-prescription naloxone nasal spray a part of your workplace first aid kit. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Maintain workplace safety, offer training, and always call 911 for a suspected overdose. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 6:30. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn. The country on track for a federal government shutdown at midnight. The Senate has now failed to pass two bills, one from Democrats, one from Republicans, in order to avert the shutdown at midnight. Earlier today in the Oval Office, President Trump was asked what will happen if there is a shutdown, and he says there will be layoffs.
Well, the Democrats want to shut it down, so when you shut it down, you have to do layoffs. So we'd be laying off a lot of people that are going to be very affected.
I want children to see if this Southside girl can do it, they can do it too.
Arizona Democrat Adelita Grijalva says a top Republican is delaying her representation of Southern Arizona. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live now in the News Center with more.
Yeah, Becky, Grijalva won her election just a week ago and was in D.C. today to be sworn in as an Arizona U.S. representative. But she says U.S. House Speaker Mike Johnson is in no hurry to make her role official. More from a video posted to social media platform X today.
Am I sworn in yet? No. Do I know when I'm going to get sworn in? No. Speaker Johnson has left the building. Unfortunately, what that means for us is Southern Arizona does not have a voice here to advocate for you.
And Grijalva could also become a key vote in releasing the Epstein files, which she tells KTAR is why her swearing in is being delayed. Live in the News Center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
KTAR Eyes on the Economy. Homeowners know it's not just your mortgage you have to budget for each month. You have utilities, insurance, and yeah, those pesky HOA fees. If you live in Arizona, you're more likely to pay into an HOA than almost anywhere else in the country.
Almost half of Arizona's homeowners and condo owners had to pay an HOA fee last year, behind only Nevada for the highest rate in the nation, according to new U.S. Census data. Even though more Arizonans are on the hook for these fees than the U.S. average, the cost is lower. People here typically pay around $100 a month compared to $135 around the rest of the country, and in some places, it's much more expensive. Nearly 500 bid ones in Hawaii and D.C., and almost $740 in New York. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
In sports tonight, the Phoenix Mercury are getting ready for Game 1 of the WNBA Finals Friday evening, when they'll battle the winner of the Las Vegas Aces Indiana Fever semifinal, which will be settled tonight. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Time now for a check on traffic with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky. Just in, out in Sun City, we have a crash on the left-hand shoulder, US 60 Grand Ave westbound near the Loop 303 northbound. Phoenix with a crash on the right shoulder, I-17 northbound near Dunlap Ave. Phoenix with a crash on the right shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 99th Ave. And then Chandler with a disabled vehicle on the right shoulder, Loop 202 Santan Freeway westbound near McQueen Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low right around 74 degrees with some nice clear skies, and then sunny the rest of this week as we warm up just a degree or two each day. Tomorrow's high 97 and possibly 100 by Friday. Right now it's 84 degrees and carefree. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
LaDonna here from Arizona's Morning News. Your kids are taking too much time off of school, and the older they get, the worse it gets. Find out what's going on tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News with Jim Sharp and me.
If you jump on the 60 and head east and just stay on it, eventually you're going to run into the community of Globe, Miami. It's out there by the mines. Freeport McMoran is out there. Long time it's been out there, certainly rural, But man, last week when the rains hit the valley, it really hit them hard. And keep in mind, they're kind of amongst some of the mountains and the hills, a lot of really sharp hills. So when it rains, that water comes down the hill, and boy, it came down a lot. We had a chance to talk to the mayor of Globe, and we wanted to learn a little more about kind of what the community is going through.
Yeah, Globe Mayor Al Gameros, he was telling us where he was when it was just kind of complete mayhem, and it turned into a disaster.
Friday, I drove through town about 10 minutes after 6, and it was packed downtown with people, the bars, the restaurants, and everything. I got a call 30 minutes later, and nobody had a warning of what happened. And the water came, the businesses that the water goes behind ran over, blew out the back walls, and blew the front doors and windows of those businesses.
My goodness.
Yes, so without a warning.
How many inches of rain did you get? How long did it rain for? And how high did the water rise?
In one part on the north end, when the water goes out and turns into Highway 60, the main highway, that creek is 20 feet deep. So it went over that wall, and we had 4 or 5 feet above that on the highway. We probably had 3, 4 feet on the highway flooding going down west towards Miami and the Phoenix area.
And was this water that was moving at a fast pace as well?
It was amazing. We have video of when it came out the front of some of these buildings, and it was just pressure coming out of there. Yeah. One of our restaurants here had 45 people in it, and they had no warning. And once it came through, they started getting on tables. A lot of them were swept to the road. They held on to trees, to cars, and everything. So there was cars floating everywhere. We had a dealership that's on North Broad Street, and all his vehicles from his lot went about half a mile down the road.
Oh, for goodness sakes. It's like total destruction.
Yes, it is. It was total destruction. You bet.
Yeah, we're talking to Globe Mayor Gameros. Thank you again for spending time with us. I mean, I would say you certainly understand this, because I also know that you were the fire chief in Globe as well. So you've dealt with disasters and natural disasters. Does this compare to anything? Can you help us understand as far as history goes?
You know, I can't compare to anything here. I've lived here my whole life. I did work for the fire department 30 years. I was the chief for 18 years. We never had this type of, we've had flooding and, but not heavy flooding like this. I can compare it to, I was deployed to Hurricane Ivan in 2005, where the hurricane hit, and there was flooding in North Carolina. So I ended up in North Carolina, and we went into areas that water was 6 to 8 feet deep, that they never saw water there in these communities, because the creek was way away from them. You couldn't even see the creek where they used to be. And all of a sudden they were underwater. So that's the magnitude, I think, that we had here.
Wow. Mayor, you've talked to Governor Hobbs, I would assume.
Yes. In fact, I'm expecting a call from Governor Hobbs at 5:30 today.
Okay.
We've spoken to Congressman Biggs, Congressman Eli Crane, Senator Kelly, and Senator Gallego. And they are all, they pushed our emergency, the governor did push our declaration through, and we have support from all of those to make sure that we get funding to, we not only had our downtown that there's damage, but there's a street where houses were under 4 feet of water.
Oh, so what do you need?
We're dealing with that.
Do you need boots on the ground to help, or do you need money, or all the above? What is it that you guys need?
You know, it's been amazing, the outpouring. We opened downtown on Sunday at noon, and we probably had several hundred, maybe even to 1,000 people that came down to clean out, just mucking out mud.
Yeah.
And on Monday, we had 3,000 volunteers come into our community to help clean. And they came from not only Arizona, but they came from California, from New Mexico, and Nevada to come in. They brought in 3,000 people and did a tremendous job of cleaning.
Oh, my gosh. How does it look now, Mayor? I mean,
I'm sitting downtown right now, and we still have businesses cleaning out, but, we still got the mud on the road, but I'll tell you what, it looks 10 times, 100 times better than what it did 2 days ago because of all the work that's been done.
I mean, what was your feeling when you knew you got hit? because I know, listen, it's raining. Okay, fine. There's a little flooding. That happens. When you realized, oh, my gosh, we've just taken a major hit, like, what was going through your mind? What did you want to do first?
Well, our first concern, and I live about 2 miles from the downtown area when I got the call, so I took off, but the road was obviously shut down. I couldn't get the globe till the water receded a little bit, which took about half an hour, 45 minutes. And when I was driving into Globe, there was cars everywhere. We also had propane tanks. The water got above to a storage tank in the county south of us, and it released about 500 to 800 4-foot high propane tanks. So they were spread all over the city too.
Gosh, it's dangerous in and of itself. Yeah.
It was horrible, and our first concern basically was life safety. We had video of people in cars being swept down the creek and everything, or being swept on the road. So we right away, that was our priority, was making sure, looking for any survivors that might have been swept down.
Speaking of that, Mayor Gameros, do we know? Is there anybody still missing? Has everyone been accounted for? I've heard numbers thrown around, and I just don't know where we're at today.
Yeah, our current numbers and accurate numbers, we have 3 fatalities, 3 that confirmed fatalities. We had a 4th that was reported missing. He was found today, or he contacted his sister today. So we really don't know, because we have vehicles. We have visitors that come from out of town. So we could have cars that are, because we pulled almost 50 cars out of the wash.
Yeah, 50 cars out of the wash.
That's crazy, right?
That was our chat with the Globe Mayor, and yeah, I mean, he's going through a lot. Listen, there were 3,000 people that came and helped. Some from Arizona, some from elsewhere, and they just came in to help clean up.
Which is really neat.
And you have to remember that most people are good. If you hear all the bad stuff out there, they don't like that. They're Democrats, Republicans, shut the government down. Shut your mouth. People are good. Most people are good, and they will jump in and help. And this is a perfect example of it.
Well, and especially in like some of these small communities.
Right.
They look out for each other.
You have to.
Exactly. Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn will do that for us. And coming up next, you got to hear it. Our new best friend.
Could be the interview of the year. I'm not kidding.
Jarvis. The man who put women on his back and carried them out of the floodwaters. It's up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
All right. Southwest Blinds and Shutters. Guess what? They were at my house today. That's right. TJ was there, had a great meeting. He took all the measurements, really showed us what we need. We were trying to figure out what do we want. So a lot of what happened was we learned. We sat down with him. What are blinds? What are shutters? What colors do you have? How about the motorized shades? So there's a lot that you can purchase to make your house look beautiful from Southwest Blinds and Shutters. So blinds, shutters, shades, all different types of colors. We haven't necessarily picked yet what we're going to have, but we know that we need Southwest Blinds and Shutters. It's going to be the exclamation point on our rebuild, because we've rebuilt kind of the inside of the house, and this is going to be the exclamation point. This is the last thing that we really want and really need. So I'm going to take you through the journey. I want you to go check it out, though. They've got so many things that can make your house look beautiful. SouthwestBlinds.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead for Creative Environments. Perfect weather is right around the corner. Enjoy being outside, entertaining for the games, the barbecues, and all that time spent outside, even that coffee in the morning or a drink in the evening. You can do it, and Creative Environments can create that perfect space. If you have an outdoor space that needs some sprucing up or remodeling, they'll take care of that as well. They're the best in the industry. Take my word for it and make an appointment at creativeenvironments.com. Do it right now. creativeenvironments.com.
Trying to make sense of the markets? Looking to diversify out of all the craziness? Thinking about tangible assets like precious metals? Listen to The Gold Show with Kenny Michaels right here on KTAR every Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. Stay up to date on retirement trends, how the IRA rollover process works, and why investors are turning to physical gold. Kenny is a national talk show host with decades of experience in the markets. Tune in this Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. for Kenny's Insights and The Gold Show on KTAR.
Hey folks, Dave Ramsey here to let you know that now is the best time to replace your windows and doors with my friends from Window World. See, Window World doesn't use silly monthly sales gimmicks. They keep their same everyday low pricing all year long. That means you can typically purchase 10 windows from Window World for the price of only 3 or 4 windows from other companies. However, there will be a price increase next year. But don't worry, you still have time to upgrade your home with Window World's guaranteed lowest pricing on all high-quality custom-made windows, patio doors, and even entry door systems. Plus, Window World now offers window and patio doors in designer black and bronze colors, too. Call or schedule your free estimate at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 6:44. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. A government shutdown on the way at midnight after 2 bills failed in the Senate. A Democratic funding bill that included health care provisions failed by a vote of 47 to 53. A 7-week stopgap funding measure was rejected by the Senate by a vote of 55 to 45. Majority Leader John Thune says Democrats have to take the blame for voting down what he called a clean, nonpartisan funding bill. But Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says this is the Republicans' fault for refusing to negotiate with Democrats.
There are going to be millions of American families in the next week in October sitting down and saying, how are we going to pay these damn bills?
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Let's get another look at the road home now with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Tolson with a crash on the right shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 91st Ave. Tempe with a disabled vehicle on the right shoulder, US 60 Superstition Freeway westbound near Mill Ave. In Sun City, we still have that crash on the left shoulder, US 60 Grand Ave westbound near the Loop 303 northbound. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Hi, Jamie West here with Bob, one of the amazing Life Plan residents at Beatitudes campus. What does it mean being a Life Plan resident at Beatitudes?
To me, it kind of means that they start out with independent living and you stay in independent living as long as possible. That was one of the things that we looked for when we were looking to move, was a life plan that had all the different levels of care.
Learn more about the Life Plan community by visiting beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes.
Crossroads of the West, the Southwest's oldest and largest gun show, returns this Friday through Sunday to Westworld in Scottsdale. This Friday through Sunday, dealers from around the country will have a variety of firearms, wholesale ammo, tons of accessories, and more. All sales will be conducted in accordance with state and federal laws. Come buy, sell, or trade at Crossroads of the West this Friday through Sunday at Westworld in Scottsdale. Get advance tickets at crossroadsgunshows.com or at the door.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, catch me in the morning with Broomhead at 8:50. We talk about the Big Q. And then here at 6:50, Bruce likes to guess. All right, KTAR.com. Here we go. Bad Bunny. Oh, man. I like Bad Bunny.
I'm outraged.
Will headline the Super Bowl halftime show in 2026. Do you like this selection? A, yes. B, no.
It's not even American, Gatos. Why can't we get good Americans like we've had in the past? Like U2 and Paul McCartney and Rihanna.
Beyonce. Shakira. Like good Americans. J-Lo.
Anyway. Of course, I'm fine with it. What do I care who that is? But you're going to have the perpetually outraged say 68% no. How's that? Well, I guess.
68% no!
I know who the perpetually outraged are.
This is fantastic.
They wake up in the morning, they turn on a certain TV station, and they go, what am I supposed to be angry about today?
Oh, jeez.
So, I'm just not led around by the nose. So.
Here's the problem.
Oh, there's a problem.
Here's the problem. Not everybody is like that.
What do you mean?
Not everybody's like exactly what you said. There is a portion of people. The other part of it is they don't know who he is. They have no idea.
Yeah.
They don't know what a Bad Bunny is.
They're not in the demo.
They have no clue.
They are not the intended
not.
Audience for the halftime show of the Super Bowl.
And if you did a little research, that was awesome. I know exactly what he's saying. Bruce and Gatos are the #1 talk show. They're fantastic, especially Gatos.
He's not even singing in American.
He's internationally known, one of the biggest stars on the planet. So why wouldn't you watch it, keep an open mind, see if you like it? Anyway.
I already don't like it.
Yeah. What can you do then? I can't help you.
I want Kid Rock.
Oh, gosh.
Sorry. So earlier we had a chance to speak to what can only be described as a pretty amazing guy. Just to let you know a little, when he came in, he was very nervous.
Oh, my goodness.
He was very nervous.
Well, I mean,
I don't know what he thought we were going to do to him.
Again, when people come in and they have to sit down in front of a microphone, it's not the easiest thing to do. So I make it look easy, Bruce.
Yes, you do. Jarvis Johnson visited us, and he is the man who last Friday, you might have seen pictures or videos or you just heard about, carried people stuck in floodwaters on his back, piggyback carried them out of the floodwater.
So his car got stuck first.
Yeah, he drove through and his car died.
Right. And so he's like, I see people that need help.
Yeah.
I'm going to go help those two women, and that's where the conversation starts here. You see two women in the car.
Yes.
What happens?
I was telling them, the ladies were like, can you help us? Can you help us? I didn't know how deep it was. That never crossed my mind. Nothing crossed my mind but was, let's go get this lady. Let me go get this lady out the car.
Okay.
So I took everything out of my pocket.
Smart.
I said, ma'am, is there any kids in the car? She said no.
Even at that point, you're calling him ma'am.
Yeah.
This is amazing.
I'm like, man. She said no. So then I go and I get in the water.
Okay.
And I hit the guardrail because the water was deep, and I didn't see no guardrail.
The water was over the top of the guardrail.
I didn't see no guardrail.
But you walked right into it.
I just walked right into it. I hit my face. I fell. I fell.
No.
I hit my face. I lost my glasses in the water. But that never crossed my mind. I just kept on going. And then the first lady, she got on my back. And
wait, hold on a second.
Yes.
This is the picture I've seen. You're giving her a piggyback ride.
Did you say get on my back, or did she just climb on top of you?
She pretty much just climbed. I never thought about that. I never thought about that.
We didn't plan that. It just happened.
I know it. She just got on my back, and like I said, I had 2 heart attacks last year, and I had 2 stents put in my heart, and I have asthma.
This guy is unreal.
He said, "This is what he said. I shouldn't have been carrying anyone.
Shouldn't be carrying anyone. I had a heart attack last year. I had 2 stents put in. Plus, he has asthma.
Yeah."
And he's out there wading in waist-deep water.
And what he told us off the air was so crazy, too. He goes, I couldn't wait to get home to shower. I had mud and muck in places I didn't even know existed.
It ruined his shoes.
He
lost his glasses. His car got zapped, and
his car's
the
total.
Electrical system got fried in it.
But I just find it, because it was like a little under waist high, deep water for him. In watching the video, and that's why we had him in studio, it's amazing what he did. It's amazing that women, they're like, I'm not getting my feet wet. I'm crawling on top of this dude. He can carry me out.
It's hilarious because the video of him literally shows them like getting out of the car, and instead of like holding his hand, they just climb on his back.
No, both of them.
It's like, no, you're gonna piggyback us out of this place.
Amazing.
Yeah. Shout out to Jarvis. If you missed the full interview, It is
go to YouTube
gold, and you can check it out on the KTAR YouTube channel. Get to see Jarvis tell his story. By the way, wife gave birth Thursday.
Yeah.
He was headed home,
4th kid
from the hospital,
right,
to go get his other kids to take them to meet their new little brother. When all this happened,
he didn't have to.
He's got a lot going on in his life.
He knew his car was stuck and totaled. I mean, that was
Wouldn't run.
clear. But he could have left. He could have made his way elsewhere, and he didn't. Shows a lot of character, and we need people like Jarvis out there, because what a super great guy. I'll tell you, it's one of the best interviews that we've done in years.
What a fun guy.
It was a lot of fun,
and does it for the right reasons.
Yeah.
He wasn't looking. He didn't know people were watching him and would pay attention. He just did it because it's the right thing to do.
He did. He didn't know that somebody was going to film it or somebody was going to take pictures. And yeah, amazing.
Appreciate you guys spending some time with us today. Thank you very much. We look through the double pane bulletproof glass at everybody it takes to put the show on. My goodness, we've got DJ just in time over there. The first lady of Outspoken. That's Miss Jules. Also, we've got our Pride of Tennessee, Becky Lynn, with the news information, and Enrique back on the traffic, getting you home. Thanks, guys.
Bruce, in honor of Jarvis, may I have a piggyback ride out of the studio?
Gatos, in honor of my bad back, no, you can't.
This March, Wendy's is fueling the madness with amazing deals on their hamburgers made with fresh, never frozen beef.
Like a juicy Dave's single for $1 and a fresh $2 Dave's double with in-app offer.
It's such a good deal, we wrote a little ditty about it. Get it for $1. Dave's single, order in the app. Dave's single, get it for $1. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's, official hamburger March Madness.
Limited time offer. Participating U.S. Wendy's. See offer details and redeem at Wendy's app. Account registration required. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S. and Alaska.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin. And over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Tune in every Friday during Arizona's Morning News from 5 to 8 a.m. for KTAR's Consumer Voice, proudly sponsored by Arizona Central Credit Union. Tune in as we delve into fraud prevention and consumer protection issues affecting Arizona. Stay informed with the KTAR News team. We've got you covered. Make life simple with Arizona Central Credit Union. Local, trusted, and secure loans for mortgage, vehicles, business, and personal. Arizona Central Credit Union. You belong here. Federally insured by NCUA. Restrictions apply.
Got a question. Did you buy your home in the last, say, couple of years? Well, here's the deal. You could be throwing away thousands on a high interest rate. Whoa, who knows anybody who wants to do that? The Lund Mortgage Team, Arizona's trusted family-run lender, just launched a powerful new refinance program that can lower your rate and boost your savings. It's fast and it's local, and it's available for you right now. Don't wait. Lund Mortgage. That's LUNDmortgage.com. Where Arizona saves.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa.
That's where General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are kicking off a fall savings push with deals you've got to hear about. Get a low 0%, yes, 0% APR financing rate now on select 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 trucks and Hummer all-electric SUV and pickup models with approved credit. And don't forget, there's still time to take advantage of the $7,500 EV federal tax credit. But hurry, when September ends, so does this offer. So stop in and take a look at their huge inventory of award-winning Buick and GMC models and experience their no-bull way of doing business that's made Earnhardt a trusted name in automotive for over 74 years. All this and more at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 9/30/25.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News on 92.3 FM.